Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and you are very welcome to the round 3 of the DMP 2026 season here at the Autodrom Jastrząb, just about 20 kilometers southwest of Radom here in Poland. A fantastic venue set on 21 acres, which is going to provide us, I think, with a very, very interesting track layout and a lot of thrills and spills about to unfold. The DMP 2026 season is coming together very nicely here at round 3, and it is going to be a super exciting round filled with speed, precision, thrills and spills, and a crowd that are absolutely ready for the action, just like we are. My name is Mike Fitz. I'm a former pro driver from Ireland, flown all the way over to Poland to be here at round 3, thankfully, and I am joined by the lovely Alan Hines. He is a 2024 Irish national champion and a current Drift Master driver. So welcome to Poland, Alan.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, it's super exciting to be here. I've been following DMP for many, many years. Of course, I do believe this is probably the feeder series for Drift Masters. So a lot of rule sets here between Drift Masters and with DMP are very similar. So very, very privileged to be here. Excited to be part of the commentary team, and very excited for an awesome weekend of competition driving.
Yeah, absolutely, as I am. And this is a crazy championship, guys, as you might have seen if you watched us at round 1 and 2. At it's at the top level of national championships in Europe and indeed the world. So stay with us here on Eurosport, and we will be sure to give you some thrills and spills throughout the day. Now, I do believe that we are just going to go to a quick highlight reel here from round 2. And we will see exactly what happened in the semi-pro class for round 2. We, of course, will be going through qualifying action today, and we will be getting the battles ready for tomorrow and gridded. But today is qualifying action, and we are going to highlights quickly now from round 2. So at round 2, guys, we saw full throttle action in the city centre event at Katowice, a crazy venue in the cultural centre right under the skyscrapers there, and the Spodek Arena, where we saw absolutely intense battles unfolding right in front of us in the beautiful sunshine. And weather has been a huge part of this championship as well, Alan. We had the crazy heat at round 1 in Warsaw, and then in Katowice we had a big storm coming in for action on Sunday. But if we watch back here, look at these crazy battles unfolding with the really great machinery taking to track. And we can see here Adam Gomelicek, our current championship leader, putting right on the door there of his competitors and taking it all the way to the win as he made his way through the grid. And he's sitting on top of the championship as we speak with 210 points, followed very closely by Baby Ivan. And I mean, who's going to bet against Adam Gomelicek in this crazy little Alfa Romeo Veloce? Just look at the style here, Alan, and what a fantastic event that was.
Yeah, of course, it looks absolutely fantastic. I'm just watching the footage there. My first time seeing that Pro 2 finals right there, and I'm very impressed to see, the incredible action there. So, what an awesome venue I'm sure it was, and looking forward to seeing how today goes as well for Pro 2 qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, guys, we are at round 3 here in Radom. It is just about 20 kilometers southwest of the city at the Autodrom Jastrząb. Fantastic venue, once again, set on 21 acres, a custom-built motorsport venue with a hotel right on track, and it is of course just a 4-round championship, and we are heading for Tor Poznan just in about a month's time, about 5 weeks time, on the 26th and 27th of September to wrap up the DMP 2026 championship. And what a championship it has been so far. Today, once again, guys, is qualifying day. We will be getting the drivers ready and gridded for battle action tomorrow. For semi-pro action, we have a top 16. For pro action, we'll have a top 32. And of course, as always, we'll be kicking off semi-pro qualifying action first. And just bear in mind as well, guys, there is a lot at stake here for qualifying. Here's the day schedule at a 5 to 12 here local time semi-pro qualifying show will kick off. We'll be kicking off on track in just a couple of minutes time. The paddock will open if you're here in attendance at 2 o'clock, and we will be heading into pro qualifying then, if I get my schedule here out of shot, at 14:45, so 45 minutes later. Pro qualifying will kick off here for the real big boys. And of course, Alan Hines, you're a little bit of an expert. You're a huge guy in the sim world.
Yes, that's right.
You've been a judge over in Ireland, like myself, but I think you're the technical guy this weekend, and you were speaking to our 3 judges about the track layout.
Yes, I was speaking with David Glass and obviously Matthew as decisive as well for our qualifying positioning here. So of course, leaving the start line here, we've got clip 1 on the outside. Drivers are expected to carry a little bit of a flick initiation. A straight line entry will be a bit of a deduction introduction, we see our first diesel zone at outside zone 1, and yeah, the drivers here are going to take a nice smooth arc all the way to inside zone number 2. As you see, the team right now are repainting the boxes ahead of qualifying a little bit later on. Back out to outside zone 3 here, really fast transition here. Of course, this is going to set you up really nicely for the nice transition and carrying lots of momentum and speed for outside zone number 4 here. A little bit of an orange zone. This orange zone is considered a correction zone, so adjustment zone, I suppose. So do expect a little bit of a minor corrections there, but nothing major, of course. No major diesels. Now the final transition here, this is going to be an interesting one. I suppose we're going to call this one the teardrop, possibly even a roundabout. We'll find a better word for it a little bit later on as we go throughout the weekend. But little diesel zone to outside zone 5, really nice long arc as we cross over one last time for the outside zone number 6 as they cross the finish line. Interesting layout here at Autodrom Jastrząb. Super interesting, really enjoyed to see it. Again, another unique layout here in DMP, which is very exciting to see, and yeah, I'm really excited to see how the guys adapt to the layout, guys and ladies should I say, adapt to the layout, and of course yeah, master it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fantastic battle track. We're going to see crazy twin battles tomorrow. But of course, before we get there, we do have to see who is good enough to qualify for the battles, and that is exactly what we are doing today. Just to bear in mind as well, guys, there are championship points on the line for qualifying. So if you qualify in first position, you do gain 12 championship points. If you qualify in second, you gain 10. Third gets 8. Fourth gets 6. Fifth to 8th gets 4. And 9th to 16th gets 3 championship points. Now, bear in mind that there are 100 points available for an event win, so you can get over 1/10 of the points for an event win just from qualifying. And not only that, but obviously as well, you do get an advantage in terms of getting yourself a little bit of an easier battle later on.
So
which
the feeling is amazing. I was here last Sunday,
numerous
and
advantages,
we
but we do
already
go down
know
to the drivers now for a quick word, just to hear.
And on the simulator, so here we just playing with the tire pressure, yes. And we went, I think, 0.5. So the grip is insane, and we're driving good.
Wrażenia naprawdę dobre, pogoda dopisała, mimo że jest pochmurnie, to jest dużo gripu, możemy się rozpędzić, zapinamy trzeci bieg i dojeżdżamy.
So the feeling is amazing. I was here last Sunday, and we already knew the config, and on the simulator, so here we just playing with the tire pressure, yes. And we went, I think, 0.5, so the grip is insane, and we're driving good.
Wrażenia naprawdę dobre, pogoda dopisała, mimo że jest pochmurnie, to jest dużo gripu, możemy się rozpędzić, zapinamy trzeci bieg i dojeżdżamy do odciny. Całkiem dobrze poszły treningi, więc dużo więcej we mnie jest radości niż po Katowicach. W ogóle się nie przejmuję, pracowałem dużo nad tym, żeby dzisiaj właśnie być dużo silniejszym.
I like it a lot. Something new after the parking lot. It's fast for our tire, but I want to go even faster.
Really cool. It's fast and it's track, not parking. It's track. It's really cool.
No jesteśmy na torze Jastrząb i nareszcie tor, nareszcie coś, co daje nam więcej miejsca. No Furia właśnie ma gdzie się rozpędzić. Generalnie no, na tej rundzie udało nam się znaleźć wreszcie taki setup, takie ustawienie, że jestem w stanie przejechać powtarzalnie 2-3 przejazdy, także jest dobrze.
Z racji, że to są tak naprawdę moje pierwsze profesjonalne zawody w mojej karierze zawodowej, uczucia mam super. Jest to samochód, którym do tej pory nie jeździłem, więc też styczność z autem jest na nowo. W trasę się wjeździłem mega szybko. Może nie widać tego po jeździe, ale jest naprawdę fajna trasa ułożona i oby więcej tego typu nitek na DMP.
I'm absolutely in love with this track. It really suits my driving style and my gears, so it's my favorite track.
Jeździ się dobrze, jest trochę szybciej faktycznie niż na Katowicach, ale to na plus. Też to zawsze nowe doświadczenie. Przejście między 4. a 5. zoną jest takie dosyć nienaturalne, ale to jeszcze jutro jest trening, także powinno się udać poprawić.
I say it's the first more fast track of the season, so it's quite cool. You need some balls, more or less, and you really can feel and work with the power in outside zone 4, so that's quite fun, yeah.
So there you have it, a first-hand account from the drivers there, exactly about what this track will throw up. So as well as the drivers, we're going to hear directly from the men in charge of proceedings. We're going to hear from the judges, David Callas, Mateusz Jedic and Karol Jabłonski, about exactly what they are looking for in terms of how to get a perfect run here around the Autodrom Jastrząb at DMP Round 3.
Hello everyone, it is great to be here. The new track layout at Autodrom Jastrząb is bringing us a lot of speed, which we are really looking forward to see. But it is also bringing new challenges for our drivers. They need to be able to keep up with the track layout, and they need to maintain the momentum on this track, which is not easy in all parts of this track. The deceleration zones needs to be fulfilled correctly. They need to be very precise. They need to fulfill all the zones as we would like to see to get the maximum points. So now we will see how it will change or not change the setup which we are having at this moment.
Well, there you have it from the man himself, David Callas, our head judge. And of course, Alan, the judging criteria is split between 3 different sectors here a little bit, if you want to explain that real quick.
Yeah, of course. We have obviously 3 different judges, line, angle, style, 40 points for line and 30 points for angle and also 30 points for style. Style is divided actually 2 categories, fluidity and commitment. So that's obviously very good to see. So awesome layout and we'll see, have a quick look.
Yeah, absolutely. So that does get us to the track, guys. I do believe we're ready to rock here for semi-pro qualifying at DMP round 3, the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski, and we're very, very excited to do so. As I shove in a little bit closer to you here, Alan, and cozy up to you in the studio. So that is our track here, ladies and gentlemen, a custom motorsport facility here just south of Radom on 21 acres with numerous motorsports going on. Even in the background you can see some motocross jumps, and there's various trainings going on here. And Alan, you've driven this in the sim. You said that this is, you're quite familiar with the venue in terms of virtual world at
Correct.
least, and you can pretty much lay out anything you want here.
Yeah, of course. I think I'm fairly certain they've hosted other types of events and stuff here in the past between Drift Matsuris and all that type of stuff. So I think this facility, encourages drifting in general, so it's pretty awesome to see. But we have our first driver on the line, Mike.
Absolutely. So we do indeed have Michał Marcinkowski on the line in his BMW E92, the Polish driver sitting on the line here, looking good in that carbon Kevlar bodied Eurofighter. Look at this for a machine, 800 brake horsepower under the bonnet, and he is ready to rock. And what a car that is, Alan. And let's see what he can do as he leaves the start line. And a little bit of a wobble there, though, totally missing the first zone and picking up the second zone, but maybe a little bit deep into it here, Alan. And looking a little bit like he's struggling a bit. A lot of grip in this car. Of course, these semi-pro drivers, guys, do have to run a semi-slick racing tyre on the rear of 225 with, it's a control tyre, control Cestino, I believe, for the semi-pro class. So each driver is on the same tyre. And Michał struggling a little bit there, Alan, at the start of the run. Just the first run out of the box and a couple of mistakes.
Yeah, I think Michał, this is actually his very first time competing this season. I do believe he's pretty new to motorsport, not new to building race cars, of course. This is a borrowed car from Tobias, but a few major mistakes there, wheel drops there in outside zone 5 I've seen, missing outside zone 1 I'm almost certain as well. So some major mistakes there, but you know what, considering it's his very first competition, I do believe this is not a bad attempt, and I'm sure he'll definitely clean things up once he gets settled into run 2 a little bit later on. So not a bad attempt there for run number 1 there for Michał, but definitely some things to work on, and I'm sure he's completely aware of that.
Yeah, he's going to know that in the car. He knows that run didn't come together, but we are in reverse championship order here, guys. So the real big runs, the real heavy hitters in the semi-pro championship will be coming at the end. And of course, each driver does have 2 runs in qualifying. They're non-consecutive.
We do have wildcards as well, so this is Michal's obviously a wildcard driver as well, and we do have a few more left to go, so we'll point those out as we go along.
Of course, and one of those is coming up to the line right now, as you see in our shot here. Look at this fantastic
incredible car.
Yeah, so we wait for the score. So it's just a 35 there for Michał. So a lot to do on the second run. So he will be learning from that one, and he'll want to improve massively to get himself into competition. But now on the line, look at these 2 wild cards, and what a pair of cars we've had to start us off. It is Martin Frederick, and we are Frederick Martin, in fact, and it is a fantastic Corvette C6, and he leaves the line here. Look at the livery on this car, guys, crazy stuff. The Estonian, or C5, sorry, the Estonian, bringing the car over here to DMP to compete, as so many foreigners do. They come in to converge here in Central Europe and want to party with the best, and he's doing a good job of it so far here. really dialing in the angle here, Alan. You'll have a little bit to say about that in a minute. Getting the back wheel right on that outside line, maybe a little bit too much on the outside, but it's not going to be a huge deduction in terms of angle, maybe just -1 point there and across the line, and a really nice run there.
Yeah, really good attempt there, this Corvette C5, one of my favourite type of Corvettes actually, so I'm actually very pleased to see it here in drifting competition, especially in Europe. And yeah, you know what, Frederick, not a bad attempt there the first run, a bit of a kind of a slow initiation, but managed to collect it quite nicely. Some decent transitions there, timing looked pretty decent with the transitions, and fulfilling here outside zone 3 pretty decent. But one of the areas that I do think you need to work on a little bit better was the outside zone number 5. He did have a wheel on the outside of that white line all the way around the whole corner, which I do believe is between a 2 to 4 point deduction depending on how deep over that white line the judges feel he was. So yeah, a bit of a deduction there, and that corner is also deducted into 4 sectors, so you could lose upwards of 12 to 16 points for that. So he doesn't want to drop a wheel over that too much, but of course we'll get a final score from our judges here and see what he gets for that.
Yeah, we had a good chat to line judge Matej Jedic on that one last night, and he did mention that last outside teardrop zone is actually split into 4 separate sections in his eyes, and you could actually, like as you said, lose a lot of points around there. So the drivers will have to be pretty much perfect on that very heavily scored last section here, as our Strong Flex mascot, our inflatable Strong Flex engine mount or gearbox mount makes its way into the centre of the track.
Yeah, we had a pretty bad storm last night, and there was a lot of tents flying around the place, so we do have kind of a weather, I don't know if it was a weather warning, let's say, but there was some, I checked the weather warning, you know, and there was a bit of rain possibly forecasted, so could be some spicy conditions coming on later on, but I don't want to jinx it too much, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I had to save your life last night, Alan, by closing the window at 5 a.m, but it's a 79.5 for Frederick Merton, and it's that could be a qualifier already, you know, he's a wild card. And yeah, he's on 80 points, and we move it back to the line, and it is the man in the Juvic drift team. It is, of course, Wolny Wojciech in the crazy little Alfa Romeo Veloce. What a little build this is with the V6 engine, 650 brake horsepower. And you know, Alan, it doesn't need all that horsepower because it is a small, light chassis, and watch this car go. It is so fast, and it has a couple of sister cars as well in this championship, which we'll be seeing later on. But in the hands of Wolny right now, he is on the line and ready to rock numbers 6, 7, 8. Very consecutive numbers there. And welcome once again, guys, if you are joining us from home. This is DMP Round 3 semi-pro qualification here just south of Radom at the Autodrom Jastrząb. A new venue for DMP. This is new grounds for 2026. And we are very excited to be here as Wolny leaves the line in the little Alfa Romeo. Look at this, such a different build. V6 power, fires it into the first corner, collects number 2 on the way. Very nice line here so far, gets the transition done. Maybe could be a little bit further out to the edge of the track. Now uses the handbrake to dial off a little bit of speed, maybe a tiny bit too much if we're being critical. Picks up a cone on its way now into that very, very important section.
No,
oh, Alan, it was all going so well.
Yeah, certainly so, and I do think he had the foundation set there from the very, very start, and it was a bit unfortunate there. And yeah, he coming to a stop there across the line, but we watched back the replay here shortly. We'll see a bit better of what actually went down there, but he definitely had a wheel on the inside of inside zone number 2, which would be a I think about a 4 point deduction. So you know, he definitely didn't set himself up perfectly, but had the foundation there straight away. And this Alfa Romeo Veloce is absolutely a beautiful looking car. A bit of a fanboy of Alfa Romeos myself, so pretty cool to see this in drifting competition. V6 twin turbos, a pretty sick little machine. And that handbrake there is in the adjustment zone, so that would be clear. Okay, that cone was already there before the car actually came around, so I don't know how.
Well, here there might be a situation here. I'm not sure if the cone, I don't think it affected the car, to be honest.
I don't think so either.
No.
So yeah, unfortunate there. 0 there for I do believe for Wolny, and yeah, unfortunate there for him. You know, not where you want to be on your very first run.
No, certainly not, and it's a tough ask here. Again, we have 2 qualification runs per driver, and we're just confirming there that a smiling Wolny does not get a score on the board. So we move it back to the line where we should have Daniel Sawinski, the German, 41 years of age, with 800 brake horsepower under the bonnet. Crazy stuff here as well, and I believe you have some engine information on that one as well, Alan, possibly, but we don't have time for that because he's leaving the line ready to rock here. And the E46, look at that big wide body kit as he fires it in, slightly missing a little bit of the first zone here, but you know what, he's gonna pick up the second one. Transition might have been a little bit smoother here as well, Alan. And fires it in. Look at this transition now. Big angle dialed in here around zone 4 and a little bit shallow getting into 5. Oh, and it all goes wrong and into the wall, Alan.
Another 0 there. Yeah, unfortunate there for Daniel. Yeah, 800 horsepower, a lot of horsepower for a 225 size tire, but I mean he did a really great job all the way through there. And Daniel Zawinski there, unfortunate there, another 0 on the board. Starting off from the very, very start here. Look, just barely getting wheel into the box here, which is not ideal. And the next few transitions after that were a little bit stabby, I suppose you could say. So the fluidity there wouldn't have been the strongest there, unfortunately, and maybe a bit late on the accelerator pedal there in places too. But you know what, collected himself up, did pretty decent here in outside zone number 4. Left it a tad early, but I do think that sent him on a very narrow and tight line here to outside zone number 5, which just ran out of momentum and space, and then obviously dropped those wheels. Very lucky there not to actually put the front wheel into the wall there too, so the car is very safe after that run, which is obviously the main thing. But another 0 on the board, unfortunately, there for Daniel. So all the play for run 2.
Yeah, and remember as well, guys, the higher qualifier in the battles tomorrow does get the choice in DMP whether to lead or chase first, so that's yet another advantage of qualifying. And now on the line we have Magdalena Malacinska, the Polish national, 40 years of age, in the S15 with 700 brake horsepower. Beautiful car as well here in the green. Yeah, really nicely turned out car here. Beautiful livery, and so many of the cars here in Poland, Ellen, we saw a couple earlier on, they turned out so well. They're pretty much driven after spec cars in a national championship. So we just make sure that the track is clear here as we see our teleporter coming down to have a look at the wall.
Yeah, my favourite green teleporter. What a machine.
What a
Unfortunately,
machine.
a 0 there for Daniel. Yeah, I was just going to call it. And that's unfortunate there for him. But all the play for run number 2 for him.
It is indeed, yeah, and he does have definitely the ability to put in a big run, but not working out for him this time. The car looks a little bit difficult to drive, I think, so hopefully for Daniel he gets it sorted. And of course we have to have the blocks in the wall here absolutely level, because as you can see here, one of the blocks is jutting out a little bit, and if a car comes along and maybe
it does tap it, it
does tap it, it can cause quite a lot of damage. And here's your starting list, of course, as well. We just saw Daniel Zawinski, and we are in reverse championship order. Magdalena will be next, and then it is Niels Menestari Klose. And you can see the horsepower here down on the right, guys. Anything from 500 horsepower up to 800, and we are in reverse championship order. So as we go down the line here, we can see the likes of
and the nations as well too, Mike. Is incredible to have different number of nations, obviously, here in the semi-pro championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is the gateway to pro, and pro here in DMP is the gateway to Drift Master. So if you intend on, making your way through the world of drifting and you're a European driver, this is the best place to do it. And these are the best guys, a lot of the start list here in the semi-pro championship are national champions or in their own country. And they drop into Pro 2 or semi-pro usually here in DMP. And some drivers can, of course, progress straight to Pro, but most drop into semi-pro and battle their way through that class, and then, of course, get the Pro license and battle their way through that in the search for possibly for the Drift Masters Championship. As we look at Magdalena, I saw her last night drifting. She was taking everything in very, very much. So let's see if it works out for her. She leaves the line here in the beautiful S15 wide body, flings the car in, big angle there, and does collect zone 1 very, very well as a result. She's pretty much perfect on zone 2 as well. Gets a really tidy transition done here as well, Alan. This is a big lap so far as she drops a wheel, but it's not going to be a huge deduction, you'll agree here either, Alan. And big angle, a little bit too much angle maybe coming into 5, which is extremely important. And the angle just caught her out a little bit there. But overall here, Alan, apart from that mistake, I think she crosses the line full throttle. A big lap there from Magdalena.
Incredible lap. In fact, actually, the initiation there was insane. And as we go back to watch this replay here, first thing I want to point out here is this initiation. Really nice, committed flick initiation. Almost no handbrake there, which is very, very impressive. Fulfills outside zone 1 perfectly, and possibly a little bit on the inside there, inside zone 2. But you know what? It still collects up pretty nicely. Drops a wheel here once more for the transition. Maybe a little bit late in that transition. Drops a wheel again, leading into outside zone 4, which I do believe is a 4-point deduction, but leaves outside zone 4 almost perfectly. And then has to check up to the last outside zone 5 here again. Another wheel drop there for Magdalena. So you know what, great foundations of a run there. I mean, this is cool. could be a very good score. Definitely some mistakes there, but they're mistakes that you could easily clean up for run number 2, Mike. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see what score she gets.
Yeah, the guys in the judges' room will be totting that up. And I just received information from our producer that Wojciech Wolny, driver 678, will be allowed to rerun because he did pick up a cone which was on track and might have interfered with his steering or his line, causing him to spin. So Wojciech
I think
Wolny,
it's a fair call. Very fair call. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it did or not, but in the driver's seat, of course, maybe it interfered with steering or something, so he will be allowed to rerun.
It's not only that, but also the track wasn't prepared 100%, and obviously under the circumstances of the strong flex, engine mount thing flying across the track, I'm sure there was a few other things that might not have been perfect. So
yeah, there is quite a lot of wind here, as you can see it with the flags. So Magdalena Malaczynska gets 75.5. So Magdalena Malaczynska getting a good score on the board there, and we will see that rerun, of course, later on. But we move it along to Niels Maristany Klose, the German, with 500 brake horsepower under the bonnet in the E30, and another beautifully turned out car.
Yes.
Yeah, so he leaves the line. Let's see what Niels Maristany Klose can do. A little bit of a straight line entry here, fires it in and misses the first zone as a result of that straight line entry. Could have done with a little bit of rotation, I think, there. And now let's see if he can start to make up for that mistake at the start here. He's not perfect, maybe hangs on to the outside line a little bit too long there, Alan, but does get the car rotated back and pushes it. Now uses the traction in the rear on those 225 semi-slick rear racing tyres to push the car away from the edge of the track and crosses the line. Not the greatest run in the world, but maybe a good banker for the first lap. Of course, each driver having 2 laps, Alan.
Definitely so, and I even seen Niels when he crossed the line, he had his hands up in the air, so maybe not the happiest of runs for him there. Definitely was aware of the mistakes he's made, I'm sure. But yeah, missing outside zone 1 was not obviously the best way to set up yourself for inside zone 2. Wheeling on the inside there is definitely at least -6 points, I do believe. So yeah, not the nicest start to this run, unfortunately, for him. But you know what, it's another lap under the belt, another score on the board, I'm sure. And ran wide on outside zone 4, like you mentioned there, Mike, and that is not what the judges want to see. They wanted decent fluidity and good momentum through that transition, and that sets you up very nicely for outside zone 5, which Niels does a really good job actually correcting that mistake and getting into outside zone 5 and fulfilling it the best that he can, and getting barely a wheel into outside zone 6 across the finish line. So I do think the score is going to be not what Niels wanted, but I'm sure it's going to be a score on the board, and that's a great start to your qualifying weekend here in the semi-pro class.
Yeah, well, there are of course only 16 places up for grabs in the semi-pro championship here, and for battles tomorrow, of course. So it's a tough championship, and I think there's a lot of drivers going to be putting in some bigger scores according as we go down through that reverse championship order. So yeah, it's going to be a tough call to see if these kind of scores will be enough to qualify. And Niels Maristany Klose looking very good there in the graphic, but his score there maybe not the best in the world with a 47. As we move it along to the line again, and it is our second female driver, I believe it is Victoria Koczetki, the Hungarian, all the way over, making the trip with 610 brake horsepower in the beautiful S13 180 SX as she leaves the line. Let's see what the Hungarian Pro 2 driver, so she's in her 3rd season in this car. Let's see if she's very comfortable with it. She's a little bit further in the order here in the semi-pro, so she's not having the worst season in the world. As we see her rotating the car now, but just over rotates it. Does she hang on to it? She just about does and makes it work, but a huge over rotation there, Ellen, and it lets her in trouble then for zone 5 here, which is so important around the teardrop. Now she's back online and puts throttle to floor and gets across the line, but a good few mistakes creeping in there, Ellen, showing how difficult this course is.
Unfortunately so for Victoria there. Yeah, look, her initiation was pretty decent, I think, a decent clutch kick initiation there, but unfortunately I think you kind of need to do a flick initiation here, I think, to really fulfill outside zone 1, and that's what the judges really want. So I think, yeah, that kind of has the wrong momentum, the wrong timing for inside zone 2, and outside zone 3 was pretty decent, but unfortunately for her, dropping 2 wheels over the white line on outside zone 4 and then powering using all of the 600 or 700 horsepower to get her back going again, but unfortunately missed completely all of outside zone 5. I do correct myself there. Does get a wheel into the end of it, but you know what, this is going to be a tough one for judges to score, I think, because there's a lot of major mistakes here, and you know, they could look at this as possibly something that could be difficult to chase later on. So I don't want to say it, but I do think it might be worth a few points at least, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges finally say about that at the very end of this.
Yeah, Victoria Potashki, you know, making a big trip over here, and it is difficult, of course, to get it all together. You're basically bringing your whole home with you over to these events. You see the motorhomes on the left of the shot here, and it's a lot. You know, it's a lot to ask to travel across a good bit of Europe, and then, you know, you have limited practice, of course, and it's a lot to ask. But a 38, just, you know, it's not a huge score, but it's a score on the board, putting her into fourth so far. So we move it along. Look at these shots here, beautiful shots of the fittings there on the look at that for a unit under the bonnet, even coming out of the bonnet of this machine by Hiroi Zamfir. And yeah, the Ukrainian, 46 years of age, with a huge build here in the E46. Let's see if he can use it. Fires it in with a lot of pace here and runs a beautiful line over the first one, but just comes in with a little bit too much pace, maybe into 3, putting him off track a little bit, and maybe we'll be dropping a couple of points there. Again, going very wide here, a little bit too much aggression creeping in. Yeah, so maybe just a little bit over aggression, Alan. Sometimes on the first lap it's worth just taking it a little bit easier, putting in a banker lap, as we call it back in Ireland.
Yeah.
A kind of a tidy lap in order to get you the score on the board. And unfortunately here for the Ukrainian, maybe not the perfect lap to get him going.
So yeah, I mean, the initiation here from the start, I was kind of wondering how is he going to get through inside zone 2, but actually collected really, really nicely. But unfortunately from that point on, this is where the run started to fall apart. Drops a wheel there on outside zone 3, comes through outside zone number 4 here, and fulfills it fairly decently, I suppose, on the inside, but then drops a wheel here on the teardrop, drops another 2 wheels, and then shuts it down not long after this. And I think he kind of realised himself, possibly not the run that he really wanted. Hiroi, you know, look, it's one of those things at the end of the day. You kind of want to have the run that you need, and then once you get through and you kind of realise it's not going to work in your favour, it kind of struggles. But yeah,
B58 engine in that car as well. So
I question that because it does look like a V8 that's in it. So
yeah, well, sorry, it did look like a V8 intake actually. Yes, but my notes say B58. But yeah, it did look like a V8 because we did get the shot of it. Yeah, so we'll have to have a look in the pits, a technical inspection later on that machine.
But would you go back to the rerun of Volony?
Yeah, we do indeed. So Volny Wojciech, let's see what he can do once again in the Alfa Romeo Veloce, because of course we did have a cone out on track blown over by the wind. It is just in the end of a storm situation here. We had heavy rain this morning and crazy winds last night, and it's a better lap so far. Well, you know, the first lap was not bad either up until that point of the spin. Maybe leaves 3 a little bit early and takes a very much inside line on the track here. Not exactly what the judges want to see, Alan, but they don't want to see you hanging all the way out quite late either, I believe. So we'll leave that in your hands. You're the technical expert here right now. Much better lap there, and I think that cone might have actually put off Volny there on the first lap, and you know, in the interest of fairness, the judges and the organisers saying, yeah, you're allowed to go again.
Yeah, I think it was massively very fair situation there. Obviously, I guess the wind, act of God is what we would say back at home, and sometimes you just can't plan for it, and sometimes it can happen. And you know, I think this was the foundations again, as I said, with some of the other drivers, a very great run. Obviously a few mistakes in places. I do think on the first run prior to this rerun, did fulfill outside zone 4 a bit better, but you know what, at least this time it's a score on the board, and I do think it will be a relatively decent score for your banker run, as we would say there earlier, but also for maybe as a tiebreaker later on if it gets pretty close for that for that battle order. A very interesting thing, Volony collects motorcycles and cars and stuff, so this is a person who just loves this and wants to build one of the largest drifting teams in Poland, so very, very cool. And this is a very cool project for him with this Alfa Romeo Veloce.
Yeah, such a cool little car, and very nice to see something different out on track. The guys in the UVic Drift team putting a lot of work into those builds, and it's cool to see them out there with the V6 engines and something completely different that you don't see in drifting competitions pretty much anywhere. So yeah, I'm sure the Italian fans will be loving that one, and we do have a score for Volny, and it is 64.5. So the judges, not loving it, but not disliking it too much either, putting him into 3rd position so far.
But it is 64.5 more points than what he would have had.
Exactly.
So that is a benefit.
Exactly. So the next car is most definitely a BMW, I would say. We can see from the shot there, that's pretty...
Jacek?
Yeah, look at this. Wow,
Wow,
what a build.
when I zoomed out there, I kind of got, goosebumps looking at this thing. This thing is proper cool.
Yeah, Jacek Olenik on the line with his E92 BMW, 715 brake horsepower. What a car this is. What a beautiful build. I love a black and gold livery as well. It just looks so good in the E92 with the wide body kit looking great, as well as he fires it in here in the GTI sponsored E92 BMW. Use a road car, one of these myself. Unfortunately, it's not as cool as this one. That hangs on to the angle a little bit too long there. Alan maybe getting a little bit of a mistake, letting it creep in there, but he's a lot better on out of zone 5 here, pretty much putting the back wheel right on the edge of the line around the track, and now puts foot to floor and crosses the line. And what a fantastic noise this car makes as well. Just what a great build it is.
Yeah, certainly so. I kind of was getting Johnny Walker vibes, Formula 1 style, black and gold livery. Yeah, what an incredible machine here. Obviously, as he flicks in here through clipping point 1, outside zone 1. Yeah, half fills that, does drop a wheel on the inside. That's going to be a major deduction on the inside zone from the line judge. But you know what? This run is decently smooth, nice consistent angle all the way through. Yeah, fulfilling majority of what the judges want here. Really great job there in outside zone 4, but as Mike did say in the live run, did kind of slightly over rotate and kind of narrowed up his transition and had to make a minor correction there. But you know what, this outside zone 5, really great job there. A little wheel drop there in one of the sectors, as we talked about earlier in the pre-show. There's 4 sectors in that outside zone 5, so he would have received a wheel drop in one of those sectors by the line judge. So yeah, you know what, not a bad run. Definitely a few mistakes there. I do think it's going to get hit hard by the line judge for those wheel drops, but I do think he will get rewarded for the few areas that he fulfilled pretty decently. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges say about that.
It will indeed. And you can see some of the crowd here already gathering for semi-pro qualifying. We are here once again at the Autodrom Jastrząb, a new venue for DMP 2026 new grounds. It is a 21-hectare motorsport dedicated site with a hotel on site, a very cool hotel as well. And it's a 56 for Jacek. Unfortunately for him, so 4th position so far, but as I've said 3 times already, we are in reverse championship order, so the big runs will be coming in pretty soon, guys, and the big scores as we go back to the line. And it is Nina Kamencova, the Slovakian, with the 350Z, one of the lowest powered cars on the grid with 550 brake horsepower, which is a pretty crazy thing to say for a Pro 2 championship, but that's the way that it is in DMP. And Lady Hoonigan on the line with the crazy looking car, always turned out so good. And she leaves the line now, full throttle up through the gears, pulls 3rd gear, fires it in perfectly on line. Look at this. This is absolutely textbook line so far here from Lady Hoonigan. Alan, this is a 100-point run so far. This is absolutely perfect. And she's really filling the zones. Leaves 4 a little bit early, but overall, this is a huge run. Oh, just dials in a little bit too much angle. But I think she's still on for a huge score here, Alan. This might be top place possibly, because she's absolutely perfect on 5, and that's really great so far. I mean, Alan, perfect run.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look, you know what? It's one of those things at the end of the day. This is your first run. You want to get a banker run in. It is expected to have a few minor mistakes. And I would be wondering, what will the judges find? A really nice, quick flick initiation. I'm not sure if that was considered a wheel drop in initiation, though, Mike. But definitely gets inside zone 2 perfect. And then transitions out to outside zone number 3. Really great job there. Commits to the transition of outside zone 4 and carries great momentum all the way through there. But does fall out of outside zone 4 a tad early. And then, yeah, this final transition, fairly decent, like you mentioned, Mike. And again, following that perfect arc all the way around outside zone 5. Look at the drone shot getting in nice and close to this 350Z. What a lovely livery on this car too. So great job there by Nina. But of course, it'll be all in the judges' hands to see what score she will get. Definitely some great commitment there as well. So it would be great to see, what her first run is going to score.
Yeah, well, she's got 8 years drifting experience, Alan, and even though it is one of the lower power cars on the grid, she really used it to her advantage. We saw Lucas Serrada, DJ Lucky Boy, using his pretty much stock 350Z to great effect in the pro class. Unfortunately, we won't have him this weekend, as he is carrying an injury in his hand. But you know what? We'll hope to have him back for round 4 in Poznan, as we see some of the fans here. Never give up, absolutely. And yeah, of course, we have the screens on track as well. They can see themselves there. And Nina scores a huge score here, guys. Lady Hoonigan with an 80. So really good big score there. The line score especially. Look at that, 34.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really great line score there. So Nina dropping into first position. She'll be delighted with this one. And now we go back to the line to the German. Brother of Max Heydrich. It is Tim Heydrich with one of the craziest cars you're going to see this weekend in DMP. It's a V12 powered Mercedes SL with 600 brake horsepower. And this thing absolutely just screams, Alan, doesn't it?
You know what? It's a very interesting machine. I've watched a few, online videos of the exhaust manifold creation of this and all the, the science behind trying to maximize the performance of this NA V12 engine. But you know what, Mike? Tim Heydrich, I know Max very, very well. I'm sure this team is going to do a great job here with this very first run with Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the guys maybe didn't have the best look in the first couple of rounds. Tim was battling a couple of mechanicals, but he's looking good here at round 3 of DMP, and he fires in the Mercedes. Oh, but just drops. It is a 0 for 3 wheels off here, guys, so the judges will have to have a look back at that to see if it is a 0. He's back on line here now, but Tim knows that he has had a big mistake there. He will be battling that in his mind as he crosses the line here, and he was looking so good there, Alan, as well as sounding so good, but unfortunately just dropped off track here, showing how difficult this track layout is. It's fiendishly difficult.
Certainly so, and look at the commitment on initiation from Tim. Fantastic job there from him through outside zone 1, but unfortunately it does set him on a very narrow line to inside zone 2 and drops a wheel on the inside there. But it's this transition right here, drops 2 wheels, almost 3 wheels, as you said, Mike, and that's going to be a major deduction there. But you know what, it's still full of commitment, really great angle in places, and obviously I think if you just tidied up the few small ends there, there's a beginnings here of the foundations, should I say, of a fantastic run. I mean, I can hear this car for miles.
Yeah.
I was in Germany for Opolis last weekend. He was doing some drift taxis and stuff. I could hear it from miles away. I could tell it was Tim on the track. So incredible sounding machine.
Yeah, it's really nice to be so, as you can see, the bodies sticking out.
All carbon Kevlar too, I'm fairly certain too, is super sick.
Yeah, in drifting it's beautiful to be different, but it's also difficult to be different because it brings its own challenges.
Certainly.
And it'll take maybe a long time to make that car competitive and really up at the sharp end here of a very, very competitive semi-pro championship.
I think it's between the Alfa Romeo Veloces and Tim's Mercedes of where it's top cars for me, of uniqueness and stuff. So
the Veloces are tiny as well. They're like an MX-5. They're just a tiny thing. So it's cool to see them. A little bit bigger car in the hands of Tim there in the Mercedes, as the judges do drop in a score, and it's a 60 for Tim Heydrich, so a good deduction, but it might be enough to see him qualifying. He hasn't had the best season so far, but he is after getting a score on the board. And we go back to the line with the Polish driver. It is Hubert Eitner on the line with his beautiful S13. Again, another really well turned out car here. The Polish guys often go with a livery that is, black to or whatever colour it might be, and finishing in a different colour, and I really like that. It makes the car stand out, and it's a great entry as well here from Hubert. Drops a wheel though around 2 here, now gets himself into 3, and it's a very good entry into 3. Very, very aggressive here from Hubert, the Polish driver. 650 horsepower, and he's using all of it here. Gets the car steadied right up into 5. Does he drop a wheel? I think he does, Alan. He drops a wheel, so I think Matty is going to be deducting him quite a lot for that, as he is putting quite a lot of weight on zone 5 and crosses the line. And he does a lot of charity work as well, does Hubert Eitner. So really good guy outside of the car, and a great driver inside the car as well, but maybe dropping those wheels.
Yeah, I think he's one of those runs at the end of the day where you're going to have to, I kind of relate to it in ways. You need to push because you need to have a good banker score, as we talked about earlier. But also, you need to find a balance. And you know what? Look, Hubert here in his S13, I think it was a great banker run, as we talked about, but definitely dropping the wheels in places and then making a few minor mistakes is definitely not something that you don't want to do in your first run. But I think if there's one time that you want to do it, it is in the first run. As the bifile S13 comes across clip 6 here, a great job there by him as he finishes across the line. His first season actually in DMP as well. So so great to see him out here in the DMP semi-pro class.
Indeed, and of course we do have a team championship as well going on, which we will keep you up to date with according as the weekend goes on. And remember guys, this is semi-pro qualifying. We will have pro qualifying later on, where the real big hitters of DMP and indeed the European scene will be competing for their place in the top 32 battles tomorrow Sunday here at the Autodrom Jastrząb. here just south of Radom, and it is going to heat up. The action is going to heat up as the weekend goes on, and we are in the reverse championship order. So you see the wild cards coming first, and maybe some of the guys running first who the first couple of rounds didn't go their way as much as they'd have wanted. But according as we go down through the order now, the top drivers will be coming up on the grid, and you'll see those big runs starting to come in. As we see the crowd waving here and enjoying the still breezy conditions, but I think it's going to die down a little bit for tonight's action and tomorrow. So hopefully perfect conditions for drifting here by tomorrow. As I said, Alan, I had to rescue you last night, close the hotel room window in the extreme heat that we have here once again. This whole season in DMP has been a story of the weather. It was 40 degrees in Warsaw, and then we had a huge storm blowing in Katowice. Lost the top 16 stream because of it, and it's been a crazy, crazy season. And it's a 73.5 there for Hubert Eitner, and he's really liking that. I think now 4th position for him on that one, and he'd be very, very happy. The Polish driver possibly booking his place in the top 16, but there's a long way to go yet, and we go down to the line once again for one of the coolest cars on the grid. It's the team MMS of Michał Malarski, the Polish driver, 35 years of age, 900 horsepower in the S14A. What a beautiful wrap this is. One of the best looking cars on the grid. Even the windscreen has gotten the treatment as he fires it in through the first clipping zone. Really nice initiation there. Picks up the second zone, maybe a tiny bit deep in it, but overall it's the right idea. Can he keep it on track? He can indeed. Puts foot to floor, makes those semi-slick 225 wide rear tyres, push him back onto the track. Now is tentative on the transition, doesn't get himself off track. He approached 5 very quickly there, but he scrubbed off the speed on the foot brake, and it's a really technical lap, and that's a great run from Michał Malarski, Alan.
Yeah, very impressed. Obviously, when I seen the car on the line, I was like, wow, this thing is actually really, really cool. I love one of his sayings here: we do it 100% or not at all. I love that motto as he sends it in 100% initiation here from him. Outside zone number 1, decent there. Outside zone 2, or sorry, I should say inside zone 2, a great job there as well. So, the foundations, as I've talked about, I have this word for foundations. I love this idea of drivers who, set themselves up right from the very get-go and then carry that momentum throughout the run, and we see that here with Michał as he transitions here for final time into outside zone 5 here, and again look kind of on the mid zone of the halfway filling the zone, drops a wheel, falls out of it here a little bit, but you know what, it's still going to get him a good score, I feel like, because he's got everything. He's got the good aggression, he's got the good commitment from the style judge, I feel like. So we're going to have to see what the final score is going to end up here, and hopefully it's going to be a score that he will want for that very first run here in qualifying.
Yeah, if memory serves me correctly, I think he suffered a bit of damage on this car in Katowice. I think I remember seeing it and being a little bit sad, but it's a huge run here for Michał with a score of 87. Yeah. Huge points from the judges.
Congratulations.
You can see, you can see, especially angle there and style, almost maximum points. So the Polish driver will be delighted with that, and it has that car looking fantastic again. And we go back to the line with another Polish driver. It is, of course, Mateusz Król on the line in the E36. Of course, you can find him on Jose Garage 11. You can see it down the bottom there, his Instagram tag. Be sure to follow him. He's trying his hand at the Polish Championship this year. Fires in his E36, a big aggressive entry. And you know what, Alan? He makes it pay off. He picks up number 2 in the process, and maybe not perfect on 3 or 4, but he's still on for a very, very strong score here. Maybe not top position, but overall I think it's still a very strong run. Now he's getting deducted here though. Runs a little bit wide, that aggression finally catching him out, unfortunately for Mateusz, and crosses the line. But overall up to 5 there, Alan, he was looking pretty good.
Yeah, certainly so. I think it's one of those tracks, this Autodrom Jastrząb, it's quite a technical layout that the judges have here, and it's going to require you to think ahead. You have to really do think ahead. And as he sets himself up nicely here for outside zone 3, he's done a really good job all the way through here. But it feels like the run kind of starts to slightly fall apart for him, kind of a bit late in outside zone 4. He kind of messes up his timing here for the transition, has to make kind of a bit of an altercation here with his transition a bit late into outside zone 5, and then he loses a lot of momentum, has to use all of that I believe 800 or 900 horsepower or whatever to kind of power him out of the outside zone 5. I think that kind of ruins his fluidity score here. So decent, I suppose, precision on the line for the first half of the track, but it slightly falls apart for the end of it, unfortunately.
Do you think that's almost too much power for a 225 tyre? Now the car is ready for Pro, obviously, but do you think it's a little bit too much for the tyre?
Well, it says here he drives an RX-8 with 1,000 horsepower, but it's obviously not an RX-8, the E36, as we see Carolina here with her gorgeous S15.
Yeah, that's one of the bigger cars on the grid in terms of power and build.
But yeah, certainly so. It's going to be tough because, don't get me wrong, the Zestino, the 225 semi-slick is probably a fantastic tyre, great compound there and stuff, but, it's going to be tricky to drive. And it is a 62 there for Matthias Kroll. So probably not the score he would have hoped for, but you know what? I think it's a great banker, as we talked about earlier.
He strikes me as a driver that might do very well in Pro when he can get the 265 or 285 tyre under the car. So we go back to the line once again, and it is, look at this, speaking of car, it is Max Miękosz, the Polish driver, 24 years of age, with this absolutely beautiful S14A, competing in the team competition as well with the Motul team. Probably one of the best turned out teams on the grid, looking fantastic always. These cars are just absolute scream race car. They just look so good as Max now navigates this very, very difficult course. And you can see the tyre stickers there showing us exactly the wheel speed on the rear. Being very tidy here, Alan, not anything reckless, not aggressive, just getting that what we call a banker lap in a kind of a safe first lap in, get the score on the board, and if you want to push it in on the second lap when you have your position at the top 16 secured, all well and good, let's do that. But getting the secure lap in to book his place in the top 16.
Certainly so, and I love the initiation, nice flick initiation. The judges would like that, but it does drop a wheel on the inside of inside zone number 2, which would be a 4-point deduction, I do believe. So, yeah, look, definitely the foundations of the run, as I talk about all the time, is there. But this car is incredible. I want this body kit. This thing is absolutely stunning. And you talked about race car liveries and stuff. You've got drift car liveries and you got race car liveries. And I'm a bit more partial to a race car livery. And this has pure race car all over it. So yeah, I think decent banker run. Interesting to see. I think he was the 2025 DMP runner-up for pro, for semi-pro. So I do see he's down in the order this season. So that's probably unfortunate for him. But you know what? I think that was a decent run to get him into the show.
Yeah, well, maybe for your own S14, Alan, you can maybe have a word with the guys and
Max Racing. Yeah.
Do you think we could get it on the plane home?
I think we'll maybe 15 pieces of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's second position here for young Max Miękosz. It is 82.5, and he'll be delighted with that, booking his place in the top 16, I would say. But you know what? There's a long way to go again, and it is Daniel Skrzec on the line. Again, a Polish driver with the F22 M2 700 brake horsepower. And yeah, making his way into the sport is Daniel, looking very happy in his profile picture there. Fires in the M2 in around the first corner, picks up 2, but a little bit too much, maybe a little bit too much on the inside of the track there, as he now looks to negotiate the center section of the track here. This track is, of course, split into 4 sectors in the eyes of the judges. Alan, you can tell us more about that later on. But overall, they're looking at an overall picture here as well, of course, in terms of line angle and style. And Daniel here, once again, maybe doing the banker lap thing, going a little bit too aggressive just on clip 2 there. But overall, I think not a bad lap, a tidy attempt, and might book his place in the top 16 as well.
Certainly so, and I think, look at this car, again, another fantastic looking machine. Outside zone 1 there, fairly decent, and carries a bit of left foot braking there. That's a technique that drivers would use to try and, kind of, I wouldn't say crab walk the car, let's say, but kind of like hold the car back a little bit and kind of like change the arc of it to make a little minor correction there. But you know what, outside zone 4 there looks really good, and again, decent timing of the transition here. I'd like to see what exactly what the judges would like there, so we'll try and get clarity on that a little bit later on. But you know what, for the most part, actually a very good job here, as it does drop a wheel leaving outside zone 5. But you know what, outside zone 6 there does it almost perfectly. So a great finish to the run there, and I think this has again a decent-ish score, I would say. I don't think it's going to set it's going to set the
scoreboard
light. Yeah, that's the word. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
You're a bit more experienced than me with this. Scoreboard or light, but you know what, I think it's going to be enough to get him into the show.
Yeah, as we see
the banker, anyway.
The Orlin Oil inflatable there on track. Max Power, of course, big shout out to Eddie Power as well, watching from home, and to all the guys, big shout out to you guys. Hope to see you again soon. And it is an 80.5, putting Daniel Skrzec into 3rd position actually, so he'll be very happy with that one. Again, doing the banker lap, the safe lap as we call it now. An absolutely unique competitor here, and what a man he is. Bartosz Ostawowski from Poland, without the use of his arms after a motorcycle accident, and absolutely amazing stuff to see what this driver can do, Alan. He's changes gears with his shoulder, and he does pretty much everything. Steers with his foot, changes gears with his shoulder, and you know, Alan, as I say to Eddie, he does better than you, Eddie, you know, and he's driving with his feet basically in his shoulder. So a crazy competitor, an inspiration, and it's looking pretty good so far here for Bartosz. As he does drop a wheel, will bleed off a few points here for that one. But overall here, it's a really good lap here from Bartosz. And you'll have seen him on, was it Top Gear, I believe the Grand Tour possibly, with Conor Shanahan actually from many months ago. One of the two, and very famous competitor, very famous Polish man, and the determination and, you know, the resilience that this man has to be out here doing what he's doing is just inspirational.
It really is. And you spoke about, you know Bartosz being better than Eddie Power. I nearly think he's better than you, Mike Fitz.
Yeah, probably.
You know, but you know what? What a great run there. You know, and it's so hard to kind of like picture in your brain how Bartosz is able to actually do this. You know, we've watched so many onboards, and I'm always stunned. I have to watch him 4 or 5 times because I am mind blown how he does this. But you know what? It's incredible because you watch him from the outside and he looks like any other competitor out there, and I think that's the great ability that Bartosz has to make that work. So a decent run there, a few minor mistakes there, but you know what, again, as we spoke about earlier, a great start to the weekend for him, I'm sure. Yeah, and he's actually a world record holder as well, Guinness World Record for the fastest drift driven by foot, reaching a crazy 231.66 kilometers an hour. So this man, absolute inspiration. Check him out on social media, guys. He's always posting up stuff, and hugely inspirational driver, and definitely one to watch here in qualifying, because I think he's after putting a score on the board which should see him, you know, well up there. And it is indeed 80.5 for Bartosz. He'll be delighted with that. Quite a good consistent score there through the throughout the board. And we have to move it along to Ernest Komorowski from Poland in the E46, but it is an M2 body on this, like Harry Kerr style, who we have back home, and so many other drivers, you know, adapting this kind of body kit. And Ernest now leaving the line, very aggressive. Oh, huge transition, flicks in the BMW and absolutely holds it. Once again, big angle. Now has to dial off a tiny bit of angle there, but that first transition, Alan, was absolutely straight from Japan. Brilliant stuff. Now gets foot to floor around that all-important teardrop at zone 5. Drops a wheel in the process, putting foot to floor once again. Big tyre smoke coming off the back of the car and crosses the line. Ernest Komorowski with a big aggressive lap there, Alan, for the first one. Yes, certainly so. And for his first season in DMP, definitely I think one of the fastest cars we've actually seen so far. It was really caught off guard by the momentum and the speed that he had from inside zone number 2 here, all the way through the transition here to outside zone 3. And this final transition, the momentum, the speed he carried through this transition, not really even using the orange zone that the judges provide, and really carrying the speed through. But unfortunately, just not really fulfilling the wheel on white line that the judges really want to see in those zones, especially as Mathieu has specified in briefing. Wheel on white line is least amount of deduction, and drops the wheel again, leaving outside zone 5, just like a few other drivers have as well. So again, I think he has the makings here of a great run. It just needs to clean up a few positioning of the car in some of those zones, and I think he might get a really great score. But we'll have to wait and see what the judges say about that one, of course, as there's a few minor mistakes there.
There is what a beautiful car as well. The wrap on that car, what a build it is, and what a beautiful.
Like I said, definitely one of the fastest we've seen so far. So if he gets into battle action, he could be, one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. So many cars out here are just so impressive on track. We got a chance to watch practice this morning, Alan. It's a great spot to watch drifting. It's actually quite a big venue, and the runs are quite fast here, actually. Of course, the live stream never really conveys that, but they're very fast, and it's 9th position for Ernest Komorowski with a 72. So, he's probably going to have to improve if he wants that place in the top 16 for tomorrow's battle action as we go back down. And it is Wojciech Fabiszek on the line, ready to leave. And it is the Polish driver, 19 years of age, who is hoping to secure his place in the top 16. Fires in his E46 BMW with an E46 body, which is unusual these days. And big angle. Look at that. Great transition, and perfectly gets the car on that outside line. Once again, dials it right on that outside line. Maybe drops a wheel, but it's not going to be a big deduction from Mateusz Jedic there on line, because it's not that far off line. And this is a big score here, Alan. This is what we expect to see when we are in reverse order in the championship, and he crosses the line, and that's a big lap there from Wojciech.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, where we can find any mistakes, if we can at all. And maybe a little bit more angle in certain areas would certainly help him out a bit. But I believe this is a Ford Barra engine in this machine. Very unique combo, BMW with a Ford Barra engine. Something starting to see a little bit more commonly. But wheel over outside zone 4 there. It's going to be a bit of a deduction there. And I think that zone is divided into 2. So he might have got double hit there for that one. But you know what? This final transition here, really decent. I suppose midway through the whole zone all the way. It doesn't really drop a wheel over, and yeah, carries great momentum and speed all the way across the finish line here for outside zone 6. So you know what, like you said, I think it's going to be a great score, but a few minor mistakes there, definitely areas that he can improve on for run number 2. As yeah, this BMW, definitely unique to see the E46 body in it instead of like a 2 Series, let's say.
Absolutely, yeah. Well,
speaking of BMWs,
not unique, but yeah, unusual almost these days in drifting to see the E46 with its own body. And we do have a car show as well, of course, here, guys, as well as
many more BMWs.
Yeah, many more BMWs, helicopter rides. We have the speed drift. We have lots going on here.
You see actually the yellow helicopter over there. I saw it taking off earlier. I was getting kind of nerdy over the helicopter.
Yeah. So if you are in the vicinity, guys, we are 20 kilometers southwest of Radom. Be sure to get along for maybe pro qualification later on, or battle action tomorrow. And that is the graphic from Mike Tesler, but I do
what
believe...
did we skip? Oh, we might have skipped a driver there, did we?
Oh, sorry, yes.
We did.
Possibly, indeed, yeah. Sorry, we skipped a driver, or bad, yes. So it is... that is just my mistake there from my notes. My apologies.
Yeah,
so
apologies.
It is, of course, Mike Tesler with the 86, and it is Dariusz Malaczynski now leaving the line, the Polish driver in the beautiful S15. Our apologies to Mike there. Just looking down at my notes instead of the screen. As always, lots going on here, Ellen. Look at this beautiful car as well. The matte wine, almost kind of a matte red, matte wine, cherry red, whatever you want to call it. S15 with gold accents. Then fantastic build, and you know, it's pretty much a textbook banker lap once again here, Alan, and crosses the line, fills out all of zone 6, and look at this. I almost was lost for words there because that car looks so good.
Yeah, and I think these are all Spots Motorsport S15s as well. So we've seen 2 now in Pro 2, or Semi-Pro, should I say. And obviously we've got, David Spots up as well in Drift Mass as well. So I'm familiar with these build of cars. Absolutely gorgeous chassis that team build. But you know what, this run, again, like really great in areas, filling all the zones that he needs to do. And a decent transition here for the final last outside zone 5. And you know what, like, just has what it takes to, to get a really great score here. And yeah, like you said, this candy red matte with like cream, I think it is, or gold, like great color combo there. So again, what a lovely chassis and driving that we've seen here by Dariusz.
Indeed. So we see the crowd here gathering once again for qualification, and feel free to join us for pro qualifying at 2:45, guys, and battles, of course, tomorrow when the action will really heat up. 2 cars on track, twin battle action here at DMP Round 3 2026 at new grounds. And we wait for Dariusz's score to drop in, and it is a 68 in 11th position, so a little bit to do. Might find himself around the drop zone in 16th by the end of qualification. And we go down to Peter Revehi, and yeah, this is one of my favourite cars on the grid. I think it's such a clean livery, beautiful blue and white livery in the E92 with the matching headlights and everything. Just 500 brake horsepower, so not the most powerful car on the grid here. And we can hear the beautiful engine note here of the E92 as it enters the track. Not the fastest car on the grid, not set up maybe to be the grippiest right now. You can see that here, Alan. But overall, a really nice line here so far from Peter. And the 18-year-old Hungarian doing a good job so far.
Yeah, certainly so, and as he fulfills outside zone 5 here all the way to the finish line here, yeah, what a fantastic looking car, and obviously great driving there. The sound of this thing is incredible, sounds lovely, but of course, yeah, you know what, like, it's at the end of the day, it's his first run. He just needs to get some score on the board. This E92 looks spectacular, 18 years of age as you mentioned, but yeah, this outside zone 1 for half fulfills it all the way through. That's a decent score. 2 to 4 point deduction there for half filling your any of the outside zones. But you know what, like, it's just got great precision here, great momentum here, great throttle application, only getting one wheel into outside zone number 4, but you know what, like this transition here to outside zone 5 is spectacular. Nice on the throttle, super early, exactly what the judges want to see. Great commitment there, and obviously fulfilling all the way here to outside zone number 6 here. So Mike, decent run here. Obviously this car's guard sounds fantastic as well, and it looks a great job there by Pete here.
Yeah, oh, look at this. It's almost like a model photo shoot happening there, Max.
I'm jealous of his hair. Wow.
Yeah, he's got great hair and a great car.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. It's like we interrupted a model photo shoot there as Max looking great, and this is a look inside the Team Motul garage there, and a complete race car situation with those guys as Peter Ravehi's score drops in, and it's in 81.5 for Peter. He'll be happy with that. Should see him good for battle action later on, but you know, the big scores could still drop in, and the drop zone could be around the early 80s, you know, so we'll have to see how it works out as we look at the menacing black 180SX here of Victor Duda, the Polish driver, 17 years of age, just 700 brake horsepower plus, 710 in fact, and he's been behind the wheel since he was 11 years of age. Alan, he's well used to driving. Oh, but misses a gear there. Yeah, misses a gear, gets it going before the initiation line, Alan, so don't think the judges can, in qualification, can mark him down that much for that, but we'll have to see when the score drops in. Does he have the mental capacity now? Does he have the calmness to get his lap back together? Victor Duda definitely looks like he does. He's absolutely after gathering his thoughts once again, and he's not letting that that dropped gear affect him for the rest of the run here, because he's absolutely putting foot to floor as he hits the limiter, crossing the line. What a run there for a man who missed the gear coming into the initiation point, Alan.
Certainly so, and I hope that the judges will still score that run, because there is a POV where you might look at that and say that would be difficult to chase off the start line.
Well, if it was a twin battle situation, he's in trouble here.
Exactly, but you know what? This is a very angry drive by a Victor there, and this is great precision. This is the type of precision driving that I think the judges would like to see, especially Matthews. But you know what? Has great commitment and decent smooth angle all the way through. A bit of a kind of stabby kind of adding of angle there into outside zone 5, which I'm sure the judges might have a deduction there. Might have dropped the wheel leaving outside zone 5, but we'll leave the judges to decide that. But you know what a great committed run there, and other than the missing of the gear off the start line, that was a fantastic run to watch.
Yeah, it was really aggressive, and I was impressed that it didn't distract him.
It didn't affect him, exactly, yes.
He kept his cool
shoulders, yeah.
He's in 7th in the championship currently, Alan.
Give him a 0 for it, yeah.
It's a 0, yeah, so the judges essentially deeming that an unchaseable lead run.
I was concerned that they might do that, and obviously, it's disappointing that would be the case, but of course, if you hit the start line, you miss a gear, the chase driver could hit you, it could be difficult for them to adapt to. I can understand, I get it.
Yeah, and it is all the way from the Ukraine. It is a very cool, calm and collected driver. It is Ilya Zamfir leaving the line. 17 years of age as well, all the young guns coming to the fore here now. He is sitting well up in the championship, slightly misses zone 1 on his way in to the track here, but gets it collected back again pretty nicely for 2 and 3 now. Big transition, fires the BMW into 4, beautiful transition there, puts foot to floor, billows the tyre smoke from the back of the car. You'll agree, Alan, pretty much perfect line on the way to 5 in your opinion?
Certainly so, yeah, and a great job all the way fulfilling that line all the way to the very, very finish here to outside zone number 6. You know what? Look, this is another E46 combo. It looks very similar to Mike Tesler's car actually that we seen earlier. So I don't know exactly these guys' teammates or not, but what a great initiation there by him as he fulfills this inside zone 2. Fairly decent, might be a 2-point deduction there, a little bit on the inside of that zone, but fulfills outside zone 3 fairly decent, half fills that, transitions nicely to outside zone 4, and great angle here all the way through that zone. Great speed and throttle commitment there as he kind of angles up a little bit for that transition, but does a nice transition into outside zone number 5 here, and then fulfills that momentum, wheel on white line all the way around outside zone number 5. Pulls a tiny bit of angle out there as this slow-mo, the replay we have here for the semi-pro qualifying, super useful for us to kind of dive a bit deeper into the run here, which is obviously the nerdy stuff that I like to do.
Yeah, and speaking of nerdy, this BMW is actually running a Ford Mustang Coyote engine, 5-litre V8, so very interesting build, something different, not something you see every day, naturally aspirated power, that throttle response, none of the turbo lag you get, so very, very cool stuff. So let's we'll have to have a look. He is making 750 horsepower, so we'll have to have a look if that's supercharged or turbocharged down on the line.
He does also turn 18 in August, so I don't know, is it his birthday yet or is it happy belated birthday? But
yeah, He's a Leo like myself, Alan. So, yeah, that is Ilya Zamfir. Oh, and you know what?
Congratulations. Wow, fantastic stuff.
Using the Coyote engine to good effect there. It's an 89 for Ilya Zamfir, the Ukrainian, going into first position. A great run from him as we look now. Yeah, it's Václav Burian Burian, in fact, in the 330 numbered BMW.
All carbon fibre, wow.
All carbon fibre, yeah, the E92. I don't think that's a 330 engine under the bonnet anymore of that car, definitely, because, yeah, I mean, the Czech Republic driver, with all the horsepowers here, 650 of them, with the carbon fibre Kevlar body kit, looking very good. Oh, absolutely flicks the BMW onto angle, flicks it back. Look at this, very Japanese style. Hits the main brake there. You saw the tire smoke from the front wheels on the left foot brake. Interesting, you know, very interesting technique here from the Czech driver. And oh, you know, Alan, the big drivers as we head towards the pointy end of the championship now. The big drivers are coming up as he gets rid of his body kit from the car.
Certainly so, and as you said, the big drivers, I'm starting to see, you know, the championship contenders as we start to dive deeper into the qualifying order here, as you know, the skill is really starting to show, the speed is starting to uptake a bit, and you know what, this Olivier, wow, great, again, this carbon fibre E92, what a fantastic looking car. I love the raw Kevlar effect as well on the rear bumper, but you know what, decent run, as you said, like great driving here, and outside zone 5 here, really good positioning of the zone, fulfills that perfectly, I feel like, in my eyes anyway at least. And yes, nice smooth angle all across the finish line, a bit lacking of wheel speed perhaps there, but again, these cars, semi-pro cars on a 225 Zestino tyre, you're going to have a lacking of a bit of forward drive, let's say, from the small tyre, so you have to think a bit smart as a driver. How you drive the car, how you apply the throttle, how you steer it is very important, and we're starting to see some of these guys as they go through the qualifying order, how well they're actually starting to use this tyre.
Yeah, I mean, Václav there, you know, he's in the Buras racing team. His dad himself built a team from the ground up, and this car is actually running a Mercedes engine producing 650 horsepower. So once again, an interesting build here in DMP. Not your typical maybe 2JZ and an E92 or a BMW turbo engine. And you know what? The judges really liking that one, guys, because it's a 96 for Václav Burian. I mean,
well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely crazy stuff there from the Czech Republic driver with the Mercedes engine. First position, laying down the gauntlet for everybody to follow. But you know what? It's at the real thick end of the championship now. It is Ole Boyko, third place in the championship, the Ukrainian, on 156 points in the championship so far here in his little E46 compact. Can he top qualifying? Can he top that huge score of 96 that we just saw from Václav? But it's going to be a big ask, because so far, Alan, he's making a couple of mistakes here. You have to be perfect in order to top a 96, and I don't think he's going to do it despite his championship position. Beautiful looking car once again, the spoiler really setting off the rear of the E46 compact, and he's after gathering himself for the second half of this lap here, guys. He's perfect around 5, and he's pushing the car right onto the outside as we see the hotel there in the background as he crosses the line. And really cool, you know, it's a little bit more difficult to get these compacts looking good than the longer chassis in the normal E46, but I think Ole Boyko there doing a great job getting the car looking great, and maybe not the most technically perfect lap at the start there, Alan.
Major mistake there on inside zone 2. They were putting almost two wheels on the inside of that zone, so that's going to be a major deduction there from the line judge. But you know what, like, I think the style and angle judge will be relatively happy for the remainder of this run though, because look, had all the beginnings there, or the makings there, of a fantastic run. Just a few errors on the line side of things, great commitment, great throttle positioning and all of this stuff. So nice smooth big angle all the way throughout the whole run. So do you know what, I think again, like we talked about, has really great foundation there for a fantastic high score. Just needs to clean up a few things around the corners there, and I still think he's going to get a really good score for this, minus that major mistake on inside zone number 2, but it'll just be dependent on how big of a deduction it's going to be for the remainder of the run to see how that goes for him.
Yeah, as we see the Werthaus team there, which we'll be seeing in pro action later on in the background. Of course, Peter Więcek's spotter, Łukasz, will be competing later on, and Peter is usually in attendance here in DMP. And, you know, I think this is, going to be an interesting score here, because the championship is quite tight at the top. We have Ole Boyko on 156 points. Baby Ivan, or Ivan Baby, is on 161, and Adam Gomelishek, who we will see in a couple of cars' time, is on 210 out the front. And, Ole Boyko is is looking good for the championship, but is not looking great for qualifying, guys. 76.5 in 11th position, 16 positions available, and we have a lot of drivers on zeros. So it's, Ole Boyko might be under pressure here as we go back down to the start line. Here, as you see, once again, this fantastic facility in the background, and you can hear the wind being picked up on the microphone. It is Ivan Baby with the 600 horsepower E46. You can catch him on Baby Racing 555. Second place in the championship. The Ukrainian is firing in his E46. He's looking to close the gap on Adam Gomelichek after a not perfect second round in Katowice. What can he do here at round 3 of DMP? Fires into BMW, rotates a lot and has a little correction, which we see a lot of drivers doing coming into 3. They just catch the grip on the rear. Maybe not the perfect transition, but doing a pretty good job, as we've expected Ivan Baby to do. The Ukrainian, always aggressive, always entertaining, as we see him crossing the line. And Alan, I think he's done the intelligent banker lap.
Certainly so, and I think no major mistakes. And you're saying like a major mistake to me is a wheel over the white line or straighten or something, like of those. And I don't see any of that. This E46, by the way, is absolutely gorgeous. Super simple, super plain. Obviously, maybe not the most drift livery car out there, but I think you can appreciate the simplistic livery that Ivan has here on this E46. Nice big chrome wheels as well. So decent run here from Ivan. I think definitely could fulfill those zones a little bit deeper, but again, no major errors that I see. I don't even think he drops the wheel here, leaving outside zone 5, which is a common mistake we see from many other drivers so far. And so, you know what, I do think this is going to be a great score. Is it going to better that of Václav in his E92? I do not know, but it's going to get fairly close to it. I do think maybe a few points off of that, or a decent amount of points off of that, but I do think this is going to be possibly in the top 5. I'm just going to call it now. If I'm wrong, obviously, maybe I should just leave and just fly back to Ireland, but we'll see.
We'll get you a flight tonight. Well, Alan, you can stay here because it is just 5th position with an 84.5,
yeah.
which should see him good for battle action. Now, Baby Ivan is a battler. We don't have time to talk about him because we are back to the line with the one and only championship leader. It is the young Adam Gomelichek, the Polish driver, just 16 years of age, in the Alfa Romeo Veloce V6 power with 600 brake horsepower. He is leading the championship. He is way out in front with 210 points. Can he show us exactly why that is on this qualifying run? Well, he's doing a good job of it so far as he rotates the little Alfa Romeo right into zone 3 perfectly. Look at this, the team Uvec Alpha looking very good, and he just, as always here, Alan, he looks like a driver who's driving intelligently. He's using his head, he's not taking any risks on the first lap, and he crosses the line, and that is the drive of a man who is leading the championship and has intent to keep it that way.
And while you were commentating that run, I do apologise, Adam, for not watching it there and then, but I was trying to figure out, is this the Adam that I've competed in the sim world as well? And it is. So this is Adam Gomelichek. I have competed against him in DCGP previously before, and a fantastic driver in that sim world. So another sim, I suppose, graduate, and it's great to see him here competing here in DMP semi-pro class in this incredible Alfa Romeo Veloce. And this run, I mean, looks, as we talked about, really great foundation or great banker lap. Again, I don't think it's going to set this scoreboard alight, but it's a great start to the weekend for him, and of course I'm sure it'll get him a score that he will need to be within the top 10 or so, let's say.
Yeah, well, we see Ivan Baby maybe not being the best qualifier in the world, but when it comes to battles, he is one of the most aggressive on the grid. So while qualifying is important in the hands of a couple of drivers, it's not everything. It is
important because I think in this type of class, especially semi-pro, a good lead run for the remainder of the weekend could get you pretty far. And it's a 79 from Adam, 12th overall here after run 1 of qualifying. Maybe not the position he might have wanted, but as we talked about earlier, is a good start, to try and get ready for run 2.
I think, Alan, we might actually be in a position here where our championship leader, by the time it comes back around to him now through all the second runs,
right,
I don't think our championship leader is going to be in the qualifying spots, possibly. So we are seeing after the first one, you have Václav Burian with a huge score there, 96, Ilya Zamfir in second with an 89, and Michał Malarski, on a 87. So that's your top 3. Mike Tesler there with an 86, the Ukrainian with a great score, and Ivan Baby, who's second in the championship with an 84.5. So that's your top 5. Max Makos there was too busy modelling, I think, to be looking at the scoreboard a while ago. We caught him him on camera. And we look back down the grid then, and from 20th up, Tim Heydrich with that unique build is going to have to improve. And sitting in 16th position in the drop zone, it's Ernest Komorowski, the Polish, with 700 horsepower, just on a 72. So currently 72 is the drop zone, and I think that's going to creep up into maybe the 80, maybe almost 80, Alan. And we might see Adam Gombalishek in 17th, 18th position by the time it comes around to him, and the pressure will truly be on him then, because if he doesn't qualify, he will not be leading this championship at the end.
Yeah, well, massive pressure on his shoulders, but as I talked about earlier, he is the same graduate, and the sim world, it's a lot tougher than the real world, so I'm sure 100%, and I'm sure he'll pull it out of the bag. So I'm expecting Adam to come out with a stormer and run too. I'm calling it right now.
I'm intrigued. Why would you say the sim world is tougher than the real world?
Because you've got like 30 or 40 Peter Vinseks you have to worry about.
Okay.
Right.
And, it doesn't cost. Obviously, it doesn't cost the same amount of money to be out practicing all the time. They can come home from work or whatever.
That's the fun thing
W krótkiej przerwie fantastyczny gość w naszym studio, Orest Michalczuk, zawodnik klasy Pro. Dzień dobry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bardzo
So we
dziękuję,
go
że do nas
to
wpadłeś.
Victoria for
Orest,
a
możesz
quick
się
interview
przywitać.
here.
Cześć Wiktoria, dzień dobry wszystkim.
Orest, ja sobie próbowałam policzyć, ale ty to chyba będziesz wiedział najlepiej, bo ty strasznie dużo już lat w tym drifcie jesteś i w DMP. Ile liczyłeś? Ile to już?
Ponad 10 lat. Pierwsze auto miałem w 2014 roku, a w zawodach startuję pewnie od 16.
I ja mam wrażenie, że ty cały czas jeździsz tym samym egzemplarzem, że on jest jakiś taki niezawodny, ten samochód, i tak dobrze ci się nim jeździ, że to jest cały czas ten sam wóz. Jaki jest sekret tego?
To już jest moje 5. auto, więc on nie jest taki sam, tylko budujemy podobne samochody.
Czyli one tylko wyglądają
Więc
tak samo,
tak.
oszukujesz.
Tak, one wyglądają bardzo podobnie, ale są różne. 2 lata temu mieliśmy spoiler, taki wielkie skrzydło, więc to był inny samochód. Od 2 lat jeździmy jakby bez spoilera, więc to jest nowy samochód. Niedługo będziemy przygotowali jeszcze jeden.
Ale różni się tylko spoilerami, dlatego mówisz, że to inny samochód, a baza i silnik to jest to samo i napęd?
Nie, zaczynałem od Nissana Skyline'a, później miałem S13, teraz mam 200SX S14, to już drugie S14. Drifting cały czas idzie do przodu, więc my modyfikujemy i budujemy nowe auta za trendem driftingowym. A jeżeli chodzi o budy, no to cały czas japońska motoryzacja i Nissany.
No właśnie, nieprzypadkowy jest twój kombinezon. Możesz mi opisać, co na nim jest, bo to ja go znam od tylu lat, ale dopiero dzisiaj się dowiedziałam, że tutaj jest sama Japonia praktycznie.
Tak, jest nawiązanie do japońskich samurajów, jest zbroja. No i moje barwy zielono-czerwone i oczywiście węgiel na ręku, bo to robimy na co dzień.
I dzięki temu węglowi możesz fantastycznie się prezentować na trasach. Ja chciałam cię zapytać o historię trochę, bo na pewno dużo osób, którzy nas oglądają, wiedzą i pamiętają Energo Drift Team razem z BRT. Jaka jest historia tego, że zostałeś na placu boju solo?
Nie do końca solo, bo Bartek jest cały czas w naszym teamie. Jest dzisiaj w roli spotera. Mamy aktualnie 2 spoterów, Michał i Bartek. Bartek stroi mi samochody, podpowiada, jak je zbudować, buduje, poprawia, więc cały czas jest. No i jak Bartek startuje, to zawsze też ma gdzieś tam tą naszą naklejkę Energo Drift Team, bądź Energo Motorsport, więc my cały czas współpracujemy.
Okej, ale sam team we dwójkę, czemu już nie jeździcie, nie istnieje ten team?
Bartosz w tamtym roku jeździł samochodem FMIC. W tym roku jakby ma przerwę. Jedzie, pewnie już wiecie, bo jedzie na zawody do Węgier, więc będzie na Trackwoodzie i tak jak, nie wiem dlaczego.
Powiedz mi, bo jak rozmawialiśmy przed anteną, ty aż cały po prostu kipiałeś z pozytywnej energii na myśl o jeździe tutaj na tym torze. Ten tor jest fajny i nitka też.
No jestem bardzo zaskoczony, bo jeżeli chodzi o Jastrząb, to lubię, jak jest trasa na górce. Tu nie ma górki, a trasa jest bardzo fajna, widowiskowa, szybka. Na rondzie musimy zwolnić, nawet jest wąsko, później wychodzimy szeroko. Jest naprawdę bardzo fajna trasa.
Czyli czego możemy się spodziewać, kiedy zobaczymy ciebie na trasie dzisiaj w kwalifikacjach?
Dużo dymu i płynnych przejazdów.
Do tego ci życzymy bardzo. Orest, dziękuję bardzo. Trzymajcie kciuki za Oresta. Ja już cię puszczam, bo niedługo widzimy się na trasie. A ja oddaję głos do naszych komentatorów, do Maćka i do Kamila.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to hear some, first-hand insights there on this venue and this track. So it's a difficult one, Alan. It's not the easiest track in the world, and it's throwing up quite a lot of surprises here. But we are ready to rock for the second half of qualifying here for semi-pro DMP round 3. 2026, and it is back to the wildcards. Indeed, it is Michał Marcinkowski on the line in the carbon Kevlar bodied E92 BMW. He leaves the line. He has a lot to do. Just a 35 on the first one. Bit of a double rotation there on initiation. Let's see what the wildcard driver can do. Will the judges penalise him for that one, Alan, on initiation? Possibly will. Oh, a big rotation here. Yeah, it's maybe not the perfect run here. It looks like a very grippy setup here by Michał. I mean, is it what you want for qualifying? Probably not. Is it what you want for battles? Maybe so.
Something is very broken in this car. He's after breaking half shaft.
He's after breaking half shaft.
I noticed off the line, the back left of the car is very, very towed out. And it looks like something's after breaking. Something's after coming loose in the back of that, I think.
Yeah, there's a left half shaft broken in that car, exactly. So unfortunately, yeah, it looks like he might have tried to initiate there and just didn't work out for him. So possibly not driver error here. I think. Let's see if we can see any.
Just a reminder, this is a borrowed car as well.
Yeah, he's going to have some explaining to do.
Yeah.
So we still do have drive on both wheels here to that point, but there it goes.
Brakes right here.
Yeah, I think there it goes. Yeah.
So very, very fortunate for the wild card. Yep.
Yeah, it is tough. Of course, again, it's a big ask, to get over here and to, Poland is a big country to drive across. Stephen, Alan, we
I know that.
You know that your car is in Warsaw right now for the final of Drift Masters. But yeah, you know that better than most at this stage. It's so unfortunately incomplete there for Michał. So that will be an early bath for him, I think. And the hotel is right on site, so that is no problem to do. You can actually watch from your hotel room. You could literally book a hotel room here.
I was watching this morning.
Yeah, because you got out of bed late, Alan.
I did. I slept in a bit longer.
I left you, so it's a 0 for Michał. I left Sleeping Beauty lie there, guys, this morning. He was so peaceful and beautiful. So we move back to the line. We can't dwell on that. It is, of course, the one and only second wildcard in the Corvette C5. It is Frederick Martin. What a beautiful build this is. Oh, what a wrap. Look at this as well.
I love it.
So low slung, and the wrap is so unique.
Oh, no.
Oh, an understeer on the way in, but he does get into drift. It's going to be a big mistake in the eyes of the judges. Now flicks back that C5 chassis. It looks so good. Dials it onto angle. And, we see the Corvette in the hands of the likes of Matt Field in America. But, unfortunately, just hits the throttle to keep it out of the wall. These cars are very difficult. Some of the American guys do have them pretty much dialed in at this stage, but unfortunately, as we said earlier, when you're in an unusual chassis, something that's not quite, not a Silvia, I know it myself even from driving my FC RX-7, it's not always that easy to do something different.
Well, I think exactly that, and immediately from the get-go, he had a major issue of just very late initiating. So I think he knew throughout this run that he was on the deficit. He was just not really going to get a great score here. And I guess, look, the thing is, I'd almost be arguing, is that a very late initiation, is it almost an incomplete before you even started the run, perhaps? I mean, I don't want to speculate by any means, but look, either way, he spun on the final transition there, and we obviously know it's going to be a 0. So that's very unfortunate for Frederick Martin, all the way from Estonia, that C5 Corvette, twin-turbo V8, and racing rally cross karts for 3 years and other motorsport disciplines. But yeah, a 0 on the board, unfortunately for him.
Well, he's still in with a shout here, Alan. It's going to be a long wait on a 79.5, but he might find himself possibly still qualifying if luck goes with him. But we look down here now, beautiful camera shots of the front of this. Look at this little build here, the Veloce in the
2 K&N air filters popping through the headlights. I just noticed that. It's a nice detail.
Yeah. Volny Wojciech leaving the line with the V6 power. Just listen to this, such a different engine note as well. Now puts foot to floor, fires in the little Veloce. Look at it, absolutely wheeling the inside wheel there. So big grip set up in this car, and a very, very snappy car, almost MX-5 like in its characteristics, because it it rotates so quickly and it moves so quickly throughout the track. But it's a very, very small chassis, so a difficult one to drive. But the guys in the UVEC drift team seem to have these things dialed in quite well. And look at this, crosses the line once again with the hotel there in the background. Beautiful shots here at the Autodrom Jastrząb at DMP round 3.
Yeah, a nice initiation there from Volony as he flicks through outside zone 1, barely a wheel in it, puts a wheel on the inside of inside zone 2 again. As we mentioned earlier, major deductions here for not fulfilling the zones correctly. But you know what? I guess lacking a tiny bit of flair as well, a bit of fluidity and stuff in areas, but carrying nice angle all the way through the whole run. But you know what, for the wildcard driver, I don't know if this is his first time competing this season, in DMP. I might be wrong with that, but you know what, a great attempt here at a decent run here for run number 2. And look, not even a 0 on the board, definitely a score on the board, and that's all that matters when it comes to this second run. So great experience there for him, I'm sure, and just having a blast.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but have a blast when you're driving the likes of this thing out on track here, in DMP. And again, it is one of the premier, if not probably the premier domestic championship in Europe, and it is the most direct stepping stone to Drift Masters that there is, I would say. And you would come into the Drift Masters series pretty much ready for Drift Masters if you get through DMP, because of course if you get into the pro class, you have the likes of Kuba Przygoński, Łukasz Kaliszewski, and Jakub Król, and all those those guys who are no strangers to the Drift Masters paddock. So as we see the guys down here, look at that beautiful Silvia as well. Some of the best looking cars as well in Europe competing here in DMP, so it's great to see it. And the guys here bringing their deck chairs and having the right idea in comfort on the fences here, and that is a score of 71.5, putting Volny into 17th position, so no qualification for him, unfortunately. It is tough. And now it is Daniel Sawinski, the German 41-year-old in the E46, ready to rock and leave the line, currently on a 0, so quite a lot to do here. He has to put a score on the board. Didn't get a score on the board in the first one. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit more of a tentative initiation. Nothing crazy here. Looks like he's thinking about what he's doing. Just gets the transition done a couple of foot off of the outside line there, but gets a really snappy transition into 3, then gets it done very, very nicely here from the German driver. Totally missed his 5 then, unfortunately. I was really rooting for him there to get the score on the board, but Daniel Sawinski doing a great job up until 5 there, Alan, but just rotating the car a little bit towards the left hand side of the track.
Certainly so, and I think it's going to be a tricky one and a nervous way here for the score, I think, because to be honest, I actually don't know where he stood after the first run, but you know what, when I compare this to his first run, I don't really see any major improvement in areas. Maybe a little bit better here in outside zone 4, but as he transitions here into the final outside zone 5, you know what, again, it's just one of those, just timings of the zones, just the transitions and stuff are a little bit off. And as we spoke about a little bit earlier on, this track is actually very technical. As I said, you have to think ahead, you have to know where you're going to place that car next, because you know what, like, the timing is crucial. And we did speak with the judges earlier this morning and even yesterday evening. They were talking about how that transition, the final transition, the timing of that is crucial, making sure that you're not staying too long in outside zone 4, and making sure that the angle is decent, as we see the lovely Mark 5 Supra.
Yeah, beautiful there. One of the pro cars that we'll be seeing later on. And Daniel Sawinski does put a score on the board, but it's only 56.5. That mistake around 5, unfortunately, catching him out there in its 21st position for the German, and that won't be qualification for him. Drifting is a tough sport. Now, a woman who had a good score in the first run, 75.5. It is Magdalena Malaczynski from Poland in the S15, launches it off the line, goes very much to the right hand side of the track to get the big weight transfer, fires it in. Now the Silvia being really put through its paces here in the hands of the Polish driver as she flicks it in to zone 3 now. Yeah, really nice line there, Alan. Maybe not the perfect angle, but overall much to give the judges reason to give her a good score here, I think. And she's using her head here once again, and really fills out her zone more than most of what we've seen and crosses the line. So Magdalena here, guys, you know, if you're rooting for the girls, I think she's after putting down a really good run here.
Yeah, great job. Again, another initiation without using the handbrake, using the momentum of the flick initiation that the judges were looking for to get through the starting the scoring zone. And as we follow, what she's doing through outside zone 3, she goes into outside zone 4 here. Again, maybe a wheel over the white line at leaving that, but again, maybe also hanging a bit long on 4. So again, the timing is a bit off. I beg to argue, is this run going to better run number one, to be honest with you? But again, it's great to see the consistency is there. You know what I'm saying, Mike? Like coming into qualifying or battles later on tomorrow, let's say, if she does get the opportunity to do it, you know what, I think those 2 runs, getting good, consistent lead runs, is what's needed to be able to win battles. And especially here in DMP, where, you know, there's so many close scores in qualifying, and of course battles, I'm sure, getting that consistency is what's needed. So be interested to see what the score is. I'm going to say it's probably going to be around the same of the first run, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges say about that once the score drops in.
Of course, and we will run you through, of course, the top 16 qualifiers at the end of qualification here, guys, so stay tuned for that. And we are going into pro qualifying then, of course, shortly afterwards at about 2:45 here local time. And you're
better.
Absolutely right, Alan. Not a big improvement, but a slight improvement. It's 77.5 for Magdalena, putting her into 13th position, and that'll be a long wait for her. Yeah, a long wait for her. She watches the scores drop in, and a lot of drivers on scores lower than that who can knock her out of competition. So we go back down, and one of those is Niels Maristani Klose. Another German driver in the E30, making great sounds here as he leaves the line, and he is on a score which will not see him qualifying so far, and it has to be pretty much perfect here, Alan, if he wants to be booking his place in the top 16. The E30 set up quite grippy here. You can see it actually leaning down on the back. It's set up lower on the rear than the front. Yeah, so he's the car is squatting quite a lot on throttle, but he's doing a good job here as he negotiates outer zone 5 here very, very, very well, as we watch the drone right on his tail there as he crosses the line in the old school BMW in the classic E30 chassis. And
I think very happy with that run as well.
Yeah, he seems happy.
As we see, obviously, everyone on the small 225 is a Destino tyre we spoke about earlier, and Neil's doing something a bit different, using a lot of mechanical grip with soft suspension and stuff to try and get the traction back into the car. But, you know, again, a decent approach to outside zone 4 half fulfills it, and that sets him up nicely for outside zone 5. Maybe a bit of a weak transition there, I would say. Wouldn't be, you know, the nicest of words, I suppose, but essentially Baby could have gone in there a little bit harder. But you know what, fulfills every single clipping point, keeps the judges relatively happy. But again, like we spoke about earlier, probably not going to set the scoreboard alight, but it will definitely at least be a score on the board, and I'll be hoping that it'll be an improvement on his first run for him.
Niels is actually a downhill mountain biker.
Wow.
By trade, yeah. So I mean that will always give you a keen sense of, you know, control with man and machine, and it is an improvement, but it's not enough. It's 59.5 there for Niels Maristani Klose, and 21st position, not getting him into the action. So we go back to the line to the menacing S13 of Victoria Potashki from Hungary. A Hungarian Pro 2 driver. This is her 3rd season once again with the S13. Let's see what she can do. She's on a 38 so far, so also not qualifying. Big nerves behind the wheel here, Alan.
Yeah, certainly so. And as she flicks in through outside zone 1, really nice transition all the way through outside zone 3. Look at the tyre smoker lighting off this thing of the 2JZ power, lighting off the tyres of the Zestinos. And decent transition here into outside zone 5. Victoria, wow, look at this. Carries good momentum in, drops the wheel over the outside zone 5, then falls back out of the zone as she finishes across outside zone 6 across the line. A few major mistakes there, Mike, but you know what? I mean, it's another score on the board, another run under her belt, and again, more experience all the time here at DMP.
Yeah, I mean, she did everything pretty much right at the start here, but what I will commend her on is her aggression. She didn't
100%.
hold back. She really, really fired the S13 into every corner, full commitment. Look at this transition onto the lock stops here on the S13, and she's right on that outside line. Maybe scrubs off a little bit of speed and leaves the zone a tiny bit early, but I think it's here now that things didn't go her way, because she was on a big score up to that point, but just kind of enters the zone a bit late, then falls out of the zone again, you know, drops a wheel. And I think because that zone is so strongly scored that this might hurt her, but overall I think still a respectable lap, as we see a couple of the guys there having a chat.
Hello, Łukasz.
Yeah, Lucas there, your nemesis in the sim world, Alan?
That is right, actually. We battled many times in the sim world.
Yeah, and look at this little
last year as well in Poland.
Little Lamborghini Huracan convertible. Beautiful little thing. You can come down and see this in the flesh here, guys, if you are within driving distance of the Autodrom, and it is a 61.5 for Victoria. and 28th position, so that will not be qualification for her. Tough, tough to get into a top 16 here, Alan. Disappointing for some drivers, but you gotta be the best. You gotta beat the best to be the best, is the saying. And we go back to the start line, and it is Hirohi Zamfir, the Ukrainian, leaves the line in the E46, representing the Ukrainian Israel, firing in the purple BMW, missing zone 1 a little bit as a result, and maybe a little bit deep into zone 2, dialing on lots of angle, dropping a wheel once again. So very, very aggressive here from the Ukrainian, but maybe not perfect in the eyes of the judges. Let's see if he can really get it together for the last section here now, all important around zone 5. Yeah, pretty much perfect there, and that is a big scoring zone around the teardrop, and full throttle across the line. And of course this track crosses over itself as well, Alan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we've seen that quite common in drift layouts nowadays, is the crossover, and it does open up, more possibilities for track layouts and stuff like that. And it's Hiroi obviously, flicks in through inside zone 2, or and puts a wheel on the inside, or drops a wheel on outside zone 3. Again, a few mistakes at the start of the run there. Doesn't set yourself up nicely for the remainder of it, but he collects himself really nicely through outside zone 4, and I love the purple in the C46, Mike. It's a lovely kind of midnight purple from a Nissan kind of Skyline GTR midnight purple too, or whatever. So a lovely little colour. Obviously drops a wheel leaving outside zone 5. Super common mistake there. Obviously this arc of outside zone 5 is not a perfect circle by the looks of it. It's kind of like a shaped of an egg. But it's a lovely teardrop circular there. So I don't think this is going to be the score that he needs. I'm trying to picture his first run and what he got in that, and it'd be interesting to see comparison to the first run if it's going to be better or worse, but there was a few mistakes there, so I do think it's going to be kind of leaving it in the judges' hands there.
Look at the wheels here in the Corvette, the
wide
body.
Corvette was stunning. I was trying to point that out to you many times, Mike, but you're too busy taking selfies and stuff earlier. So
I was too busy taking videos of you, Alan.
Okay.
So you can catch us on Instagram and see my 100 videos of Alan Hines, guys, as well, if you want to see that kind of thing. Don't know why you would, but
the only way you can get followers, Mike.
I'm probably losing followers, Alan, I think, because of you now today. Genuinely, people are like, I don't want to be seeing this, unfollow. So my apologies if you follow me on Instagram and you're seeing lots of Alan Hines. But yeah, we go back to the drifting, and it is
I forgot he got out of 0 on the first run. A 66 there from Roy, and that's a really great, obviously, correction of the first run, but unfortunately not enough to make the top 16 so far anyway. So as we move it back to the line to Jacek.
Yeah, Jacek Olenik with a 56 on the first run. 48 years of age, competing here in the Pro 2 Championship, one of the best looking cars on the grid.
Another missed gear.
Yeah, are the judges going to allow that? Maybe it wasn't quite the deceleration that we saw earlier, but hopefully for
Victor.
Yeah, hopefully for Jacek here that it doesn't give him a 0, but he has maybe it's getting into his head here now a little bit. Yeah, maybe the rotation there, just catching grip a little bit early in the time. Now he runs a little bit deep into 5, but gets back online up.
Deduction there, wheel over white line all the way across the outside zone 5.
Yeah, would you
just finish up strongly?
Would you say that would be 10 point deduction?
I think it's split into 4, and he had a wheel all the way from the start of outside zone 5 all the way to the end. So it's 4, 8, 12.
I think he got back into it towards the end of the zone, but yeah, it might be 8, 10 anyway, possibly.
Certainly so, yeah. And look, the remainder of this, again, I think he was probably flustered with the missing of the gear down the straight, and there's a few errors here that kind of creeped into the run here. But I mean, it's a credit to him to be able to to kind of correct himself up and keep him going, because some people with the pressure, they will fall apart. As we see that wheel over white line all the way. Unfortunately, I do think that's going to be a major deduction. There, one wheel outside of that. I think it's 4, 8, 12, possibly 16 point deduction just for that zone alone. Unfortunately, I'll have to get the clarifications from the judges.
Yeah. And once again, guys, if you are joining us, you're very welcome to DMP Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski 2026 for qualifying here in semi-pro, and it is 25th position. It is a 0 for Jacek Olenik because of that missed gear. The judges once again deeming it unchaseable, Alan, so the judges taking no prisoners here. And we look down to the start line, and it is none other than the crazy woman, Lady Hoonigan. It is Nina Kamencova from Slovakia. So listen to the engine note here of her 350Z crazy build, 2JZ power. Let's see if she can improve on her first score here, Alan. She put in a very respectable first lap, and beautiful livery, the yellow to pink here in this car. One of the characters of the sport. Lady Hoonigan, of course, doing quite a lot in automotive circles, and you can follow her on her various socials. Oh, shutting it down, unfortunately, as the drone hovers overhead. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, Alan, but just shutting the car down there, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're not even seeing the car light back off again, so I wonder, was there a breakage there? I mean, the transition there wasn't the prettiest, if I'm honest with you, and it is, you know, in that position you can make a tiny mistake and you might mess up the timing of letting go of the clutch or something like that, you know. But the beginning of this, I don't think the start of this run was as good as Nina's first run, but again, the commitment is there. I love the aggression, just really firing the car into the corners and not relying so much on, you know, handbraking or left foot braking, let's say. But this transition was a bit narrow, a bit late and a bit abrupt, and it can, you know, in that area when you're trying to like fluster around the transition, you can make a tiny mistake. So it's a very common thing to happen, and it's unfortunate for Nina to happen there. So I don't know if it was a driver error there or maybe if the car let her down there, but as we see her pull to the side waiting for her score.
Yeah, so on the first run she scored an 80. She's still in 10th position here, Alan. It will be a little bit of a wait, but I think she might just about be safe with an 80, that, you know, to creep in towards the end of that top 16.
Certainly so as we move back to Tim Heydrich in his Mercedes SL V12.
Tim not having the best season so far, but once again it is a very different build. V12 power, best sounding car in the grid in my opinion, and let's see what he can do in his second run here as he fires in the Mercedes with V12 power. Yeah, great initiation there from Tim, the German, brother of course of the famous Max. Drops a wheel on two a little bit, will be about a 4-point deduction. Now has a little bit of a wobble as he comes into the transition, but lights up the back tyres here. Full scream here, all 12 cylinders absolutely doing their best to keep this Mercedes sideways, and they're doing a good job of it on this second lap as he screams the car around the track. Full throttle, picks up most of, about half of the last zone there at 6 and crosses the line from Tim Heydrich.
I don't even know how Tim can drive this car with the noise. You know, I was even trying to listen to you talk, Mike, and I couldn't because I was just like flabbergasted by the noise of this incredible V12 Mercedes. But again, I love Tim. I could see the Heydrichs. You know what I'm saying? The Heydrich brothers. I see the driving style that the Heydrich brothers have, and I see a bit of Max and Tim, and obviously brothers, younger brother of Max, that is. Incredible aggression, incredible driving style, massive amount of angle, and it's incredible to see Mercedes S-Class at this kind of level, and I'm sure over time they will develop this car and make it better and better and better. But again, a few minor errors there in areas, but you know what, I love watching this thing drive, and what an incredible machine.
It is indeed the Team DMNT driver, of course, with Max.
We've seen three. I think there's three of them in the Pro too. That is, and Max is in the Pro. Am I right in saying?
Max is in Pro. Max is in Pro, absolutely, yeah. And we will be seeing Max in qualification later on. And does Tim improve? He does indeed. It's 16th position.
That's been a long wait.
For Tim, sorry. Tim is in 16th position. That is a long wait for the German. So he's hanging in there right now. And we go down to Hubert Eitner in the S13, who is on a 73.5, also a score that might not necessarily be, you know, the best score that you want to have for qualification here. Now it is a 2JZ under the bonnet here in the 180SX. It's probably the engine that has replaced the SR20 from old as the classic layout for a drift car these days. 2JZ S13 or 14, 15, whatever it may be, but basically JZ S chassis is the formula, and Hubert Eitner is using his to good effect here, Alan. A little bit better, I think, than the first run. Maybe not perfect, but especially on 5 there, he only really filled the zone late, but quite tidy overall from the Polish driver.
Certainly so, and again, I love the initiation here. Maybe not the flick that the judges would have liked to do. They did say and specify to me that they would like a little flick on initiation, and they didn't get that there. But it was a clutch kick, so that would have scored better than, let's say, a single entry handbrake, that is. But you know what? This run is very, very clean. I don't see any major wobbles or anything like crazy on the transitions where big angle before the transition and then losing the angle after the transition. As I say, that maybe we might see that a little bit there. But you know what? For the most part, this is a very clean, relatively precise run. Drops a wheel a little bit there of outside zone 5. I don't know will the judges give him the full deduction for that or not. Crossed the line there through outside zone 6. So pretty decent run there as we see Bartos standing outside, getting ready to hop into the cockpit of that incredible looking E92.
Yeah, what a looking car that is as well. Just the whole thing just screams class, to be honest. Love that build, and love his driving style as we see the Polish national flag here around the car show. very proud nation, of course, and we are delighted as well to be part of it. And thank you to all at DMP for including us, the English commentators, this season for 2026 here on Eurosport. And genuinely as well, Alan, you know, I am delighted to be here. It's such a great championship, and it is an improvement for Hubert Eitner with a 78.5 and putting him into 13th position. So
I don't know, does that knock Tim out for top 16, or I'm not sure.
Possibly, yeah, we'll have to have a look later, but we go back to the line to Michał Malarski, the Polish driver, 35 years of age, in one of the best looking cars in all of Europe, to be very honest with you. Look at this beautiful S14A as he fires in the 900 brake horsepower S14 into the first corner, picks up two pretty much perfectly, gets that front wheel right on the line. Loses his front bumper, hopefully doesn't come off now and get caught in his own front wheels, which we've seen so often in drift competition. Looks like it's pretty secure for now anyway. It's just hanging on there. He'd probably have heard that in the car, maybe just feeling the bumper vibrating, but it doesn't put off Michał as he full throttles it across the line, holding onto his front bumper just about and keeping that car just about mint. And what a beautiful looking car this is. A newcomer to the world of drifting, of course, as well. The MMS team with 900 horsepower. And it's HPS performance as well involved there. And I think it's a good lap here, Alan.
Certainly so. And as we talk about how beautiful this car is, I mean, I think if I was driving it and I saw the bumper start to hang off the front of it, I think I would, relax a little bit and say, okay, we better keep this thing mint. But I powers through it, manages to create a very good run here for himself. And you know what? I think this is going to score possibly a little bit better than the first run. Maybe lacking a little bit of kind of commitment. Maybe looked a little bit unsafe in areas, but I do not blame him with how stunning this car is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you got to forget about that in drift competition, especially something as competitive as DMP. But I do remember myself, I think, when I was a Hankook driver in Ireland, when I damaged the car, it always, the results got better because I didn't care. And it's third position still for Michał, so he's going to be very, very happy with that. Very consistent scores. Doesn't improve, but keeps himself right up there. As we look down now, and it is Mateusz Kroll on the line in the E36, leaving the line, Jose Garage 11 on Instagram. You can follow him there, and not driving his RX-8, which he was scheduled to drive this season, instead in the E36. Fires in that E36 with about 800 brake horsepower as well under the bonnet, and quite a quiet car here, Alan. Missing zone 4 there quite badly as well, but quite a quiet car, not the loudest car on the grid. But yeah, I think maybe that mistake there on 4 is going to be a big deduction here, Alan. Overall getting 5 pretty right there and full throttle across the line. And remember, guys, this is semi-pro action. We are going to be going to the pro action for qualification later this afternoon, and we are back then tomorrow for battles, and also pro battles will be in the dark here. Not in the dark, we'll have floodlights. We'll be able to see the cars, thankfully, but they'll be at night time. So if you've never seen nighttime drifting here, guys, be sure to tune in here tomorrow evening. If you're Polish speaking, of course, we are on Player. And if you want to listen to Alan and myself on the English-speaking stream, join us here on Eurosport Polska. And it is going to be crazy with night drifting tomorrow night. Not in the dark, like I said, but it will be night drifting. And if you've never seen night drifting, it is an amazing spectacle. So be sure to tune in as we wait for Mateusz's score to drop in the iconic E36 chassis.
The presence of this car is great. Another simplistic livery, similar to, Ivan Baby. As the score's going to drop in.
Keeping it simple, which is sometimes for the better. We are seeing two opposite ends of the scale from the last two cars there. Michał versus Mateusz, with crazy livery versus something completely simple. And you can just see his own sponsor there. I'm not sure, is it pronounced Jose Garage or Jose Garage? Mm-hmm. But be sure to follow him on Instagram. And it is a big improvement here for Mateusz Kroll. It's a 77.5, putting him into 15th position, and another long wait there for the Polish driver, as there are, of course, only 16 positions. But a guy who is a little bit safer here, maybe not completely safe, it is young Max Majkosz, the Polish driver in the Team Motul S14A with a score which would see him safe so far. Alan, a lot of runs left to go, and he's going to have to improve here, and he looks very, very consistent here, firing in the angle on the S14, looking very smooth, no big corrections, nothing crazy, just, you know, get it onto angle and get it into the zone, and that's exactly what he's doing here, filling up the zone. This is a technically really great lap here, guys, and he is absolutely on fire. Let's hear it for Max Michaels, the Polish driver there. Alan, I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it was a lovely, clean run there from Max Michaels as he sends it through inside zone 2 here. I mean, great precision driving. I love to see it. And then not only that, but really committed to the accelerator. You know, really, really nice, smooth transition, snappy transition, actually heading into outside zone 4. Wheel on white line. That's what we want to see. This is great driving by him as he gets the final transition done nicely. Good, decent, committed angle as he transitions to outside zone 5. Wheel on white line once again. Almost perfect. Maybe a wheel slightly over. I wonder, will the judges be harsh on that? But again, you know what? I mean, I'm calling it. I do think this is going to be better than the first run.
Yeah, is that a top 5?
Oh, easily top 5.
Yeah.
I'm calling right now.
I think so as well. It was just technically so good, and extra points from me for the car as well. I love that car and that whole team.
Well, that's you being biased now, Mike.
Yeah,
I would agree with it, but I mean, I don't think they should give extra points for the car.
If I was judging, I'd give him 1 or 2.
Would you?
You know, just because it's a cool car, minus the back bumper there. But yeah, the team Motul.
I like the highlighting of the wheel as well, the Strom wheels, the DS35s there, you know, the nice white.
Yeah, and he's got the wheel tape on about it, you know, 2/5 of the wheel there
or
whatever.
Yeah, I like that, that's cool.
It kind of makes the rotation of them, you know, very visible.
Makes them stand out a bit more.
Yeah, so the wind's still up here at Autodrom Jastrząb, here just south of Radom in Poland. Guys, if you're joining us, we had a storm last night which blew.
5 a.m. Yeah, which sent some tents flying.
I had to save Alan Hines' life by closing the window of the hotel in case he got pulled out the window with the vacuum.
There we go.
There we go, and it is easily a top 5. In fact, it is second position for Max Michaels, and he will be delighted with that, and deservedly so, because that was a fantastic lap. Now it is Daniel Skretz on the line as the cameraman catches his wing mirror. And the semi-pro driver on an 80.5 on his first run, just around the danger zone as well here, so he'll have to improve if the Polish driver wants to be booking his place definitely in the top 16. Everything is heating up here now, guys. The real big drivers are starting to drop in the big runs, and those all-important top 16 spots are becoming harder and harder to get into as Daniel Skretz now rotates the M2 BMW around for outer zone 5, puts foot to floor, dials off a little bit of angle in order to keep the car in there intelligently, doesn't pick up all of 6 and crosses the line.
This is going to be a tough wait for him because he barely got a wheel into outside zone 1. We're not going to see it from this particular camera angle, unfortunately, but barely a wheel in there, if at all. Puts a wheel on the inside of inside zone 2 here, I'm almost certain.
Yeah,
he definitely does. And then barely gets a wheel into outside zone 3 if at all. So for the first 3 clipping points, they're very, very compromised. Definitely getting the least amount of points or major point deduction for all of those. So just on that alone, I mean, when you look at the run outside of the precision driving, the line driving at least, it looks nice. You know, he's carried a good angle, really committed on the throttle, nice and smooth, decent fluidity. Again, a wheel over white line again for outside zone 5 as he exits it. So I don't know, it's going to be a tough wait for Daniel. I don't think the score is going to be the nicest, unfortunately.
Well, like you said, Alan, you're the technical expert here. You're highlighting a lot of little mistakes there, and I think I have to agree with you watching the run back there. And it's going to be a long wait here for Daniel as his score is being totted up by the judges and will be dropped in as we have a great shot of the Lamborghini once again. Beautiful thing in the flesh as well, guys. Come down here and check it out. If you are within travelling distance here, just south of Radom at the Autodrom Jastrząb, and Bartosz Ostawowski, is being pushed off of track here. And do I have his score written down from the first one? I don't. We'll have to see what score he has from the first run here. But they might be trying to jumpstart the car, possibly if it's a battery issue. But he's not a million miles away from the start line, but they might be getting more bodies here. It's very hard to push these cars, of course, well, the diffs. Yeah, Daniel Skretz,
not going to better.
But he's still safe, Alan.
Yeah, he's relatively safe.
He's relatively safe. We still have, I think he's relatively safe, to be honest.
I think we're going to miss out on Bartosz here. I think we are, because...
Well, this is on the line. This is Ernest Komorowski, So... this is Ernest, so we don't have Bartosz. We'll have to see where he ends up at the end of qualification. So Ernest Komorowski is leaving the line, and let's see what he can do. in the beautifully livered E46 with the M2 body, dials on the angle, flicks it in, flicks it onto huge angle back to the right, and now dials on the angle a little bit more tentatively back to the left. Really nice control here, dials back on the angle, leaving 4, now gets it rotated back around, dabs the handbrake into 5, very nice here. Maybe not the perfect line, but nice style definitely. So I think that David Callis will be rewarding the commitment here and crosses the line. Now Karol Jabłonski will be looking at this one with the angle, and Matty of course on the line as well.
That's right, and I think Matty is not going to be the happiest, and I don't blame him, because the positioning of the car through these zones are not the nicest. Through 1 to 2, even just for angle and for style, it was lacking a little bit in both those areas. But the speed, as I mentioned, Ernst I think is probably the fastest car on the track right now, and I do not think it's helping him, because he's kind of mistiming things a little bit. So I don't mean to be too harsh on him, but I don't think this is going to better even the first score, in my opinion anyway, as again he drops the wheel over a white line. But it's great to see that this car, it's an incredible looking machine. I think it's one of these E46 F22 combos. It is indeed, yeah. So again, his first season DMP, finding where he settling his the foundation of his championship hopes this year, and of course getting used to this machine, I'm sure, and the whole competition format in general. So the score, I do not believe, is going to better the first run, in my opinion anyway. But again, I'm not a judge, Mike. I am just an analyst here, and just a Drift Masters driver, I guess.
Just a Drift Masters driver, Alan.
Yeah, I'm able to steer left and right at least, which is the main thing.
That's it, yeah. You're just a Drift Masters driver. You're no big deal. So it is not an improvement. No. Yeah, he's in 18th position. So that is it for Ernest Komorowski. That is non-qualification for him, unfortunately. We lose him. And we do go back to the line where it is Mike Tesler. My apologies to Mike. I was looking down at the start of the last run and just started calling it in when there was a car on track. But I know Mike Tesler's car very well, so I'm not sure why I didn't cop that.
On run 1 2, so he's going to be hoping for a big one this one, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're missing Wojciech Fabishak from the running order, so it is straight to Mike Tesler, and it is a nice initiation here by the young Ukrainian, of course, firing the car in perfectly around 2 there, and really getting on that outside line. Look at this from the young Ukrainian driver. Really one to watch for the future here, guys. Watch this guy, watch his development through the classes, because look at this control. And I always say, Alan, when a driver looks like he's in control of the car and he's preempting all of the issues with the car, he's preempting any grip issues, he's preempting the car hooking up, he's preempting the car falling off the side of the track.
Again, he's thinking
brilliant.
Ahead.
He's thinking ahead
100%, and I think this is what that type of driving style is rewarded in this layout. Like you need to know what you're doing next and how you're to place the car. And again, for the first half, this run is really sweet. I love the transition outside zone 4. I said wow in it because I saw the commitment. There was no handbrake. There was just light left foot braking all the way through outside zone 4, maintaining the momentum through it. This transition I thought was sweet as well. The angle before the transition, he matches it after the transition too, which I think is something underappreciated in competition driving. And it's great to see a semi-pro driver here, fulfilling that. A bit shallow in the last outside zone, but to be honest with you, with a run like that, I think the deduction there is not going to be the end of the world. So I think this is going to be a nice one, in my opinion, Mike.
I would agree with you, Alan. Looked really in control of things. Just
very much in control.
He preempted everything. He knew when the grip was going to drop off. He knew when the car was going to hook up. He put in the necessary inputs.
100%.
Yeah.
I agree.
Representing the Ukraine and Israel, it's a B58 engine as well. So the modern, the new almost 2JZ, but obviously a BMW engine. It is the new coming thing, and we have a couple of 4 cylinders even in the Pro class in the hands of Stavros Grillis. So interesting engine builds in the Pro class coming up at 1:45 local time, I believe. And we're getting towards the end of semi-pro qualification here at DMP round 3 here at the Autodrom Jastrząb, just south of Radom, and you can see the highway here right alongside us, and it is within easy reach of the city, guys. So if you fancy a night out, maybe in Radom and coming down tomorrow, it would be a good weekend, and it is an improvement for Mike Tesler. Yeah, so it's an 89, top 5, in fact, top 3, third position. Great consistent scores across the board there as well. 40 points for line, of course, and 30 in for style and angle. Now it is Dariusz Maleszynski with the beautiful S15, the car which stopped me in my tracks. I was just admiring the car so much last time. One of the best looking cars on the grid, very, very individual. The Polish driver fires it in, collects all of zone 1, left foot brakes while he's at it. He's perfect on 2, maybe not huge angle, but the judges don't need to see huge angle right at that part of the track, do they, Alan? He's perfect up to that point, but loses maybe 4 points there for running on the outside of 4, and now gets back into position for 5. He's perfectly on line there almost. The judges will give full points if they're within about a foot and a bit of the edge of the track. You know, they don't mind if you're not perfectly on the line. We saw it in briefing last night. If you're within, they said 50 centimeters, you're still scoring pretty much maximum points for that zone. So I think overall here, Dariusz Malaczynski will be collecting a good score, apart from this big mistake which we're about to see coming up here in 4. Maybe just didn't get the car braked enough, or didn't get on throttle early enough here, Ellen.
Yeah, certainly so. And I mean, he's eager to finish the top 3 this year, you know, in the semi-pro class. So you know what, I think he's doing a really great job. A few mistakes here and there, and maybe lacking a tiny bit of angles. I don't know if Carol's going to be the happiest with that, but you know what, it's super smooth angle, and I think there's a balance between having big angle and being smooth, and he has the smoothest section of that complete. So
yeah,
honestly, I think it's going to be a decent score, but I don't know.
We're going to see a good score in the 30s for line, I think, but like you said, Karol Jablonski maybe not that impressed with angle, which is being scored out of 30.
Right.
So let's see what the judges break it down to. Of course, David Callis on style, which is split between
fluidity and commitment.
And commitment, exactly. So he wants you to be aggressive, but he wants you to be really fluid while you're doing it. So David Callis, you know what, you're not asking for much, but yeah, we got to do it, I guess, because he's the boss. And he is, of course, the head judge of Drift Masters as well. So no stranger to the judges' seat, any of these guys, to be honest. And the score drops in for Dariusz, and it 82. Is an 82. Yeah,
improvement.
Yeah. So it's, you know, I mean, Carol not minding that either. 26.5.
I think we'll find out a little bit later on, but I think the judges, especially angle, it's probably more for smoothness and consistency of angle rather than like capacity or let's say maximum, you know.
The Hungarian now, Peter Revehi, hits his window in excitement. He's psyched up for this run. He's on an 81.5. He really has to improve to get those championship points from qualifying, to get himself an easier battle for the top 16, and of course to have the option in his battles, hopefully, of either leading first or chasing first, which can be an advantage on a long track like this, Alan, when tire degradation comes into it. It's a great lap so far here from Peter Revehi. He dials on the angle. He just about holds on to it, taps the handbrake, then gets on the left foot brake to slow the car. He was in trouble there, Alan. I think he just about got out of it. The judges would probably look at that as a slight correction, but overall he maintains his line, he maintains his angle, and he crosses the line in the right place. And Peter Revehi there going for the aggression and having to kind of catch the car a bit, Alan. But overall a good run.
This is incredible driving. I mean, I love to see this. This is fantastic.
Missing two though.
You know, this is you know, pro level type of driving right here. Yes, of course, a bit wide on 2. I wouldn't say he missed it per se, just got a bit of a minor deduction for it. But this outside zone 4, committed, full throttle, maybe a bit too much angle in this transition here. You know, speaking with the judges earlier, they were concerned of people carrying a bit too much angle, maybe lifting the accelerator before the transition a little bit. But I mean, it's got everything that it takes here to be able to score pretty high. Just a few minor mistakes are going to knock him down a tiny bit. But you know what a great run to watch, and it's something that you would kind of see at the pro level. So great driving there by Peter. As the E92, what a gorgeous machine, blue and white. White cars always stand out to me. I love a race car in white. You know, when you see like a production type rally car or something like that, all in white. What a great they always are. So nice accents with the blue and stuff like that. So
yeah, white race car. White and red are my race car colours. White, red and blue, but white and red, or white, red and black. That's me. But
white and black. Oh, I love white and black.
Yeah, white and blue looking great here as well.
I think Drift Patriot Pavel Grosz was, you know, white and black, and he's a pro driver, which we'll see a little bit later on. But he was a white and black kind of race car guy, and I always approved that. Obviously a bit of a different livery this year, but
if you saw that car of Peter in saloon racing there, you know, it doesn't look out of place. And the judge is liking that one. You know, they said he hung on to it. He had the aggression. Third position with a 91.5 for Peter Revehi. He'll be absolutely delighted with that as we look here to the menacing menacing S13 of Victor Duda from Poland, just 17 years of age, guys, up at the top of this championship. All the big hitters there,
that's right.
they're young guys.
Getting a zero on the first run,
Yeah,
remember?
yeah, exactly. He's in 7th in the championship here, guys. He's on a 0, so the 17-year-old, does he have the mental ability here to keep it cool? Well, Alan, you'll agree, the thing we see from the young guns, early transition, the thing we see from the young guns quite often is that they do have the ability to keep cool, calm and collected. But a mistake there on 3 from Victor, will it be enough to see him qualifying? He's dropped a wheel here as well. He's in 7th in the championship here, guys. His championship, you know, round 3 out of 4, his championship could be about to fall apart here because he's still in with a shout of, you know, championship podium.
What does he need for what's the breaker? Is it like a 72 or something like that?
I think it's higher at this stage.
Is it higher? Yeah. So
we don't have the live scores here in DMP right now, but
we, you know, I mean, he hooks 1 to 2 inside zone 2 pretty nicely, misses 3 entirely. So that's 100% at a minimum a -4 deduction. Might be even a bit more than that.
I would guess more.
Drops the wheel over outside zone 4, so that's definitely a -4 right there. And then transitions here into outside zone 5, drops another wheel and very close to 2, which I don't think the judges are going to give him the negative dropping of the 2 wheels there. I think that it's hard to prove that there was 2 wheels off. Again, it would be interesting to see if maybe the judges have a different camera angle as we wait for the score to drop in. Victor Duda in this lovely PS13 200 SX, 2JZ, 700 horsepower. It's a run-of-the-mill semi-pro car.
Yeah, just a run-of-the-mill semi-pro car, which would be a pro car in any other championship in the world, maybe apart from Drift Masters level power and Formula Drift level power. But that is the situation in DMP. It is a high bar here, and it's an 82.
Yes, he's in.
Yeah, he is in. Victor Duda still hangs in the championship.
Angle and style saved him there. Yeah, lost 10 points on line.
So Victor Duda staying in the fight in the championship. Now a man who's in 6th in the championship, it's Ukrainian Ilya Zamfir, ready to rock, leaves the start line, engages first, hammers the BMW up into 2nd, up into 3rd, initiates full throttle, no messing, huge initiation, does he?
No.
Just unfortunately.
That was incredible.
Yeah, that was incredible, but it was almost too incredible. Unfortunately, the Ukrainian just not hanging on to the car after he initiated absolutely wildly there, Alan.
Certainly, and I think we saw the commitment here, like flicks it in super hard, massive clutch key entry, straight on a left foot brake. You see the inside wheel locking up, but it just sent the car too big onto angle, and he was going to center punch that cone.
Yeah.
And I think he decided to save the tyres. You know, I don't know how many runs these guys are getting on these pairs of Estino tyres, but maybe he might be able to do a full competition on the same pair of tyres, which would be very impressive. Of course, saving him for top 16 there.
Yeah, he's still in 5th position, is Ilya.
Very safely there, yeah.
He knew that he had the choice to go big or go home as such. So he'll be picking up, at least 4 championship points. Well, 4 championship points for his qualification this weekend so far.
And number 1 qualifier so far, anyway.
Yeah, remember, guys, the first run here, 96 for this man. It is absolutely crazy. Václav Burian with a crazy qualification run. Really high qualifier.
Oh no.
Yeah, runs in a little bit early there though, so unfortunately not coming together there for Václav on the second run. The Czech Republic driver just it's falling apart here, Alan, maybe pushing a little bit too hard, knows that he's got nothing to lose here basically, and maybe just throwing caution to the wind and seeing what happens.
Certainly so, and I think he starts to collect himself a little bit for the ending of this run as the carbon fiber E92 goes across the line. Again, it's just from the get-go. I mean, and the thing is, it's one of those tracks, again, where you need to think ahead, as we talked about earlier, but also it's one of those tracks where I feel like if you don't get the initiation right, it screws you for the rest of the run.
It does.
And I think we've seen that now a few times where a driver might initiate a little bit too soon or maybe a little bit too late and kind of not get fully into zone 1, and it doesn't set himself up nicely for 2, inside zone 2 into 3 and into 4. So by the time you kind of get back to your rhythm and you kind of get back onto the correct arc for the run, it's only by now, and it's way too late, despite the fact that zone 5 is the highest scoring zone for the length of it and how many sectors are in it. It's going to be a big deduction there for the first half of this run. So I don't think the score is going to do much better than the first, if at all. I don't think it'll score into the 80s, if I'm honest with you. That's my personal opinion anyway.
He's not going to improve on the first one. But interestingly here, it looks very much like he's about to top, he's going to win qualifying unless somebody pulls out a crazy run. And he's on 148 points in the championship. Now, qualifying first gains him 12 extra points. So Ole Boyko above him is on 156. So, Václav Burian might be creeping his way into the top 3 here after qualifying, and if he
74.
if he has a strong finish here now in the top 16 tomorrow, you could see him creeping into those Pro 2 championship spots and knocking on the door for the pro license. And we go down again. It is Ole Boyko on the line in 3rd position in the championship on a 76.5 here, Alan. So, this could be very, very important for the Ukrainian driver to put in a bigger score here, because 76, it's in the danger zone, and he's looking very good so far. Rotates the little compact beautifully, left to right, back to the left again. Maybe doesn't fill the zone, but really nice style, really nice flick onto angle, and maintaining a nice consistent angle. Then now drops a wheel slightly around the outside of 5, puts foot to floor. Once again, the Ukrainian knows what he's got to do here, and he does it pretty much. Now, Alan, he sacrificed 3 there a little bit, I think. Or was 4?
4, yes.
4, sorry.
Yeah, certainly so, and I think the speed is there for battle action tomorrow, but the precision on 4 wasn't the greatest. It was really clean all the way through here. Look at the momentum, the speed. Well, he carries all the way through this, and this E46 compact, it's a weapon of a machine. So it'd be very interesting to see if Ole can better his first run, but that outside zone 4 missing almost all of it. Wheel on the outside of outside zone 5 as well for nearly half of it. So some major mistakes for the last 2 sectors there of the run.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing here, he competed in 15 different rounds in the Ukraine, and he won 7 of them.
Wow.
Back home. So a born winner here is Ole Boyko, but I'm very interested to see his qualification standings here, because Václav Burian will be watching this one very, very intensely, because he is knocking on the door of 3rd place in the championship, and Ole Boyko in 3rd in the championship was on the drop zone there with the 76. Does he improve?
We haven't got a score
We
yet.
haven't got a score yet from that, but we will bring it back to you hopefully. Very, very big one for the championship as we go back down to the line to Ivan Baby, another Ukrainian driver. Maybe not the best qualifier in the world, but definitely one of the best battlers that we have in DMP, as we wait for the score to drop in. Yeah, and we're back now to Ole Boyko, and it is an 81. He does improve and goes into 10th position, and I think he was in trouble there with the 76.5.
Yeah, again, I think angle and style saved him there. He lost nearly 12 or nearly 20 points just on line alone.
Well, we go down to the line. It is 2nd place, in the championship, man. It is Ivan Baby in the E46, Baby Racing 555 on Instagram if you want to follow him, and his progression through drifting as he fires in the BMW, gets on the brake there as well, as you saw, just getting the car tidied up. Car's set up very tight here. It's very snappy, it's very fast, and you know what? He's doing a great job of it. This car does not look easy to drive, but Ivan Baby is on top of things here as he gets it rotated back once again around outer zone 5 here, fills up outer zone 5. Is this about to top qualifying? Well, it has a chance here, Alan. What a lap there from Ivan Baby.
He loves the 360 across the line. There was a few things I noticed, Mike, and I'm not sure is it enough. It's the first couple of transitions here, lovely initiation, fulfills outside zone 1 really nicely. Has a bit of correction coming into inside zone 2 there, and I don't know how the judges are going to look at that, but you know what, the rest of this looks decent. This transition at outside zone 4 is a bit stabby, you know what I'm saying, a bit slow. I don't know if the judges wanted a flicky or maybe a smooth transition there, but I definitely don't think
a flicky transition.
Flicky, yeah.
Is flicky
well, this is the flicky transition.
This is a flicky one.
That is a flicky one. I like that. And fulfills outside zone 5 fairly nicely. I don't think he drops a wheel out here. He does not indeed. And then the 360 at the end is going to give us maximum style points. I think we'll give maximum style points for the 360.
Yeah,
we don't even get to see it.
I'm liking it. They cut off the 360 not to be giving people bad ideas.
Yes, exactly. Especially not in battle action. We do not want to see it.
No, you don't want to see a 360 in battle action tomorrow. That's for sure. That might be frowned upon by the chase car.
Certainly so.
But yeah, Ivan Baby, 2nd place in the championship, looking good here for a high qualification spot, which does get him championship points, which of course gives him the choice to chase or lead first in the battles. The higher qualifier decides that, and also remember, guys, 1st place qualifier takes on 16th place, 2nd takes on 15th, etc. And it's 3rd place
93.
it's Ivan Baby. And it's a 93. So great score there, third position, keeping himself in the championship fight. And the guy he is looking up to is this guy, just on a 79. I'd love to see where he is standing. It's Adam Gombalicek in the Alfa Romeo Veloce, leading the championship here, guys, in DMP Semi-Pro. He has to improve here. He's in trouble with his first qualifying score. He's looking good so far. Fills zone 1, fills zone 2, fills zone 3 on his way. Rotates the little Alfa back around, gets on the throttle, on the left foot brake. Beautiful style here from Gombalicek, the Polish driver. Filling zone 4, gets on the left foot brake again. Perfect on 5. He's right on the outside. Now he's on the throttle with the V6, puts foot to floor and fills up. Yeah, that's a pro lap all day long.
That's 100% a pro lap.
Fills up the zone. Alan, you have to be impressed.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. As I said before, I've seen Adam drive in the sim world, and he is one to watch. What an incredible run there in the Alfa Veloce. I love the initiation, just committed straight to it, settle a bit of left foot brake, maybe a tiny bit too much left foot brake, but you know what, he has to do it to make it work. And I think you have to have some sacrifices with runs. I think sometimes it's okay to make a correction with left foot braking or a handbrake just to make sure you fulfill the zones and you manage to maintain angle. And he does a really good job. I mean, the consistency throughout the run is fantastic. There's not like any situation where there's big angle in one corner and then little angle for the next one. He's fulfilling exactly what the judges wanted. A few minor things with major left foot braking here in places, but to be honest with you, for a semi-pro driver, this is incredible stuff.
Yeah, just 16 years of age as well, the young Polish driver, doing a fantastic job there behind the wheel of the little Veloce. And look at the size of this car, guys. It's literally a tiny car. You can almost fit all of it into outer zone 5, the front and rear. You could get the front wheels in the clipping zone as well quite easily. I wait to see his score. He was in trouble as well, guys.
He was, but this is 100% in the 90s. I'm calling it.
Yeah, this is, is he gonna beat Ivan Baby? Is he gonna top qualifying?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's gonna beat Václav with a 96, but for me, technically, it was really good.
He was very, very good. I think it's gonna be very, very close.
Yeah, let's see, and it's about to drop in. It's a 93.5, which is just, is it equal with Ivan Baby? We'll have to split them, of course. If there is a tie break, it goes to their second qualifying score to break the tie. So 93.5 there for Adam Gombalicek, your championship leader here, guys, in Semi-Pro in DMP 2026. And that, just like that, concludes qualifying here, guys, for Semi-Pro. And we will, of course, be totting them up. The guys in the production office will have the massive calculator out, and they'll be running the ECU and the computer to 100% calculating the scores right now. And we will bring them to you in just a second. And we can indeed announce that Václav Burian tops qualifying with a 96, followed very closely by the improving Max Majkosz with a 93.5. Gombalicek goes in third, followed by Ivan Baby in fourth, and Peter Revehi rounds out the top 5. Mike Tesler looking good actually in sixth as well, equalled in score by Ilya Zamfir. Then if we look down along, it is Ole Boyko from the Ukraine doing bits with an 81 in 11th. Daniel Skretch is next. Bartosz Ostolovsky does indeed qualify. Nina qualifies in 14th. Frederick Martin is on a 79.5, and yeah, it's a great qualifying session there, Alan, you have to say, and commiserations to the guys who didn't quite get in there, but it was a very competitive semi-pro qualifying session.
Certainly so, and I really enjoyed seeing the progression of the drivers progress throughout. I'm really looking forward to battle action tomorrow. I think it's going to be fireworks for the semi-pro class. I mean, if this was the semi-pros, what are the pro driving is going to be like? I hope it's setting this up really, really nicely for qualifying for the pro guys as well a little bit later on. But right now, is the semi-pro drivers are finished. Great driving by everyone, and I think battle action tomorrow is going to be fantastic.
I have to agree. Battle action tomorrow is going to be crazy because this track is set up as a twin battle track. It appears to be very entertaining for qualifying alone, so to see it for battle action tomorrow, I'm looking forward to it. We caught a little bit of practice this morning and it looked very, very good there alone. So when they go into battle action, it's going to be crazy. And that is semi-pro qualification, of course, wrapped up, guys. And we are going to go to the pro qualifying at about, I believe we're scheduled at 2:45, so not long to go. So yeah, basically stay in touch, guys, and we'll be back for pro qualifying action at 2:45 Polish time. Thank you very much.
Spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and you're very welcome back to DMP Round 3 here at the Autodrom Jastrząb here, just south of Radom. You join us here just after semi-pro qualification, which was absolutely amazing, to be very honest, but the best part of the day is yet to come in the form of pro qualification, which will be, you know what, it's going to be absolutely crazy here, because we have a track which is custom set out for the job, and we have some of the best drivers, not only in Poland, but in Europe, about to do their business out on track. My name is Mike Fitz. I'm a former Irish pro driver, and I'm joined here to my right hand side, on your left, by the one and only Mr. Alan Hines, who is a former Irish pro drift champion from 2024, and he is a current drift master driver. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yeah, what an awesome opportunity to be here. Thank you so much to the whole DMP team. Yeah, we just watched the semi-pro qualifying, and what an awesome qualifying session was there. So I'm very hopeful for the pro class to take it one step further.
Absolutely, and as I am indeed. And it's been a very, very entertaining afternoon so far with semi-pro qualification. But as I said, now it is time for the big boys. It is time for the guys who are looking to really chase up, glory in DMP here. One of the best, if not the best, domestic championships in the world. It is the pro class with the likes of Kuba Przygoński, the likes of all those Drift Masters guys, Jakob Kroll, those household names in drifting are competing here domestically. So for the season, we of course have 3 rounds under our belt up to this weekend. 2 already done in Warsaw and Katowice, and of course we are here just south of Radom again at the Autodrom Jastrząb here, which is a custom site actually on 21 acres, which is just dedicated to nothing but motorsport, with a hotel on site as well. So it's a very, very interesting venue, one which gave the judges a huge amount of freedom in which to make their own type of track and put their own kind of a personality on the track. And it's going to be a fantastic twin battle track for tomorrow's action. But before we get to tomorrow, again, we have to get through qualification. So we are 3 rounds, we're at round 3 of 4 rounds of the season in 4-round championship. So each round is very, very important, and I do believe we're going to have a very quick recap on round 2 of the pro class here just in a second on the VT, which is of course just after taking place in the city centre location of Katowice in the Centre Kultury, under the skyscrapers and in very, very, very changeable conditions. It was a crazy round, to be very honest, because it was perfect weather for the whole event right up until the top 16, where a storm which was forecast with a red warning just about came in for the top 16. And you can see here just in the finals, Kuba Przygoński chasing down Łukasz Kaliszewski in the Worthouse A90 Supra. What an event that was, and in the end it was actually Kaliszewski who took the win. And Kuba Przygoński, the man to beat currently in the championship, still leading the championship here on 203 points. But Kaliszewski looking very, very good in that round. He is, of course, Peter Więcek's spotter in Drift Masters. And it was, again, I cannot emphasize enough how mad this round was. Under the skyscraper city centre event, mad weather conditions from scorching sunshine to absolute complete and utter torrential rain in the space of about 45 minutes. Super crowd there. They had to bring their umbrellas as well as their shorts, and really entertaining. But in the end, like I said, it was Łukasz Kaliszewski, the Polish driver, who took down his countryman in the form of Kuba Przygoński, and picking up, of course, maximum 100 points then from the event finish. And great round, to be honest, and we are back in action for round 3 here. So like we said, it is pro competition now. We have 32 places up for grabs. We had 16 for semi-pro, Alan, which proved to be super competitive, but 32 positions up now for the best in the business.
Yeah, certainly so. And as we head into our schedule for today, we've got semi-pro qualifying, which was completed earlier on today. It was Vika to take that down with a 96-point run. We have a paddock opening at 2 p.m. and we're finished with that now, and we're now live once again for pro qualifying here for our DMP Class 1 drivers. So it's going to be very, very interesting, and a lot of drivers to go through. As you mentioned, we've got some Drift Masters drivers, we've got a few wildcards who've entered us as well for this particular round, and of course we've got the existing grid of the DMP Pro drivers as well. So it'll be a very, very interesting day ahead of us, and I'm hopeful for a lot of very good qualifying runs a little bit later on. I'll be analysing it and diving a bit deeper into those runs, so hopefully we'll get some really great entertaining stuff to watch.
Yeah, well, we have Alan here, current Drift Masters European driver, of course, on hand to be analysing the runs, break it down for you guys at home if you're watching, and you are very welcome. And thank you for joining us here at DMP 2026, Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski, of course. And Alan, you are a guy, you've come from the same world. You're one of the top drivers in Europe right now. You seem to understand the judging a little bit. Can you run us through really quickly what you think that the judges will be looking for in terms of overall style, commitment, and all that kind of good stuff?
Yeah, certainly so. I think one thing, first of all, we had a discussion with the judges yesterday evening, obviously, as well this morning, and one thing we've kind of seen throughout the semi-pro class is the judges really wanting fulfilling of zones, making sure not making major mistakes, dropping wheels over the white lines, etc. But one of the interesting things was how the track layout here at this particular Autodrom Jastrząb. Initiation is pretty quick. Judges wanting a flick initiation, and if you see any straight line or major decels here through the decel zone will be deducted upon. So they're really wanting a quick flick through outside zone number 1. If they maintain that arc all the way to inside zone number 2, you see the team painting it right now, again ahead of qualifying. Outside zone number 3 after that transition number 2, or number 1 should I say, and then that sets you up nicely for the transition number 2 into outside zone number 4. We saw some of the high scoring qualifiers in the semi-pro class really minimizing the amount of decel in this area and maximizing throttle input. Now the timing for the transition into outside zone 5, which is where we see the recovery truck right now doing the block laying, is crucial. If you stay too long on 4, you will stall up on your angle and you would have a really stabby transition, let's say, into outside zone 5. But once you fulfill outside zone 5, you don't drop any wheels over the white line. You have one clipping zone left, outside zone number 6, as you cross the finish line. This layout requires thinking ahead. We've seen that some of the drivers who think ahead of where to place the car next, really maximizing the line score from Mateusz Zedek, but also the angle judge Carol and obviously style judge David Kalas as well, finding what they need in their particular run as well. Obviously commitment and fluidity from David Kalas as well, who's scoring that out of 30. So 40 points for line, 30 points for angle, 30 points for style. 15 points of those style score is for fluidity and the other 15 is for commitment. So plenty of scores and plenty of points to lose out on here. So obviously very tricky day ahead for those drivers and judges.
Yeah, well, qualifying as well, guys, it is crucial as well, to qualify highly, which we will go through in a second, but we are going to the drivers.
Że trasa cała
Down on
jest
track.
naprawdę taka smooth, fajna trasa.
The track is very nice. It's very fun. I think it's one of the best of this season.
Trasa jest naprawdę boska. Najbardziej podoba mi się wejście w trasę, ale rądko również jest wspaniałe. Można naprawdę fajnie się wstrzelić i będą na pewno fajne chase'y.
Everything okay about layout, very nice layout.
Bardzo fajnie, trasa jest naturalna, naprawdę myślę, że będzie można fajne pary jeździć. No ja jestem mega zadowolony, jeździ mi się super, także oby tak dalej.
Super, ja jestem bardzo zadowolony, że jesteśmy w ogóle na takim obiekcie, bo to jest w końcu taki prawdziwy obiekt do motorsportu i jest bardzo fajny layout trasy, który pozwala złapać fajne flow w aucie. Cały czas idziemy prawie na gazie.
Trasa jest niesamowita, bardzo szybka, przede wszystkim Jastrząb, fantastyczna nawierzchnia, fantastyczny tor, przepiękne miejsce, no a trasa szybka, techniczna, bardzo fajna do walk, więc myślę, że widzowie tutaj mają świetną zabawę.
Bardzo dobrze się jeździ, trasa szybka, ale techniczna, no jak zwykle tam betonki, ale generalnie bardzo mi się dobrze jeździ, dobra nawierzchnia, no i jest to obiekt przystosowany do takich imprez.
It feels quite good. First practice was not too bad. I still struggle a little bit with outer zone 4 into the roundabout, but we will keep working on this in the final practice today and excited for tomorrow and the weekend.
Wejście w trasę, uważam, że jest to dosyć skomplikowane miejsce, bo nie widać dobrze tej zony. Inside zewnętrzny i prawy długi zakręt jest to fajna bardzo część, tam będzie na pewno można fajnie atakować. No i później przekładka, zbicie biegu, hamowanie i wejście w rondo jest na pewno tym elementem najtrudniejszym, więc tutaj będzie się według mnie najwięcej działo.
So there you have it from the drivers, from the horses' mouths themselves, and once again, qualifying is more important than it seems. Not just does it get you into the show, but it has numerous advantages, which we will get to just after we hear from the judges to see exactly how you do score that all-important 100-point run.
Yeah, we are here at beautiful track Autodrom Jastrząb. It is finally really nice and fast track. So we will have this year all kinds of layouts, but now we are on the track which is bringing some speed but also some decelerations, and that needs to be fulfilled completely right. If not, drivers can lose a lot of points, but also they can gain there a lot during the qualification. So how they are fulfilling the zones, that's a very important part. Then how they are fulfilling the deceleration map and how stable their angle will be.
So thank you very much there, David Callis, our head judge, of course, and also Drift Masters head judge. So huge experience there in the judging booth from all of our three judges. And once again, guys, very important for, not just to qualify, of course, to get into that top 32, but the higher you qualify, the easier theoretical battle you have in your top 32, because first place qualifier plays 32nd place, second place 31st, etc. Not only that, but you do get championship points as well for qualifying. So if you qualify in first position, you get 12 championship points, and remember there are 100 available for an event win, so you can get slightly over a tenth of the event win point basically for qualifying in first. So you could get 112 points for a weekend if you qualify first, and also if you win the event. And remember as well that in DMP we allowed the higher qualifier in the battle tomorrow to basically choose whether they want to lead or chase first. So it is extremely important to qualify highly. And you see our starting list here. Loads of nations involved in DMP 2026, of course. You can see Ukrainians, lots of Polish drivers, Hungarians there in the form of Homan Zolt. And of course, yeah, Slovakia, Poland, Denmark, Ukraine, Hungary again. And of course, we are in reverse championship order, just like we were if you joined us for semi-pro qualification. The wildcard drivers and the guys who are slightly lower down in the championship will run first, and each driver gets 2 non-consecutive runs, and we will be making our way up towards the pointy end of the championship, where you will see the likes of the top Drift Masters guys sitting up high in the championship. They will be running pretty much last, Alan, and then we go back to the start. We start all over again for the second run, and that will be qualification done, getting us ready to rock for battle action tomorrow. And you can see our championship order there: Łukasz Kaliszewski, Stavros Grillis and Kuba Przygoński, our top 3 in DMP 2026 here, coming into round 3 in the pro class. So Alan, that's it. That's the introduction done. We are excited. We've seen a lot of runs already in semi-pro. It looked good. We were genuinely very excited for semi-pro action. However, now it's time for the big boys. It is time for the pro class.
That's right. We've got our first wildcard driver. It is Vladislav Burda in his Eurofighter. I was told earlier this is a brand new, straight out of the factory, E92 Eurofighter by the team at HGK. So it's incredible looking car, but
no pressure.
No pressure at all. Exactly. Yeah.
No pressure, exactly. So Vladislav fires in his brand new Eurofighter E92 with the BRD sponsorship on the side. Beautiful angle on the first one. Maybe not filling out the second zone perfectly, but dials on the angle. Maybe realised he wasn't going to fulfill 3 there. Dialed on the angle to try to find the zone. Maybe didn't work out. Now makes his way through 4 and into the all-important teardrop section here around outer zone 5, which is where the judges really want to see the commitment. As you said, Alan, they want to see a transition which is quite chaseable in uniform, but they're very, very specific about how they want to see the drivers approaching 5.
Well, that's exactly it. And the biggest difference between the semi-pro class and what we've seen earlier in the pro class today is the size of tyre and the open restriction of the tyre. So in this semi-pro class, you're limited to 235 or 225, should I say, Zestino sized drift compound tyre. But in this pro class, anything goes. So 285 is the maximum width. And of course, compound and tyre brand is not restricted. As we see Vladislav here making a few mistakes here, obviously with the grip of this machine, is going to be a bit of a wild horse to keep its under constraint, and of course doing not too bad of a job, not scoring a 0. That's the main job here for your first qualifying run, is getting a score on the board.
Yeah, but you know, it's a new car, Alan, and it's probably a new tyre as well to Vladislav, so it's going to be a big ask to come out in this company and score highly, because it does take, despite this car obviously being a HGK build and will come out of the box working very well, it takes a little while for a driver.
It does, of course, it does.
For driver and car.
Exactly that, and it doesn't matter if it's a car that's been well built by someone before, you're always going to have to tweak it to suit your own driving style. It takes a tiny bit of time to get acclimated with it. So
absolutely, and Vladislav Burda putting in a lap, and like you said, Alan, not scoring a 0, not putting himself under huge pressure, but in this company, I think with the mistakes creeping in, I don't think it will be enough to qualify for top 32 action. However, we never know. This track is very challenging, and the judges have been very devious. We were speaking with Karol Jablonski down this morning, and he said that they just completed the track last week, so nobody having any real time on the sims, nobody really knew the track layout before they got here this weekend, so it's a blank slate for all drivers and a level playing field, and it's a 63.5, putting Vladislav straight into first position, Alan.
Yep, it is straight into first position he goes for the time being. I'm sure there will be some drivers who will beat him, unfortunately, as we move on to the next driver, Mike.
Yeah, it is Vadim. I'm going to try and pronounce this right. Popishny. I think I got that right, in the beautiful S14. Look at the wrap on this car with 800 brake horsepower. The Ukrainian leaves the line, slams it through the gears, absolutely firing the S14 into the first zone. Big speed here. You can see the speed difference already into the pro class. because of the 265 or 285 rear racing tyres that these guys are using. You can see once again that tyre gripping up the car a bit there, a bit of a wobble on transition due to the grip in the back of this S14. Now fires it into 5, drops a wheel as a result, then a little bit over aggressive into 5, which we're seeing quite a lot of drivers getting caught out with, and we see the hotel there in the background, and he crosses the line.
Look, first run out of the bag, it's not too bad for Vadim, but unfortunately a major mistake here, putting a wheel in the inside zone number 2 here. That's a big deduction there, -4 points in the line score, and he fulfills 3 fairly nicely, but a bit of a late transition there, hangs a bit long on outside zone 3. Outside zone 4 here looks pretty sweet, and does a quick transition into outside zone 5, but one of the major mistakes I noticed here with Vadim is that he does put a wheel on the outside of 5 for almost 3/4 of that zone. That zone is divided into 4 sectors, Mike, and every time you put a wheel over that white line is -4 points. So I imagine it's about 12 to 16 points deduction there for Vadim. If my maths is right, 4, 8, 12, that's right, yes. 12 points.
You're good at maths, Alan.
Yeah, I can count.
You can count. Exactly. So once again, guys, remember that the drivers don't, to score maximum points in the zone, they don't necessarily have to have their rear wheels right on the outside line.
That's correct. Yep.
The judges in briefing last night outlined that if they're within 50 centimetres of the line, they will be pretty much scoring maximum points on the outside zone. So bear that in mind.
Well, the best thing to think about is even if you look at zone 2 for inside zone 2, for example, there's a white line straight down the middle of the box, right?
Yeah.
So you have the full box and you have a line straight down the middle. If you're inside sector of it, as we get a score from Vadim of 69 points, puts him into first place.
Yeah.
But if we look at the box, you have the inside of the half of the box, that is a 0 point deduction. If you're on the inside of it, that's -4, -6, depending on where it is. And if you're on the outside of the rectangle, that's between -2 to -4 points per zone. So keep in mind.
Okay, absolutely, Alan. You're the expert. So it is Łukasz Kaliszewski. The Polish driver is ready to leave the line in the beautiful 1 Series BMW, the chassis, which we see being campaigned to good success in Formula Drift by our buddy Jack Shanahan. He fires it in through the first corner, picks up all of Zone 1, the imtuning.pl, beautiful white and red race car, as we said in semi-pro. There, Alan, my favourite colours for a race car, white and red. This car just looks so clean, and he's doing a great job as Łukasz right now, because he's filling every zone here. He's not making an awful lot of mistakes. Maybe could have been a little bit smoother there on a couple of the transitions, but overall it's a great run here. Early doors for the Polish driver, fills up zone 6 and crosses the line. Alan, that's a big gauntlet thrown down already.
Yeah, certainly so. I love the plain white. We talked about it earlier in the semi-pro class. I love the plain white race car with just a few logos on it. I think it's super cool, super race car-esque. But of course, it doesn't matter if it's a race car-esque or a drift car, you still need to get the job done. And outside zone 1 for Łukasz was actually really, really good. Decent through inside zone 2. Outside zone number 3 is fairly nice as well. I love the momentum, the speed here that Łukasz is taking through outside zone 4. Look at that minimalistic amount of corrections through there. Very decent through there. Now, taking this transition, and this is a super important transition to get done correctly, but does a decent job. Puts the wheel on the white line exactly in the outside zone 5, but does drop a wheel slightly over, and that will be a deduction from our line judge, Masuez. And of course, as he crosses the finish line, not a bad run there. It's going to be a decent score, I actually reckon, Mike. Probably, I'm going to speculate, okay? And we're going to start the speculation today. I'm going to say that's going to be at least something in the 80s. I'm just going to call it right now. But then again, I'm not a judge, so I shouldn't be saying stuff like that.
You're not putting yourself under a lot of pressure there. The 80s is a big window there, Alan. So
it is.
Is it an 80?
I'm right though.
Well,
83.5.
Wow, Alan, you're right. You watched the drift run before, and you could call it within
I could
5
say,
points either way.
It was going to be above a 50-point run. I would be 100% right every single time.
You would, exactly. So we move it along down to the line, and look at this for a build. It is Maciej Jarkiewicz, the Polish driver, one of the oldest drivers in the grid actually, at 55, campaigning this beautiful S14 here, 820 brake horsepower with the Boss kit, the famous Boss kit S14. Oh, he fires it in fast, does just about get the car back in, wheelies his way into zone 2. Look at this car, it's so hooked up here. It looks like it's really, really set up to go forward, and you can see the grip in these cars. This is pretty much Driftmaster's levels of grip. Oh, just fires it in. No. Yeah, big mistake there, unfortunately, for Maciej, as he was looking very, very good there for a big score, and he crosses the line. He's been, pursuing his passions since the age of 15, he says, and He started actually motorcycle racing, but over time moved his way into the drift cars.
I was wondering actually, was this a wheel off because it goes 3 wheels over the box?
He didn't actually put a wheel into the box, to be fair.
Fine, he got into the second half of the inside zone 2. I did not like, I saw a handbrake here heading into outside zone 4, and I think it was after the correction or adjustment zone of the orange zone. So I do think there's going to be a bit of a deduction by our style judge, David Class. But wheel over the white line and it's too late. I think this is going to be borderline unchaseable. So it'll be interesting to see, will the judges give this an unfortunate big fat 0, or will he actually get a few points on the board?
Yeah, well, of course, a good point there, Alan. If it is deemed unchaseable by the judges, even if the driver misses a gear on initiation before the initiation line, on his run-up, they will score him a 0. So
yeah, we've seen that twice, I believe, in the semi-pro. So it's important that you get good momentum into zone 1, outside zone 1, and then across that line. But of course, we'll have to be a bit of a long wait here for Maciek to see what score he will finally get. That Corvette C6, by the way, it's been catching my eye every single time the cameras go to it.
And the Lambo in the background on the left there.
Whatever about the Lamborghini, but the Corvette is way cooler.
That's a cool Corvette for sure. And of course, guys, we are here at the Autodrom Jastrząb, just south of Radom. And if you fancy joining us, please feel free to come down. And we're back for battle action tomorrow. And you called it, Alan, unchaseable lead run, guys. So no prisoners taken here in DMP 2026. David Callis and the crew not taking any prisoners and giving a 0. Now we go back to the line. It is Piotr Kozłowski, the Polish driver in the Alfa Romeo Veloce, 700 brake horsepower, and let's see what he can do. What a fantastic car this is. Fires it in. Beautiful looking car. Missing zone 1 though, and going a little bit deep on zone 2, wheeling his way through it also. These pro cars putting out so much grip that they can actually make the front of the car on the far side raise into the air, and it's a little bit of a sketchy lap so far here for Piotr, because he's kind of he's going a little bit too deep into some zones, then not deep enough into others, and crosses the line. So maybe not the best run, but again, guys, we are in reverse championship order, so those big runs, those pretty much perfect runs, we'll see coming in later on as we go down through the grid.
Certainly so, and I think, look, this Alfa Romeo Veloce, we've seen it, 2 of them in pro, semi-pro, and Adam Galazic there obviously finishing in the few top spots there in semi-pro qualifying, but we're starting to see what a difference of a tyre can make. Yeah, you know what, it's one of those runs, I think it's going to be difficult for Piotr here to maintain momentum and speed and stuff with the size of the tyre that he's running on the back of this Alfa Romeo Veloce. So we saw the semi-pro car, we saw the pro car. There's a bit of a difference in speed. Obviously, the pro car is a little bit trickier to drive. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what score he gets, but I don't think it's going to be the score that he would be wanting.
Yeah, so V6 power in these Veloces. As we look at our helicopter here as well, guys, we have helicopter rides going on this weekend at DMP Round 3. So it's all going on here, and you can of course take part in the speed drift section there as well, as you just see in the foreground with the BMW on the trailer. That'll be active later. So lots to see and do here, and 55 dropping in for Piotr Kozłowski, putting him into 4th position so far, but he'll be under pressure for later on as we look at this beautiful car, red and black. What a car it is from Dariusz Fabisiak. Once again, a Polish driver here with a Barra-engined S14, so the big Ford 6-cylinder 4-litre engine. We had a chance to speak to this guy in depth about his engine at round 2, and such an interesting build from these guys in this team. Now he fires it in. Look at this. Look at the way the pro cars are absolutely firing the car onto angle. Alan, you can really see a difference in the side bite of the tyre where the car fires onto angle and just sticks.
Certainly so, and they're very tight, is probably the word to say. There's no mercy. And it makes it very, very difficult for these guys to make the car float out to the zones. As we said earlier in the semi-pro qualifying, this track is very much, you have to think ahead. And I think when you have a car that has so much grip, you're running these big tyres, you have to think so far ahead, you have to be predicting what happens next, and you need to carry momentum. You need to drive the car like as if it's got 200 horsepower. So it's a massive credit to all these drivers taking the amount of grip that they're using here in the pro class and making these cars work. We haven't seen any major spin-outs. We haven't seen any major mistakes. Yeah, we've seen a few, zeros scored from over rotation and stuff. But you know what? This is a credit to these guys to be able to make these cars work. And of course, the speed of these things are incredible.
Yeah, so former drag racer as well, of course, Dariusz and a man with a rich motorsport history. He holds actually the Polish front-wheel drive record from 2008 to 2012 for drag racing. So actually swapping the quarter mile for the drift track right now. And how good does that car look here in the Polish sunshine? We had a storm last night, we got over that, and we are now in a little bit windy conditions, but it is definitely better than it was last night. And it is second position for Dariusz Fabishak with a 69.5, and that mightn't be a perfect score for him later on, but we'll have to see as we move it along to the line. And it is quite a unique car in drift circles. It is Dominik Posławski, the Polish driver, driving the Lexus RC with 600 brake horsepower. This car very much still in development, but how good does this car look?
Mike, it's absolutely incredible, and I don't even think I'll be able to talk about the run because I'm just kind of stargaze at the green. I love green, obviously it's one of my favourite colours. It's this Lexus RCF, what an incredible machine. Dominique sending it here through the final transition here into outside zone 5 and puts his wheel on the white line. What a great job there. A bit of a stall up an angle, but manages to keep the momentum going and fulfills outside zone 5 really, really nicely as he powers through outside zone 6 across the line, Mike. Yeah, I think, this car looks incredible. I think the run definitely could do a little bit better in certain places. But you know what? I think, again, as we spoke about earlier, the banker run is important here, especially in qualifying in DMP. And there will be a score on the board nonetheless, which is crucial for his second run later on.
Well, he says that this car is not just a drift car, but a marketing platform, and you can see exactly why it is, because it's so unique. Pretty much one of a kind. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a 1.5 JZ, which is a 1 JZ head on the 2 JZ 3 litre bottom end. Yep. So slightly unusual engine as well, not unheard of, but a Toyota engine in a Lexus chassis goes, makes sense.
Hand in hand, it does, yeah.
Yeah, and it looks absolutely fantastic there, especially with the front bronze wheels, Workmeister-like wheels there.
It's not something we would see back at home, is it, Mike?
No, we see plenty IS 200s though back home.
Yeah, a lot of them.
As we see the families there enjoying life on the bank here at the Autodrom Jastrząb with the hotel on site, of course, and it is a great little venue here. It's not even little, it's 21 hectares actually, so it's far from little, but a great venue here with multiple track layouts, as you can see, which can be put into various forms for karting or motorcycle stuff and drifting, obviously. And a great facility which can give us multiple layouts. And it is an 80 though for Dominik Posławski, putting him into second position, and he's going to be happy with that one. It's a respectable score there, Alan.
Yeah, very nice score indeed there for Dominik. As we move on to
Piotr Stanczyk, the Polish driver, 41 years of age, in the E82 BMW, 750 brake horsepower. Been involved in drifting for 10 years. Let's see what he can do as he leaves the line, pulls first, second, third, as he absolutely flicks the car in here. Huge initiation there from the Polish driver. Now gets it rotated back around. The grip in these cars is absolutely astounding. You can see when they flick it sideways after a transition, the car just wants to hook up and go forward. It's amazing to see out here. Oh, right near the wall, goes on the marbles, looking to keep that one out of the wall. Way too much commitment into 5 and full throttle, super fast car.
Super fast.
Yeah, so if Piotr can kind of make this car work for him, maybe loosen it up a little bit for the second half of qualifying, I think this car could be something to be reckoned with in the battles because it's so fast.
Yeah, I think right now that's clearly the fastest we've seen so far, and I don't think he needs the speed right now. So definitely think adding some pressure to the Rose rear tyres, those extremes by the looks of it, will help him out massively, at least to make all the zones. At the end of the day, there's no point in having all the speed, if you can't make it into the main show. So I do hope that he will loosen the car up a little bit on run 2 show, so that we could see what he is all about. This 1 Series BMW looks incredible, and I don't think this is going to score quite well, if I'm honest with you, Mike, as it's filled with many mistakes, missing out on many zones. I can even see the tyre pressure, it's almost flat.
And look at the toe angle on the rear.
The camber and everything on the back of it, it is pretty much hooked up, ready for war.
Look at that, look at the toe angle on the back. The back wheel is just facing in towards the centre of the car in order to make it fast, and that car is going to be super difficult to drive, but super fast. So that's always the trade-off with a drift setup, the grip versus the grip and forward bite and the side bite versus the drivability of the car. So, sometimes in qualifying you want the car to be drivable, but you're on such a knife edge that you kind of want to be qualifying roughly in your battle setup as well, right, Alan?
Certainly so. I mean, look, there's a part of it where, just making a small little change for qualifying, just to loosen the car up, makes a huge difference. And then the next stage, just add a bit of grip. A 57 on the board there for Piotr And I don't think that's the score he'll need if he wants to make the top 32 action for tomorrow. So he's going to have to sweeten things up for run number 2.
Yeah, well, here's a former semi-pro podium finisher in another unique car. It is Dominik Kur, Polish driver, once again in the Opel GT. And the last Polish driver we saw driving this was a man who we got to drive with in Mondello Park as well, a drifting legend, which we'll get to in a second because the run is well and truly underway. And look at this, it's absolute commitment here from Dominik Kur. Drops a wheel in the process, but overall it won't be a huge deduction. I don't think there from Matthias Jedic, our line judge. He said he'll deduct maybe 4 points for a wheel drop around the zone, except this zone here, number 5, which can have multiple deductions, and you know, that's a great run there overall, apart from that little mistake from Dominik Kur as he crosses the line.
Yeah, certainly so. As you mentioned, Mike, this car formerly campaigned by Paweł Trela, a Polish drifting legend. As we had an interesting initiation there, half filling outside zone 1. As we get a bit techie here, he's going to just about get the inside zone 2, the maximum points there. Half filling again outside zone 3. The timing here a little bit off, and I think that threw him off and forced him to drop definitely a wheel in outside zone 4, and I think that's split into 2 zones, so that will be double deduction, -8 points for that, for the whole wheel outside that zone. But you know what, cleans up his act, does a decent job here in outside zone 5, but starts to slowly drop a wheel again. And it's a pity because I seen Dominik's one of his practice runs, and I was like, damn, this was good.
Damn.
And it was good. And the Opel GT, the only one in Europe and probably the world, Opel GT, obviously a similar chassis to the Saturn Sky that we would have seen in America many years ago.
Your first cousin and my boss, Darren McNamara.
Yeah, Darren McNamara. So. And we'll have to wait and see what score he gets put onto the board.
You see the crowd enjoying themselves here. Good crowd here already for qualification.
They're obviously seeing themselves on the TV and waving to the cameras, so obviously having a great time here.
Yeah, it is a cool venue for sure, and it's a great spectator spot. We had a look around the grandstand there earlier during practice, and it looks so good. And Dominik Kur's score drops in. He looks happy in the graphic. He should be happy. He's in second position with an 81. So that could see him okay for top 32.
No, we're going to skip a driver. Zolt Homan is out with engine failure.
Oh no, okay.
So we're moving on to János Onodi.
János Onodi is leaving the line right now, the Slovakian in his E36 with over 800 brake horsepower. Look at this beautiful livery in this car as well. Fires in the E36, huge speed into clipping zone 2, absolutely fills it. Beautiful transition, what a transition. Has to correct a little bit on the steering, but makes it work. What a transition that was. Complete commitment here from the Slovakian in one of the Moto Drift team as well. These guys really know how to really present a car, and they really know how to do a lap as well, because we saw Max Majkosz there qualifying very highly in semi-pro, and you know what? I think János Onodi is going to do a job here in pro.
Certainly so, as the Motel E36, the Race Shop E36 as well. I see absolutely fantastic car. I saw again in practice. I was up at the spotters tower, and this thing sounds incredible as he flicks through here into outside zone number 4, and carrying decent momentum here. Again, half filling the zone. That's going to be a bit of a deduction there from our line judge as he over angles. I feel like it's a bit of an over angling for that transition. I don't think the judges were going to want that, and he does drop a wheel as he enters into outside zone 5, and he continues to drop a wheel for a little bit into outside zone 5, but cleans up his act, powers through outside zone 5 and powers out towards outside zone number 6, and again half filling or 3/4 filling that zone across the finish line. That slow-mo of the replay run helping us divide that run down into pieces, as we see the crew there standing around.
Yeah, big production, DMP as well. You know, there's a lot behind this championship, guys, and if you even follow even us on Instagram, we're putting up a bit of behind the scenes stuff, but it's a big championship. It is the biggest domestic championship in Europe, I would say, by some way at this stage. We have, of course, in Ireland, we have huge pride in our national championship, but you have to say, Alan, this championship is another level up in terms of, car and production. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the level of cars here and stuff like that. But we all start off with the same foundation at the end of the day, and this is a feeder series for Drift Masters, that is.
Yeah, and straight into 4th position, János Onodi with a 78. So it might, with all the runs we have to come yet, might be around the danger zone with the 78, the drop zone, as we move on to our first female competitor. It is Karolina Piarczyk. from Poland leaves the line in this crazy car. Just look at the big old blower sticking out from under the bonnet there, and not enough room for it under the bonnet. One of the most powerful cars on the grid, 900 brake horsepower, beautiful pink livery, and what a machine this is. T-Mobile sponsored S15 as she hangs on to zone 4 a little bit late there, Alan. Maybe catches her out a bit on the way to 5s in exactly what the judges warned against in briefing, but she gets back online now, puts foot to floor. You can hear her hitting the limiter, and Carolina crosses the line. Good aggressive lap there, Alan.
Certainly so. The big massive LS under the hood of the S15 Silvia, that is Carolina's, as she sends it through inside zone number 2 and fulfills that fairly nicely. Outside zone 3 is fairly nice there as well. Powers up towards outside 4. Bit of a late transition and forces to only half it outside zone 4, which then pushes her wide, and then has this really late and wide transition going into outside zone 5. Again, something the judges do not want. As you can see, she enters outside zone 5 very late as she reaches the outside line there, but drops the wheel a tiny bit, leaves the zone a bit early too, and powers out to outside zone number 6, using all of that 900 horsepower across the line.
Yeah. Well, of course, each driver getting 2 non-consecutive runs. This is the first run in qualifying. Drivers will usually use it in order to kind of find that good score, get themselves in top 32 action, and then really push it out in the second run. So hang on and watch out for those second runs in the second half of pro qualification here, as we see the A90 Super, one of the fastest cars on the grid as well, the CF Moto sponsored machine, making its way out to qualifying. Looking forward to seeing that. I'm a big fan of this car, and it is so fast. As we just wait for Carolina Pilarczyk's score to drop in. That is actually her dog on the side as well.
Oh, is that right?
That's her actual dog. Yeah, he was in. I think he was in at round 2 there in Katowice and briefing and things, and we were having fun with him. And is 78 for Carolina. Blowing us kisses there on the graphic in 4th position. So she'll be pretty happy with that. Yeah, thank you very much. She'll be pretty happy with that. Full of character, so a huge character in the sport of drifting. And we go back down to the line, and I do believe it should be Anders Madsen on the line. It is indeed. With the E46 M3 with 800 brake horsepower. Certainly more than what the guys at BMW sent it out with the S54. And he's a Danish Pro 2 champion, so let's see what the Danish man can do. Fires it in here, showing why he's a former Danish Pro 2 champion, getting the car rotated. Slight little correction, but overall on the right line here. Matthias Jedic will be liking the line. Maybe not for this one though, because he's right out to the wall, not where the judges want to see him. Gets on the marbles and loses grip. So the former Danish Pro 2 champion, little mistake there around outer zone 5, and I think he'll bleed off. Was it 3 wheels?
Yeah,
wheels. Okay.
I'm almost certain it was 3 wheels, so that's going to be a 0.
Technical expert, Driftmaster driver.
That's right. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
Eagle eyes.
That's why I'm here.
That's why you're here.
Well, at least that's why I think I'm here anyway.
Yeah, that's why we drafted you, and the big dog's been drafted in. So look at the beautiful car as well. All these cars are so well turned out as well. Even if they're quite plain, they tend to achieve a look, and I'm just loving all the liveries out here.
It's very unique, isn't it? Every chassis has their own bit of character. There's not like one particular car that dominates the whole grid. It's kind of a bit of everything. We've seen Alfa Romeos, Corvette C5s, we've seen E46 BMWs. We've seen it all. So I think that's it's a credit here to all the teams here for finding new ways to be unique here.
Indeed, yeah, and there are so many drift chassis out there now that you can be unique. We saw a couple of unique ones earlier on in the Lexus, and of course the Opel GT, and we do have the Alfa Romeo Veloces on the grid.
I was just going to say that I think the judges are watching back. The outside zone score is going to drop, and it will be a 0.
Oh, it's a 0 for.
It will be a 0.
Oh, it's a 0 for. Oh,
yeah,
wow,
they were paying a lot of attention to outside zone 5. I spotted the first time, so I don't know why the judges kept. I'm joking.
Well, you got to keep in the good side of David Callis, because he's going to be judging you at the final in Poland, in Warsaw, in a couple of weeks' time. But we go back to the line to Artem Hushva. The Ukrainian is ready to rock in the Team HPS Performance S14, and he leaves the line, pulls first, pulls second, pulls third, and look once again at the toe angle he's running on the rear of this car. This car is hooked up, now fires it through. Beautiful transition into 3. This car is so grippy, but he's making it work, makes the transition stretch out into 4, pretty much fills 4, leaves it a little bit early, but overall it's a great run here from the Ukrainian, as he has a little bit of a wobble coming into 5, but now gets foot to floor and really puts the throttle down with all those 800 brake horsepower. Wow. Fills up the last zone and crosses the line. Big commitment.
A car is hooked up when it barely smokes the tires across the finish line. You know what I'm saying? It is singing. obviously 2JZ power plant, S14. It's got the recipes here to be an absolute weapon of a car. And up to this point, outside zone 3, looking really, really good here in this S14 is Artem, but unfortunately had a little bit of a wobble in the transition and managed to collect it nicely, but just didn't look the most stable in outside zone number 4. Bit of a wobble there, an angle, but when he transitions back to outside zone 5, he hooks up the line, maximizes the throttle input, does drop a tire over the white line there a tiny bit, as that will be a deduction, possibly -8 points there for that wheel drop, but yeah, sings it across the line.
Yeah, like you said, not a lot of tire smoke, which is a sign that the wheel speed of the car isn't like overpowering the forward motion of the car.
Right, exactly. It's just surging. It's just gripping the tire. It's like just flexing the tire underneath. Obviously, lesser tire pressure you have in these incredible tires, the more grip that you generally make. So I would imagine a lot of these teams are trying to find a balance between grip and fluidity when it comes to style. And 72 put him into 6th overall currently in qualifying, which probably won't be... I don't know. It's going to be tough to see what the cutoff will be for top 32.
It is indeed. It is indeed. As we look back to the line, and it is Tamas Magyar with the, speaking of unique, it is a Mercedes 190E. Any fans of the Cosworth road car will love this 800 brake horsepower in the hands of the Hungarian driver, making it work right now. One of those big transitions once again into 3, loving that. Maybe not having the ideal season so far. We know he's capable of more, but you know what? It's looking very, very good for him here at D&P round 3, because maybe with the little mistake into 5, it's all coming together here for the Hungarian, and he absolutely hits the limiter, puts it under pressure and crosses the line. That was a great run, Alan.
It was indeed. Actually, it's very unique, and again, another unique chassis to the series. And it's a credit there to Tomas to building an incredible machine that is this turbo Benz. Is that what it's? Terra Benz on the rear taillight or the spoiler blade there. But this run, it's a bit of a pity. I do think he was missing some zones outside zone 4 there. Could have been a little bit deeper there. But again, it's all about finding a balance between speed and fluidity and finding that float in the car that you need. We saw in the semi-pro class that precision was kind of the key to be able to qualify first. But here, I think it's going to be a matter of who's going to be able to fill all the zones. And so far, we haven't really seen the run to set the scoreboard alight, as we would say. So I don't believe this is going to be a huge score, but I do think it'll be a score on the board nonetheless, which is important for that second run. As we said earlier, this is a banker, so this is good banker for him. A score on the board, points on the board, and he can go full ham for run number 2 a little bit later.
He can indeed. We wait for his score to drop in as we get a beautiful drone shot here of the proceedings.
Wow.
What a great venue this is, and a very bespoke track. And as you can see to the left of the shot here, you can pretty much set up any track that you want here. So for drifting especially, it's ideal because you have total control over pretty much the track that you run. And this is the track that David Callas and all the guys have come up with, and it is a tricky one for sure. It's quite fast, and they did mention that they wanted to get a fast layout here, and I think they've achieved that.
I think so too. It's incredible layout, and they could have obviously gone down into the bottom corner and used the normal kind of drift layout that we'd use here, but I think they've put the 3 heads of the judges together. They've come up with a really nice layout here, a unique one. There's a crossover in it, there's a roundabout, there's walls, there's everything. It's not easy either. You kind of have very little reference markers, let's say, when it comes to transitioning and stuff. So it is tricky. You have to think ahead, and it will be a 68.5 for Thomas Magyar for that qualifying run. So again, score on the board. We'll see him for run 2 later.
We will indeed, and he'll have to do a little bit better later. And we look back to the line, and it is Łukasz Kaliszewski in the M3 E46 with the turbo S54 B32 engine, so a very unusual build as well to see the turbo M3 engine. Look at the speed of this car through the first section. Too much grip almost, goes a little bit too tight on the inside. Tight, way too tight. This car is hooked up, and interestingly, Alan, we're seeing the drivers here in qualifying all with these cars super hooked up, but it has been a while since they've practiced. It's been,
that is true.
As we watch Łukasz here, doing a little bit better now in the second half of the lap. But it's been a while since they practiced, and I wonder, has since semi-pro qualification, has the track temperature improved a little bit?
It's such a valid point, because this morning was a lot of wind. It was quite cool. I was walking around with my shirt on, with just a hoodie and stuff on. So, and I'm usually used to the cold weather, so I was a bit surprised by that. And it has, the sun has come out a bit. The track tempo has increased. I will be surprised to see later, if the track conditions will continue to rise a bit, will it get grippier, or will it start to kind of get to a threshold and then start to drop off in grip levels? And we do see that from time to time, that once the track gets too hot, you lose grip. There is a kind of a threshold point of a peak of where the track is optimum performance for grip, that is. So I think we're kind of close to that right now, where the conditions are probably at its prime, let's say its optimum conditions, and it might be here at this point where, maybe if the drivers that are yet to drive on, they might start to, pump up those tyres a bit to try and ensure that, they have a bit of drivability in the car for their run. So it'll be interesting to see. It's a very valid point. Putting a lot of pressure on these guys to make sure to put the run down. And we have been quite harsh on them, but it has been quite a few hours since their last practice session.
Yeah, so Łukasz waiting for his score. Runner-up in the semi-pro class previously, and he's a big fan of the E46 chassis and the M3 in particular. As we get there's a fantastic shot here on the left. If you see all the almost teal cars, the light blue cars there, they're all BMWs, including an old 6 at the end, a couple of E46s.
It's almost like a colourway, it kind of goes slightly darker blue and then it goes into red. There's a green randomly in the middle there. But
yeah, so once again, guys, if you are within driving distance of us here, just south of Radom at the Autodrom Jastrząb, make sure to make your way down tomorrow for battle action in both semi-pro and pro. And if you're watching at home, guys, and if you've just tuned in, thank you very much for joining us. My name is Mike Fitz. I'm joined here by Alan Hines. We are the English-speaking commentators for Driftingowe, Mistrzostwa, Polski at round 3 here, and big shout out to Eddie Power as well, watching from home for this round, who is a usual head commentator. I'm stepping in for him at this one, and Alan is doing my job basically. So thank you once again for joining us, and hopefully we're entertaining you through your Saturday as the score drops in for Łukasz Wilczek, and it is a 68.5, putting him into 9th position with maybe too much grip in the back of that car. So maybe, you know what, the spotters are watching this, they might be telling the guys yet to come to loosen up the cars a bit. There's a lot of grip out there. Now back onto the line, a man with huge experience. It is Bartłomiej Owatrek in the M2 with 700 brake horsepower. He is in the sport with over 20 years, so huge experience behind the wheel here as he fires in the little M2, goes a little bit tight, catches, I think lost a bit of his grill there, and the cone interfered with his steering. Yeah, so unfortunately that might be an incomplete here for Bartłomiej already, but okay, he's not going to have a big score after this first one, but he's using this as a practice run. He's going to be disappointed, but he's using all those years of experience right now to say he's not losing the cool, not losing his head. He's saying, okay, I made a mistake here. I'm going to use this as a practice lap for the second part of my run on run 2, and I'm going to get it together then. It just looked like he caught a little bit of grip there, Alan, on the back, and then the cone was gone under his wheel and just basically didn't allow him to steer the car.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's going to be an incomplete for sure, because we have to think about these lead runs in qualifying. These qualifying runs, should I say, they're to set us up for battles. So the judges want a really good lead run. If you do not have a good lead run, if it's not a chaseable lead run, then they just don't want you to be here, and they're going to score a 0, that is. So that cutting of the cone on the inside and in the big straight and afterwards, imagine trying to chase that. It's going to be really, really tricky. So I do think that's going to be incomplete, which is very, very unfortunate for his first run, as it is indeed an incomplete for Bartłomiej. And it will be a 0 for him in his BMW M2.
So we go back to the line, and it is the one and only Aleksandra Fia, the Polish driver, with a very, very, very interesting build. It's a supercharged Coyote V8 engine in the S13 chassis. Fantastic looking car as well. The black and teal, they're looking resplendent in the Polish sunshine, and you know what? This lap is looking resplendent as well as she fires on the angle. Look at this from the Polish driver. She is absolutely on fire here in her lap. Does she hold it together, Adam? Alan, sorry, I'm so excited I called you by the wrong name, Alan. This is very, very exciting here from Aleksandra, and she looks absolutely on course here to possibly top qualifying so far.
And I think Aleksandra, really looked back on the previous run of qualifying, possibly studied what the track conditions were like, and made the right decision here. Yeah, is it perfect? No. But it does hit all the marks that she needs to hit, and it does look like a complete run. There's no major errors, there's no weird wobbles or any weird kind of corrections, that is. very committed to outside zone 4. Absolutely fantastic stuff there. Perfect. Transitions here to outside zone 5 here. And again, you know, this again, this whole V8 platform that is under the S chassis, the 200SX S13, it must be a very drivable car, and it looks great to drive. So big credit to her team and herself to be able to set up an incredible machine.
Yeah, we had a good look at this at round 1 at the PTAC Arena in Warsaw. And good chat, with Alexandra, and it's such an interesting build, and she's such a lovely person as well to chat to. So, always wishing her the best. Making sure that all is okay with that car. I thought I saw the marshals there making the universal kind of that it's cut out symbol, but
they were just pointing, saying there's cool.
So
as we see again, the massive circle of show cars. I'm hoping there will be a few more there tomorrow to complete that circle. It's a bit, you know, not completing the circle of cars that is, but as you see the spectators and the grandstands, again, it's an incredible venue here. Definitely recommended the call down and check it all out if you're here in the vicinity of the area, that is. As we wait for the score for Alexandra, be interesting to see, will she top qualifying so far, or is it going to? It's going to be close, Mike. I do think it will be. I'm just trying to think in my brain here of what previous runs were up there, and I don't think there has been many, so I do believe that is the best run that I've seen so far anyway, in my opinion. But again, who cares about my opinion, Mike? Because, you know, I'm just a commentator here. I'm usually a driver, that is, but I'm not driving today, so, you know, who cares about my opinion? I'm just commentating on stuff here.
Well, you said that she wasn't perfect, but when you're driving in the PG Naroda V in a couple of weeks, she might say the same about you, Alan, and it's only good enough for 7th, so the judges not liking it as much as we did. Sometimes I can get too excited myself, and I will do so again here, and I'm not apologising for either, because Mateusz Szewski in one of my favourite cars on the grid is about to leave the line. The Polish 31-year-old in the Mark V Supra pulls gears, look at this, flicks the car left, flicks it right, dab of the handbrake to get him into the track, hits the limiter all the way around the track, and look at this, what a beautiful car this is, and he's doing a great job so far. Dials on the angle, but unfortunately just dials on the transition too early and leaves zone 4 a little bit out there on track. Now, does he pick up 5? He pretty much does. He's right on that outside line, drops a wheel in the process slightly, but overall very good aggressive run here. He misses 6 as well, so great aggression there, Alan, but maybe not the most perfect. You know, I think Matej Jedic there won't be liking the line on that one.
Certainly not, but in terms of perfect, I think that Supra is, you know. Love the colourways here, the yellow, bright yellow, and the lovely teal blue wrap. That is barely getting a wheel into outside zone 1, more or less missed it again inside zone number 2 again, and misses outside zone 3. This is not really what Mateusz really wants here from as our line judge, and again misses outside zone 4. This is kind of, it's going to be a tough one here, because so far there hasn't been really any reasoning for the line judge to be happy. Now, it looks a great run, you know, a style and angle judge Carol and David Glass will be more than happy, but of course it's going to miss some major clipping points there, and again, one of those runs, just a little bit too much grip. That Mark V Supra is rapid for sure as he heads back into the pits.
Yeah, as we see the fans there enjoying some of the crews waving to the cameras. They're trying to find the camera there, but they're having fun anyway. They see it now. Having fun in the pits there. You can see all the quads in the background and stuff to try to get around this rather big 21-hectare venue here at the Autodrom Jastrząb. A new venue, of course, for DMP 2026. New grounds being the subtitle of the championship, because there are many new grounds. And it is 12th position for Mateusz Szewski with a 65, so that'll be a long wait for him. We have a lot of top drivers in this championship, Alan, and it's 65 might be outside of the drop zone. So we go back to the start line. Look at this, once again, beautiful car. It is Krzysztof Jóźwiak, the Polish driver in the M2, is getting his engine revved up. We can see the extreme tyres on the back, and he is into the track. Look at this, fires in, no weight transfer, but does make it work. Runs a little bit wide there, no weight transfer on the way in, Alan. It pushes him a bit wide, but overall it works. Look at this now, this car is very gripped up. I told you coming into this championship, Alan, that these cars were fast, and you're surely seeing it for yourself now.
Certainly so, and I would expect, you know, one of the things I learned in Drift Masters this year, you know, I would personally run a lot of the same tyres that the teams are running here, and you'd be taking a lot of mechanical grip out of the car to try and make it easier to drive. But credit to Krzysztof there, he was like, nope, we're going to go full send here, and this thing is rapid. Unfortunately though, it does miss out some of the timing of the zones, does make the inside zone 2, but does get to outside zone 3, but then starts to fall out of outside zone 4 a little bit early here, and that does kind of set him up in a narrow line for this transition to outside zone 5. But you know what, incredible car, incredible sounding V8 in this thing. And one thing I read the notes here, and he does mention he loves the sound of a low-pitched roar of a V8, and it certainly does sound absolutely incredible. So great job there by Krzysztof, but I do think it's going to be another 60-ish, 70-point score.
Yeah, well, a former semi-pro champion and semi-pro runner-up then in the next year in 2024. So lots of experience behind the wheel by Krzysztof. But yeah, like you said, these cars look super hooked up, and I do think that the track conditions have gripped up a little bit since their last practice session before semi-pro qualifying this morning, as we see Kuba Przygoński's pit there. And it is an 82 though for Krzysztof, and that is second position. And he will be happy with that one, and that will surely see him good for battle action based on the scores we've seen so far. But guys, remember, we are once again in reverse championship order, and those big scores are going to start to drop in now according as we kind of head towards the top 10-15 in the championship. As we see the car show here filling up around the roundabout here. Look at this, what a fantastic venue, the hotel in the background. And we are going to a quick interview down on track, I believe, with Victoria.
Pamiętacie, jak zapowiadałam Państwu wyjątkowego gościa? Myślę, że mogliście się go tutaj nie spodziewać, ale jeszcze bardziej myślę, że nie spodziewacie się jego historii i drugiej pasji obok skoków narciarskich. Razem z nami Paweł Wąsek. Dzień dobry.
Witam.
Medalista olimpijski, skoczek narciarski. No właśnie, wszyscy Cię z tej strony znamy, ale nie wszyscy wiedzą, że Ty jesteś, wprost mówiąc, nasz człowiek, czyli pasjonat motoryzacji i motorsportu też, dlatego że był motocross, jest symulator w domu, który sam sobie zrobiłeś i sam wspomniałeś o tym, że to jest taka fajna odskocznia pomiędzy skokami. Usiąść na tym simie, żeby trochę wyłączyć głowę.
Zdecydowanie tak. No, gdzieś ten motosport od dziecka u mnie był. Tata mechanik, garaż miał zawsze w naszym domu, więc te samochody zawsze mi były blisko. Później był ten motocross, z którego musiałem zrezygnować, jednak skupić się na karierze tylko skokowej. No i gdzieś mi ciągle tego motosportu brakowało. Postanowiłem zbudować sobie symulator, żeby właśnie po takich zawodach móc przyjechać, bo różnie to na zawodach wygląda. Czasem nie pójdzie, czasem się wraca zdenerwowanym, zmęczonym, chce się wrócić do domu i jest to taka fajna odskocznia, żeby siąść, zająć głowę czymś innym, trochę się odstresować.
Jesteś tutaj dzisiaj z nami w kombinezonie The Speed Games, dlatego że w Ptaku Rosoło Expo spróbowałeś swoich sił za kierownicą driftowozu. No i jak poszło?
Nie, no myślę, że okej, właśnie. Też gdzieś w wolnych chwilach na tym symulatorze próbowałem driftu, tam zaczęło mi to w miarę wychodzić, ogarniałem to, co robiłem, dostałem taką propozycję właśnie spróbowania. Było to też jedno z takich moich pobocznych marzeń właśnie, żeby sprawdzić, jak ten symulator przekłada się na prawdziwe życie, więc z miłą chęcią wziąłem w tym udział. Faktycznie jest to w miarę podobne. Wiadomo, troszkę inne odczucia są, no bo jednak tu to auto pracuje, tu to działa, ale z tego też raczej wynikają korzyści. Także no, bardzo się cieszę, że miałem tę możliwość.
Państwo będziecie mogli niedługo zobaczyć Pawła w akcji tutaj u nas na torze na Jastrzębiu, bo zrobi dla nas specjalnie przejazd pokazowy, ale to, nad czym się bardzo zatrzymałam, to, że powiedziałeś, że ty na wyjściu z progu masz 105 km na godzinę prędkości, a podczas lądowania nawet i do 135 km na godzinę dochodzi, więc wnioskuję, że to doświadczenie ze skoków, które uczy odwagi, ale także przyzwyczaja do prędkości, no i przede wszystkim precyzji, to ci musi chyba pomagać i bardzo mocno się z tym motorsportem łączy.
No coś w tym musi być, bo tak naprawdę patrząc na naszą kadrę skoczków, to większość gdzieś ma to zainteresowanie motorsportem. Wszyscy gdzieś tam śledzimy Formułę 1, każdy lubi te samochody, inni Formułę 1, inni rajdy, część też właśnie drift, więc gdzieś to się te skoki z tym driftem, z tym motosportem właśnie łączą.
Ostatnie krótkie pytanie, Paweł, gdybyś miał dzień odskoczni od skoków, wolny dzień, tor do dyspozycji i jakiekolwiek auto na całym świecie do wyboru, jakie to by był samochód? Trudne się
bardzo
wylosowało.
Trudne pytanie, bo tak jak mówiłem na symulatorze różnych rzeczy próbowałem i GT Tuyek, i oczywiście Formułę 1 i jakichś innych wyścigowych pojazdów. Teraz też spróbowałem driftu na żywo, który mnie totalnie zafascynował, więc Ciężko by
Ciężki
było
wybór.
wybrać jedno, na jedno się zdecydować.
No to dobra, to włączasz symulator i pierwszy wybór, który stawiasz, żeby wybrać auto do jazdy, to?
No teraz powiem drift. BMW jakieś
No
drift.
proszę, mówiłam, nasz człowiek. Paweł, bardzo, bardzo Ci dziękuję, że wpadłeś. No i trzymam kciuki za przejazd pokazowy. Smaż tutaj nam tego laka, żeby było pięknie no i precyzyjnie. Szerokiej jazdy Ci życzę i wysokich, długich lotów. Dzięki.
Dziękuję bardzo.
So there you have it from Paweł Wąsek, an Olympic ski jumper. Won Olympic silver for Poland in 2026. So great to hear from him involved in this weekend's action as well. So get on down here as we go back to the line to Radosław Jankowski, the Polish driver, leaving the line in the beautiful S15. Look at this for a wild flick, Alan Hines. Do you like that kind of entry?
Well, that's the entry that I think the judges were looking for, and he hooks up inside 2 very, very nicely here. Puts a wheel into outside zone 3. Look at the speed of this Nissan Silvia S15 as he maximises outside zone 4. This is the type of run so far that we haven't yet seen from any other drivers. Fulfilling all the zone, doing exactly what the judges want as he fulfills outside zone 5. Does drop a wheel at the very end of it, but does power all the way out towards the finish line.
Yeah, great run there over in the blink of an eye. Just so entertaining from the get-go, including that big flick entry. Let's see how pretty, how good he was though in terms of technicalities there. Maybe not perfect on 3, but still catches some of the zone and then absolutely fills for great speed there, Alan.
Great speed, yeah.
Do you think that for the style, does David Callis award a little bit of speed in terms of the aggression?
Well, I think that would fall under the commitment category of his styling category. So you've got fluidity and you've got commitment. The commitment is kind of more about how, I suppose, committed and how long you carry the throttle and how smooth and committed you are with it. Basically, it's all about at the end of the day showing to the judges that you're not taking it easy around the track. So that's what kind of class we'll be looking after. He's making sure that you're carrying good arcs around the corners, that you're not stalling up an angle anywhere like that. But when it comes to the commitment, he's making sure that you're not I suppose taking the easy way out and doing easy transitions and stuff like that. So he just wants drivers to push the perimeters of the track, show that you're maximising the speed of the car and obviously the angle of it too.
Well, it is a good one and it did work out. It is an 84 for Radosław. And he goes straight into first position in qualifying, putting him top of the table so far. I think he is currently 22nd in the championship, so he'll be happy with that one. And we go back down, and it is a beautiful livery in the hands of Orest Michalczuk, Polish driver once again. It's 14 200SX, 900 brake horsepower, fires it in. No weight transfer this time, very, very different than we just saw in the last run in terms of initiation, but it worked out for both drivers. A big wild transition there into 3. And Alan, it's working out pretty good. Okay, so far, couple of little wobbles, couple of little corrections, but nothing too major in terms of angle. As we see the drone in the foreground there, just getting those bird's eye shots. And Orest Michalczuk, he's been drifting since 2015 and he loves the Japanese cars, and he's got the 2JZ under the bonnet in this, so he's pretty much living his dream here 11 years into his drifting career, Alan, and I think he's after putting in a banker lap here.
Yeah, certainly so. A few mistakes here and there, but you know what, this Indigo S14 is an incredible looking car, an incredible looking machine. A tiny mistake here as he heads into the final transition here, a little bit of a wobble of angle before the transition, and that certainly won't be pleasant to see from the the style judge at least, and even the angle judge too. So a double hit of the hammer there from the judges. Unfortunate there for Orest. But you know what, considering that, a good banker run as we said already, and a great score to have as a tiebreaker later on in qualifying for after run 2.
It is indeed. So let's see what the judges make of that one exactly, and we wait for Orest's score to drop in. Orest, of course, sitting roughly around the top 21 in the championship, 21st position. So looking good there. And once again, guys, if you join us, welcome to qualification for the pro class, and it is 8th position here for Orest Michalczuk, and he will be relatively happy with that. And you're welcome to qualifying once again, guys. It is Łukasz Kaliszewski on the line with a questionable amount of brake horsepower. He doesn't want to tell us. Keep us in the dark.
Well, I know Łukasz quite well actually from the sim world, so awesome to see him driving in the real world here as well. We battled once each other at Drift Masters last year as he powers through his S14, the Q8 oils, white S14, 206. What an incredible looking machine as he transitions here to the final transition outside zone 5 here. Drops the wheel over the white line, but connects it back together. Does a great job fixing that. And I watched the speed of Łukasz earlier in practice this morning, and he was the fastest car from 5 to 6, 100%. Outside zone 5 to outside zone 6 was the quickest car. So he's after taming down the pace a little bit here, just to make sure he get a score on the board. Of course, as we said earlier, the track conditions have changed a little bit, and I do think it did catch him out a little bit there heading into inside zone 2. Caught a bit of understeer, but collects it really, really good. And this is the signs of a driver who knows what he's doing here in DMP.
Yeah, does a bit of commentary, a little bit of commentary like ourselves. He's a YouTuber as well, of course, and a TV and turbo presenter. So Łukasz there, very prominent personality, and does a lot of drifting in the sim world, I believe, as well.
That's right,
Alan, like you said. So he's the Drift Open champion as well, and DMP runner-up. So yeah, you know, a man with a big history and a big presence in the sport, in the really nice race car-esque Silvia as well. So let's see what the judges make of that one as we get ready to rock with Stavros Grillis, I believe, make his way to the line. But before we get to that, we are getting a very full roundabout now at this stage for the car show, which will be chock-a-block by tomorrow, I believe, for Battle Action Day. And yeah, great little venue here. Big venue, I always say little venue. It's a big venue, it's on 21 hectares. So great, huge venue here. As the hotel, that is where we are currently in the hotel, and it is just a fantastic venue. Even the rooms are motorsport themed here, so get yourself down here tomorrow. And it's first position for your buddy Łukasz Kaliszewski in DMP Pro qualifying, Alan, with an 84, so that's a fantastic score for him. As we go back down and get the great camera angles, it is Stavros Grillis on the line, and the Cypriot driver, I think the first of our Cypriot drivers through, I believe, and I'm a big fan of this car, almost like the Batman-esque CSL BMW styling, and this E36 had a beautiful entry from the 29-year-old Cypriot driver. Oh, huge transition, flicks it right onto angle, makes those tyres catch the rear of the car, flicks it back into 4, and you know what, he's making it work here, Alan. Couple of little bits of maybe corrections, but nothing too major. And listen to all the great noises coming from under the bonnet of the E36 here. Great looking car and a great lap. Wow, is right.
Certainly so. Stavros, I actually battled against Stavros in North Cyprus in Driftingowe at the start of the year in this very E36. So it's great to see him here in Poland competing in DMP. What a great run there. A little understeer there as he goes to inside zone number 2 and puts a wheel on the inside. That's going to be a big deduction there from the line judge. Does drop a wheel leaving outside zone number 3. So that's going to be a 4-point deduction there as well. So we're starting to stack up the deductions here, and I do see that this run has a few errors in it, but it does set up the foundation for greatness here for Stavros, and for coming into round number 2 a little bit later on. I'm sure he'll clean up the act a small bit as he does a great job here leaving outside zone 5. The speed of this black E36 is fantastic. Another great machine here. Right-hand drive machine is probably the only one here in DMP with right-hand drive driving. So the Cypriot, 2-time Cypriot champion, incredible driver that is, Stavros, and yeah, we're waiting for a score to hit the board here.
Yeah, have a Google of the Batmobile BMW CSL, guys, and you'll see what I mean. It's I think it's styled very similarly. Not right now, keep watching us, but later on, have a Google. And it's 7th position for Stavros Grillis with a 79.5, and the kind of overall consistent scores from all 3 judges there. And we go back to the line. I am a good fan of this guy. Great driving style. It is Daniel Pelican, the Czech driver, just 20 years of age, in the G87. Oh no, it's not. It's a E46 by the looks of it this time. Yeah, it is an E46. So the E46 of Daniel Pelican. My apologies. And he's looking pretty good so far here. Fires it in once again to Ford. Oh, fills it up. This is the most consistent we've seen any driver through 4 yet, Alan, I would say. Now, let's see. It gets turned back around. Really, really nice line into 5. That's exactly what the judges want to see. Oh, no. Oh, he was on to top qualifying there, Alan.
100% he was. That's a major pity. And what I really appreciate of Daniel's run all the way through that was that he was managing the throttle input really smartly. You know, he knew that if he accelerated too soon at a certain point, he would push a wheel outside the perimeters of the circuit. We saw that especially in zone 5, outside zone 5. But up until this point, I mean, outside zone 3 here, almost perfect. You know, he transitions here to outside zone 4. The timing here is critically perfect. He puts a wheel in here. Look at that, wheel out towards the white line, leaves it at the right time. This is exactly what the judges really wanted to see, I do believe. And he transitions here to outside zone 5, wheel on white line before the zone, nice and early. And look, manages the throttle here in the outside zone here to make sure he doesn't drop a wheel over, and next thing it just shuts off. Wow, that's an unfortunate pity there for Daniel Pelican. I hope it's not a major issue, because it would be nice to see him up for run 2 to make sure, you know, he gets some points on the board. But 0 on the first run is not what you want to see, as the E46, he looks a bit dejected inside the car, to be honest with you, Mike.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't blame him. He knew that he was on for a big run there, and it's all to do on the second run, assuming that they can get that car going for his second run for Daniel. So hopefully they can, and we look to the beautiful red BMW of Peter Utashi, the F22 700 horsepower, ready to leave the line. What a beautiful looking car this is, and 15 drivers left to go for the first half of qualification here. DMP round 3 2026 at the Autodrom Jastrząb. Does he hold on to it? He does, Alan.
He does indeed, and this car has a ton of pace in it. Again, another run of a lot of speed. But look at the front wheels starting to push. He started wheels, start to kind of push as he starts to try and maintain an angle, and wheel outside white at the zone, outside zone 5 once again. It's going to be a bit of a big deduction there from our line judge, but I mean, this car looks absolutely incredible. On our notes here, it says it's an S13 with a 2J. I can tell you for one thing, like, that is not an S13, and that is not a 2J. No. But he does understeer here, heading into inside zone 2, transitions out to outside zone 3, fills that fairly decently. But again, we're starting to see the push of understeer here, as he's starting to push a bit of understeer. It's not really what the judges want to see. There's going to be a hit on, I do believe, both angle and style judge there for that. I might be wrong in saying that, but the bit of understeer there is not what they want to see, so they're going to have to take a bit of grip out of it, I do feel like, for run number 2, to ensure that he can keep the front wheels pointing the right direction, as we'll see what the judges have to say. What an incredible looking car. I don't know, is that actually an E46 with an F22 body? It looks like an actual F22.
It's an F22,
it
yeah.
Is a
look at the
F22.
quarter panel window.
And look at the roof as well. It doesn't look like a square box.
No. It's the E46 roof line is definitely.
I think that's the prime 2 Series BMW compared to the newer G Series model, the F Series, 2 Series. Yeah, what an incredible chassis.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see a couple of our semi-pro drivers making their way through the paddock and enjoying pro action, seeing what they're going to be coming up against tomorrow, maybe as well. So it is 10th position for Peter Utashi with a 70. I believe so. Yeah, ready to rock down to the line. It is all the way from Estonia, part of the Drift Factory team. It is Simon Suvema in the GR86. He leaves the line. You can listen to the beautiful dump valve actually running in this car. We just heard it there instead of the usual closed system that we hear in cars. Using the left foot brake very nicely. The Estonian now powers his way through the course. Look at the front of this car, very high in the air. He's got the back of it squatting down, super soft springs on the rear here to find that grip here around the Autodrom Jastrząb. And he's doing a good job of it so far, Alan. Really technically very good. Quite a lot of left foot brake being used, and not the fastest lap in the world, but it's quite intelligent, and I think he's going to score quite a lot from our line judge.
Yeah, I think so too, and honestly, I think even from what we've seen in previous runs, angle judge Carroll was prioritising just smooth, consistent angle. You didn't need to be crazy with massive angle. So, you know what, this run, I mean, he hooks up all the dots, all the dots being the inside zone, the outside zones, really, really well here. Does drop a wheel already later on in this run, but up to this point, really, really clinically perfect, I would say. Not the most spectacular runs, of course, but hits all the marks, does exactly what he was asked to do. Is it going to set the scoreboard alight? No, it won't, but it will be a solid score and a fantastic banker run. He does drop a wheel here in outside zone 5, which is what I was speaking about earlier, as he maintains a really smooth, nice, consistent arc all the way, and an incredible looking GR86 chassis. This yellow, not very often you see a yellow drift chassis that looks this good.
Yeah, it's just got that fantastic Japanese style livery.
Of course, it's kind of like almost like a tattoo kind of collage or whatever. It just hits right.
Yeah, the Drift Factory team know how to turn out a car very well. And even the staggered setup there on the wheels, you know, on the much wider rear wheels there, you can see the concave on those. So cool car, and it's a cool lap as well. So it's our first score in the 90s. It's a 90.5 for Simon Savema, putting him straight into first position, guys, here as we go in reverse championship order, and those big laps are coming in thick and fast. And speaking of big laps, we're expecting one from this guy. You know him, Alan. I know him. It is Max Heydrich, all the way over from Germany in his S13.5, the trusty ex-Drift Masters car and driver. 900 brake horsepower leaving the line, and he fires it into the first corner. Absolutely pinpoint accuracy from the German here. Maybe not so much on the second corner. Drops a wheel on the inside of the clipping zone, dropping about 4 points there, but he's back on line. Great transition into 4. Exactly what the judges want to see, and that's the perfect line that the judges want to see right into 5. It's pretty much textbook here so far, except for the wheel drop on 2 and 5 there now from the German as he hits the limiter with the 2JZ and crosses the line. Alan, great commitment.
You know, that's my favourite thing about Max Heydrich. It is pure Max. I think I would like to call him Mad Max, but I think that's copyright.
Mad Max Heydrich.
Yeah. Or a Mad Mike, I guess. You know. So look, really great run here. Inside zone number 2 does put a wheel on the inside. It will be a big deduction there, but for the rest of this run, it's pretty decent. You know, it's typical Max Heydrich. I feel like just hits all the marks, knows what he needs to do. Proper driving style does this Max guy have, and I've watched Max drive for many years, from the days of Drift All Stars over 15 years ago to this very day. Always one of my favourite drivers to watch, and he's really developed as a driver. And so, we've seen him last weekend in Drift Masters Ferropolis for Drift Masters, a wild card. Unfortunately, not making it into top 32 battle action, but showing us today what is Max Heydrich is all about.
Yeah, a great personality in the sport. Super funny guy as well out of the car. So if you get a chance to go up and have a chat with Max and the crew, of course we saw his brother Tim competing earlier in the V12 Mercedes. Be sure to give them a shout. And it's an 83 for Max, putting him into 5th position, which with the scores we're seeing today in the cut-off zone, I think it should see him okay for battle action. But we'll have to wait and see, because we have a lot of cars left to run yet here. Of course, we are heading towards our top 10 in the pro qualification. In terms of the championship positions, and it is Pavel Grosz on the line, the Polish driver, ready to rock in the BRZ with 800 brake horsepower, big flick entry, beautiful livered car as well. What a fantastic car that is. He's a sports driver and a TV personality as well, so multi-talented man as well, as he flicks in the GT86, just catches the grip once again, like we're seeing so many drivers there coming into 4, Alan, but he makes it work. He gets back on angle. He now drops a wheel, though it's a little bit of a sketchy one here from the Polish driver, but overall tidies it up, and he's going to get a score on the board and cross the line.
He is indeed. And again, an ex-Drift Masters driver from a few seasons ago, Pavel Grosz, also a sim guy too. I know this guy pretty well from the sim world as well, so incredible looking machine, and a bit lazy on initiation there, unfortunately. I did see on one of the cameras a few specks of rain through Max's run, so I don't know, is there a bit of condition changing happening here, but Pavel Grosz took a bit easy on initiation, realised the grip was good, had a little correction here. Look at that major handbrake pull there in the outside zone 4. That's going to be a major deduction there, because that's outside of any deceleration zone. That's in the full axle zone that he did pull that handbrake. Does drop a wheel hit entering outside zone 5 here, but does clean up the act a small bit. A few minor and a few major mistakes in the areas, but we can see there's a foundation of a fantastic run out of Pavel Grosz. We know that he's capable of doing this, so it's going to be a matter of whether he can pull this out for the second run. But first off, we need to see the score from the judges.
We do indeed, and Pavel is currently sitting in 14th position in the championship, so he will want to be making his way up the order and qualifying highly. And of course there are 12 points on the line if you win qualifying, 10 for second, etc. So it's a 72, putting him into 15th position for Pavel Grosz. Like you said, ex-Drift Master driver, but look at this, one of the best looking cars in the whole lot of DMP, in the whole lot of Poland, in fact.
Give me.
It is Marek Vertowowicz with the unique Motul Drift team S13 Sylvia, and what a beautiful car this is, sitting well up there in the championship. He fires it in, has to adjust a little bit on the handbrake, doesn't quite get the angle on initiation, and maybe drops a wheel on the inside of 2, barely collects 3. It's not the perfect lap so far here from the Polish driver. The car looks perfect, but the line certainly isn't. Now he gets it back online a little bit better, uses the handbrake to steady the car, but once again drops out of the zone early, finds his way back into it around 5, now puts foot to floor, gets out really right across the finish line with the hotel in the background, and finishes the run. But you know what, a full commitment there, Alan, but a little bit offline for quite a lot of that run.
Yeah, the speed is there certainly for battle action, and this S13, I watch it and I get distracted by the stunning looks of it. Look at the angle here as he transitions through to outside zone number 3. Does misses a little bit, and a few mistakes here in the first half of these clipping points, and again has a big correction there to get to outside zone 4, and it's just kind of slightly falling apart for Mikovic here. Oh, apologies, Mikovic.
Bartovovic.
Oh, my bad. Apologies. As he, powers through outside zone 5 here, not a bad job, but of course this Motul Max Racing PS13 looks an incredible machine. A lot of speed there across the finish line too. So a few things to clean up, I'm sure, and he's totally aware of that. As they custom strong wheels underneath, using the unique kind of like pinstripe that we've seen earlier on his teammates S14. So great looking car.
Yeah, Marek builds cars, and he designs them. He's quite innovative. He's the owner of the Max Racing Workshop, so he knows how to build a car. So no worries with him. I think he's going to come out stronger in the second run in his 21st position. So he's still well inside that top 32, proving just how difficult this track laid out by the judges is here at the Autodrom Jastrząb. As we now head for the
wiper
top
blades.
Yeah, wiper blades out. Top 10 in the championship with wiper blades out here, guys. Samuel Mladinov is on the line. The Slovakian has wiper blades on. That is not a good sign for the drivers left to come here in our top 10. Will they have to contend with wet conditions? Well, we'll see. We still have tyre smoke here, and it's a perfect line so far here from the Slovakian as he fills up each and every zone as he passes them. Maybe not quite the amount of tyre smoke we'd expect here, Alan. The track definitely getting a slight bit lubricated, and he's just starting to see that now as he almost washes wide. Now doing the intelligent thing, losing some speed, but still washes wide into 5. And I think that there's definitely, he's losing 12, 16 points there, Alan. You'll agree on 5, but overall, I think track conditions have just gotten slip here, and Sam Mladinov did a great job there apart from 5, Alan.
And the pity thing here is that, he's not going to get rewarded for the changing track conditions. He's not going to get compensated for those points. It's just act of God is what we would say back home in Ireland. Whatever happens, you could be raining midway through your run, and that's unfortunately your issue. So it's unfortunate here for him. And look, he did a very good job adapting to it. There's nothing worse than doing a run with a wiper blades screeching across the windscreen when the windscreen is dry, but damn well it's going to be wet out there. And so, I mean, it's a credit to him. His driving here is really, really good. Does clean up the line. Obviously drops a wheel here outside. They're borderline 2 wheels, but I definitely think they'll score for the 1 wheel off. And it's all the way around outside zone 5, losing those 5 points. Again, another wheel drop as well over to the final outside zone 6. So it's going to be a big deduction on the line score at a minimum anyway, as we'll have to wait and see what the judges say about it. But it's looking wet now for the last 10 or so drivers.
Yeah, well, the likes of Kevin Vrobel coming up next, and Abdul Karim Yahan and all those guys, Artur Havrilenko will be coming up soon, and they have a lot of thinking to do here. It's not so bad if it gets completely wet, but it's so difficult when you don't know what the conditions are going to be like, and your spotter really comes in to play with that and tells you what way the conditions are. So spotter is an integral part of the team. And back to Samuel Mladinov. He has 30 wins actually in the Pro 2 and street categories, but he came to DMP to compete at a really high level, and he's put in a respectable run with an 81.5, and I thought the rest of it was relatively perfect.
It was perfect, and I think the judge rewarded the angle and style for it, and I think that's how he made it back up, because that was probably one of the best angle scores we've seen yet.
Yeah, so this is one of the most entertaining guys on the grid here, guys. Watch this lap. It is Kevin Vrobel, the Polish driver, just 28 years of age still, with a huge future ahead of him in the sport. He is absolutely crazy behind the wheel, and he just wants to put on a show for all of us here, and he's doing exactly that. Maybe over-rotates it. Does he drop 2 wheels there? It's a big mistake either way from the Polish driver here. He doesn't really care. He just wants to put foot to floor, and it's a wet track here, Alan. There's not tyre smoke, so this is crazy conditions for the top 10 in the championship. Is this going to throw a spanner in the works to the whole championship? We'll have to find out, because we still have the top 8 in the championship to go, and Kevin Vrobel crosses the line in very, very difficult conditions here, and a few mistakes creeping in, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, look, we see how the track conditions changed dramatically after outside zone 3. You see tyre smoke right here. I think Kevin was like, wow, there's a lot more grip here than what I was expecting. And transitions lovely out to outside zone number 3, but then suddenly loses grip on the white lines, nearly drops 3 wheels. It's going to be a huge deduction. And then as he goes through and leaves outside zone number 4 here, we start to see the grip just fall away from him entirely, and just does absolutely nothing. So it's like as if half the track, the rain is starting to slowly go across the whole width of the track. So the ending of the track is wetter than the start of it. So Really, really tricky conditions there. I think Kevin has gotten the what's the wording? I suppose the bad end of the stick or the raw end of the stick or whatever. Where he's just got the worst case in the short end of the stick.
The short end of the stick, exactly.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah,
I'm not very good at these whole quick sayings. A bit more practice I need with the commentary, but I do think he got the short end of the stick there. Just the one driver that's kind of got that run that's kind of a bit on the luckier side.
Yeah, but I mean, when it rains, I mean, unfortunately, it's one of those. Somebody has to be the first driver to go out when conditions have really changed. And look at this: the coats are out, the umbrellas are out. I do believe that the weather is much better tomorrow, but it is definitely raining here. The temperatures are still quite high, so hopefully, if the clouds pass over, the track will dry out really quickly for the second half of qualifying. But this will throw a little bit of a surprise into the championship here, guys, because the top guys in the championship are yet to run. As we see the Polish national flag being waved very proudly there by the guy in the Drift Masters top. And we see Piotr Wincek's rig there, which we will see a car emerging from very shortly in the hands of Łukasz Kaliszewski. But right now we're waiting for the score to drop in here for Kevin Vrobel, who was caught out by the rain and will possibly not have a Kevin Vrobel score on the board just because of those changing conditions.
Yeah.
And it's a 0 for Kevin.
It's so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's so tough.
So unlucky.
It's very, very tough. Unchaseable by the judges, and that is it. He'll have to do it in the second one. One of my favourite cars right on the grid now. It is Artur Havrilenko in the crazy livered BRZ Subaru. 1000 brake horsepower, ready to rock here. AR Turbo Drift on Instagram, and he leaves the line. Is he going to use the 1000 horsepower? Is he going to play tentative? Because nobody knows what way these conditions are. We have a puff of tyre smoke on initiation. We have tyre smoke from the front inside wheel even. Look, this car looks like it's hooked up here, Alan. It looks like it's going forward very quickly, but there's not tyre smoke. There is now. These conditions are treacherous, Alan.
It looks very interesting. It looks like the shower of rain has just suddenly disappeared. It looks like Kevin Vrobel just got really unlucky there as the track was still wet for the remaining half of his run. But
yeah, Havrilenko.
I was just speaking about Kevin when he was doing his run. So the conditions have changed between the two runs of just a space of probably like 2-3 minutes. So Artur here, maybe a little bit luckier that the track dried out for him, but. As you see the love-hearted wheels spinning lovely here underneath us GT6, and look at the transition here, the tyre smoke showing nicely. It's transition to outside zone 5 here, and not probably a lot of angle here, but those drop 2 wheels. Oh, that's very close to 3 wheels there for Artur. I didn't spot that the first time around as he powers across the finish line here with barely 1 wheel in the box.
Yeah, so you think this might be not good news?
I don't think it's going to be great news.
Okay, so let's see. But he's still winning by me in terms of a car there anyway, that's for sure. So either way, I'm sure that Artur Havrilenko will be a fan favourite, as we see definitely some changing conditions here. But we did see quite a lot of grip out there from Artur. But it's a 54, does get a score on the board. And the Kiev man from the Ukraine, of course, will be happy to get a score, but it's not the score he will have wanted. So we go down again to a very, very talented driver. We're now into the pointy end of the championship. It is Abdul Karim Yahan in the 1 Series BMW, ready to leave the line. The Swiss driver, very impressive always, super battle driver as well. It's qualifying time now though. Can he do enough in qualifying? We have tyre smoke back on track. It does look like we have a dry line. Kevin Vrobel getting very unlucky to get the wet line, but no such worries here for Abdul Karim as he lights up the track here in the 1 Series BMW, putting foot to floor, pumping tyre smoke around the track here with the BMW turbo engine actually under the bonnet of this car. Super interesting build as well. And wow, full throttle stuff and crossing the line. What a great run there, showing exactly why Abdul Karim is at the pointy end of the championship there, Alan Hines.
Certainly so, and I've seen Karim drive in France and obviously various other championships around Europe. I've seen footage of him online. This thing is incredibly quick as he snaps transitions to outside zone number 3 here. And look at the speed. The track conditions have certainly dried up again, as you said, Mike, but the speed here of this 1 Series BMW is incredible as Karim here does the one final transition here to outside zone number 5 here, and hooking this up really, really nicely here. And I haven't seen any major mistakes. I saw the inside wheel, inside zone number 2, putting wheel on the inside of that. Outside zone number 5 here looking sweet, of course, but for the most part, the only major mistake that I've seen was that inside clip, and other than that, everything else looks pretty sweet.
It does, and he's a top driver. He's almost like James Dean or Conor Shanahan-esque in that you kind of always know what you're going to get from him.
Okay.
He looks like he's always so in control of the car as the fans here find the camera and look very, very happy at being on camera. And so Abdul Karim, one of the top drivers in the series, currently sitting in 8th place in the championship. So we are in reverse championship order, as I've said numerous times. And Abdul Karim Yahan showing exactly why he is at the pointy end of the championship with a 92, a huge score there from the Swiss driver, putting him straight into first position. He will be delighted with that. And just above him in the championship, it is this man. It is Valery Shevelov, the Ukrainian, with 900 brake horsepower in the S13 chassis. Team HPS Performance, ready to rock here, drifting with well over 10 years. 2016 UA champion. Let's see if he can count on that experience as he fires the S13 around the track now. Full throttle commitment. Maybe not perfect so far, but overall still a respectable run as he now dabs the handbrake and hits the foot brake very hard to slow him down into outer zone 5. Does a good job scrubbing off that speed. Was coming in hot there for sure and crosses the line. That will be a correction, Alan, but it's not going to be deemed a big mistake by the judges because he didn't actually go off track.
Yeah, certainly so. As this HPS team, they're a big team here in DMP with their various S chassis. You know what, like this transition here from Valerie is really decent through outside zone number 3 here as he transitions now into outside zone 4. But left foot braking there, it's a common technique you see here with a lot of top end car drivers, car drivers, it doesn't really matter. A lot of with these high end cars, you need to kind of balance the front by adding a bit of weight back down to the front. So you see that quite often with a left foot braking there. It's just to maintain the angle and obviously to maintain the arc that they're currently on. As they power across the line here for Valerie. Not a bad run. Definitely some mistakes creeping in. We'll have a few things to clean up for run 2.
Yeah, a couple of things to clean up, but I think the aggression is there and I think the control is there, the experience is there, so we're expecting a big lap at run 2 here for the Ukrainian. Multicultural and multi-nation championship here in DMP, I believe, at the first round. I think we had around 15 nations entered at the first round. So yeah, at any given event you're going to see about 12 nationalities-ish competing here in DMP, so a huge melting pot of talent from different countries coming over here to Poland to compete in this super competitive 4-round championship. Of course, you join us here at round 3 just south of Radom at the Autodrom Jastrząb, and we will be heading to Poznan for the last round just at the end of September to Tor Poznan, which will be a fantastic finale to the season, I'm sure, because the championship is heating up. And for the semi-pro, I mean, Adam Gumbalicek looking good, but we'll know more tomorrow after battle action in that. And the pro is wide open, and it is 79 on the board for Valery Shevelov, just 12th position for the Ukrainian. But he will be relatively happy with a pretty much guaranteed position in the battles with that score. A low cut-off point at this track because it's so technical. But you know what? It's the same playing field for everybody as we have Mikołaj Jaksewski on the line, ready to rock, leaving the line in fact, making 6-cylinder noises, lots of aggression, clutch kick, kicks the clutch so hard on the way in there, almost lost for words. It was such an aggressive initiation as he fills up zone 1, 2, 3 and half of 4. Now puts foot to floor, he's in the right part of the track, gets the car slowed down right into 5, on the left foot brake into 5, full throttle once again right on that outside line. Pretty much perfect line here from Mikołaj as he crosses the line. Alan, that was a great run. Apart from 4 where he maybe wasn't perfect, that was a great run.
Certainly so, and Mikołaj is obviously Pavel Karpolinski's spotter in Drift Masters and had to hand up the spotter headset to battle Pavel Karpolinski in top 32 last weekend in Drift Masters. And this weekend back in the hot seat once again in his incredible Fogo Nissan S15 Silvia. Yeah, as you said, Mike, it could be a little bit stronger and outside zone 4 could be a little bit deeper there. But you know what, the rest of this run is absolutely stunning. As we have a better drone camera point of view here for this outside zone 5, and it did look like he dropped the wheel exiting there, and I do think he might have. So I think the judges might have to watch that one back again, but it's so close to call that it's the contact patch, I do believe, on the white line is what they'll be looking at. And as long as there's not a clear wheel over that white line, they will give him the minor deduction, or zero deduction, should I say. So
it's like soccer or tennis umpires. If there's a
Well,
little
I don't
bit of
know.
the ball on the white line, I think they're
Well,
okay with it.
I mean, unfortunately,
Little bit
I
of desire.
don't watch tennis or football, as I don't really care about those sports. But I'm here to watch drifting, which requires, the biggest amount of balls to drive. So
drift karts here.
Drift carts. They look pretty cool. They look pretty fun. We might have to spin off those tomorrow.
We might have a spin off them tonight, even. Yeah. So second position here for Mikowi. And he'll be delighted with
29 out of 30 for angle and 29 out of 30 for stock.
Yeah.
Fantastic driving there.
Great stuff there. So we move it down to a man who is no stranger to top level competition. On the line, it is the Polish driver. It is Jakub Król in his S14.9. Very experienced driver, Alan. You know more about this guy than me from Drift Masters. He is capable of topping qualifying so easily here.
He certainly can, as he flicks and lovely into outside zone number 1 here. We start to see the white plates on once again, so I don't know, is with Jakub Król seeing something that we don't see on the track, but does a decent job to adapt to the track conditions here as he transitions to outside zone 4 here and fulfilling that zone lovely all the way through. Nice commitment all the way through the transition here through outside zone 5 here. Wow, Mike, this run is absolutely stunning. Again, another run here as the last couple of drivers here in this qualifying session really knowing what they're doing. Jakub Król, I've driven with him in the real world as well, or in the Drift Master season. One of my favourite drivers to chase, just knows what to do to get that lead run dialed.
Yeah,
as we have to see here.
Super predictable. Big shout out as well to Timur Lipski, who can't be on track this weekend, sitting at 5th in the championship. So I'm sure he's watching from home. So big shout out to Timur. Unfortunately, cannot be with us in 5th in the championship, but that means we jump straight to 4th position with Jakub Król, of course. And I mean, you know what you get. Also, almost James Dean and Conor Shanahan-esque with Jakub Król. Jakub Król-esque almost.
I mean, any of the top guys, he is a top driver himself. There's no need to compare him to anyone else, only to himself, you know. So
exactly, yeah.
So it's incredible stuff from Jakub there, and knows what he needs to do. Qualified first in Drift Masters last year in Pega in Ardove, so he knows how to drive, and I'm sure this will be a great run here. Obviously, adapting to the conditions the best that he can. But you know what? Does what he needs to do to be able to qualify first here, and I'm hopeful here that this is going to be a 90-point run. I'm sure, almost certain. I'm praying to the gods for Jakub that this is a 90-point run for him.
Well, yeah, you're calling it in the tins, Alan, so it's not that hard. But calling it in the 90s is a little bit more
difficult. As I said earlier, if he scores more than a 0, I mean, I'm 100% right, and so I'm sure it's going to be more than a 0 at least.
Well, fair play, Alan. Top commentary there from top insights from a Drift Master driver. So, Alan, you were right, Alan. It's a 95.5, and Alan Hines is right.
39 out of 40 for line. What a great run there.
It's first position for Jakub Król. He'll be delighted with that topping qualifying so far, but this man could knock him off so easily. It is Łukasz Kaliszewski, Peter Więcek's spotter in Drift Masters, and the Polish driver is on 145 points in the championship. Third position, flicks in the beautiful Warthouse A90 Supra into the track here, picks up 1, picks up 2 perfectly, gets the car rotated, gives us a flash of those yellow headlights, picks up 3 right on the outside of the track, almost too much so, but gets the car back on. Picks up most of 4 there, not perfect, but pretty much on line. Now uses the handbrake to slow the car down on angle into 5, right on that outside line of the track, showing us why he is one of the top Polish drivers of the moment. Fills up 6 across the line, and look at this. What a sight that was, Alan.
You know, if you watch this run back and you said that Łukasz this is his first season ever in pro competition, you'd be like, huh? And you watch this and you're like, this is, he's quite new to all of this. You'd be quite surprised, and it's incredible, drive from Łukasz. As I know this guy from the sim world as well. I've driven with him many years, and I was so excited to see the opportunity he got from Warthouse and Peter Więcek to get the opportunity to drive this car in a full season of DMP. So it's an absolute credit to him and his team here at Warthouse to be able to pull this out of the bag. An incredible drive from Łukasz as he fulfills outside zone 5 almost perfectly. I mean, it's like trying to compare him to Peter himself. It doesn't even need to compare him to Peter. This is Łukasz driving, and it's incredible stuff. A great drive here.
Seeing him battle Peter in the 2 Warthouse cars would be one of the best things. It would be like watching James Dean and Peter back in FD in 2017.
Yeah, 100%. I would love to see it. I'm sure they drive a lot together in their own time, but I mean, this is incredible driving by him. I don't know, is it going to set the scoreboard light? I do think it's going to be a great score. There was a few timing errors that I did see. I don't know if the judges are going to really care about that, but there was a few issues that I did see. The initiation was incredible. No handbrake, just flicked it right in, straight on the left foot brake to maintain the arc and the momentum through outside zone 1. But the score is going to come in. The judges have finished their scoring, I believe, so will be dropping shortly.
And it's an 87. You're right, Alan Hines. 87, a good score, but not a topping score there for Łukasz Kaliszewski. So 87 for the Polish driver, putting him into 5th position. Now we go to one of the Greek islands for the one and only, the Greek god. It is Stavros Grillis with the mighty 2AR 4-cylinder engine under the bonnet. The 2.4 Toyota engine put to good use here by all the guys, Stavros and the crew. He's in 2nd in the championship. What can he do here in the little BMW? Well, he's doing a great job so far, because he's after picking up zone 1 and 2 pretty much perfectly. Leaves a little bit on the line for 3 there, but it'll only be a small deduction. He's really nice through 4. Once again, maybe a small deduction at the end of the zone. Not perfect, but overall the right idea from the Greek driver here. Putting in that banker lap, maybe not trying to set the scoreboard alight, but putting himself nice and carefully into that top 5, 6, 7 and crosses the line. And that's exactly what you want from a banker lap, Alan Hines.
Certainly so. Stavros, I remember seeing videos of this guy when he was 11 years old drifting his green E30 BMW, and here he is nearly 12 years later, and he's still driving this incredible machinery, this new car for him, ex-Drift Masters driver in his old 86 Corolla, and now in this 2 Series BMW, and 2-cylinder, like a 4-cylinder should I say, similar to that of
Tanner Faust.
Tanner Faust, I suppose, yeah. But incredible machine here, BMW.
Papadakis made this engine famous, pretty much.
Oh, the 2AR, that's right, yeah. I was wondering, I was trying to reference Marco Zaccarel from Drift Masters.
Oh, no, yeah, different.
Tanner Faust, I was looking
this
at
Toyota.
Who's Tanner Faust?
Yeah, Tanner Faust.
No, we know
in the Scion TC in Formula.
That's right, many years ago. That's nearly 15 years ago, which is making us feel very old, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
But it's an incredible car, and great driving there. Very efficient driving there, very smart. I'm sure the track conditions did play with Stavros' mind going in there, and did the right thing there. Just get his wheel in all the zones, be the super clean, get the banker run in, and you can come out full ham for run number 2 later on.
Full ham if you want to.
Full
ham of translation, guys, if you're watching at home, is
100%
commitment.
100% commitment. I was trying to find a more professional way to say it, so full ham is for now. I said it a few times now already. So
quite an Irishism.
Yeah, I'll change it for the next run. I'll say something else.
No, say full ham, but once everybody knows what you mean, it's okay. It's an 86.5 there for Stavros Grillis, 2nd place in the championship so far, and drops him into 6th position, as I said, maybe top 5, 6, 7. So now we go to the line, to the man, the myth, the legend, the man leading the championship. It is Kuba Przygoński. He is on 203 points in the championship. And can Przygoński improve on all of the scores we've seen in qualifying so far? Well, I think that the Red Bull driver in the GR86 has the ability to do so. Although he does miss zone 2 there, Alan, unusual for Przygoński, because he's usually so line perfect. But he gets it back on track here. He knows that he's still in the hunt here for a top 5 or 6 position. Maybe not a top qualifier, but still in the hunt for top 5 or 6, I would say. Perfect around zone 5. Beautiful livery on this car as well, and just typical Kuba Przygoński stuff, crossing the line.
I don't think he missed zone 2, if I'm honest, inside zone 2.
He wasn't perfect on it. He didn't miss
get it, but honestly, I think the deduction he would have got for that is still well up there. I think this is on levels of
Let's just watch here. He's just on the second box.
Second half of it, but the rest of this run is really good. And I mean, to be honest with you, Mike, this is going to be a 90 still. I do feel like that's just my opinion on it.
Well, Alan, if you were to take an Alan Hines wild guess, it's in the 80s or 90s anyway, and you'd be super accurate, Alan.
Look, as I said, it's less than 100.
It's less than 100, more than 0.
And it's more than 0. So, I mean, if it falls anywhere in that range, I am a drifting god.
That's why we pay you the big bucks, Alan.
That's exactly right.
That kind of insight.
Kuba, I mean, I love watching this guy drive. I do take time out of my own weekend to watch him drive. I mean, Drift Masters, incredible talent that is. The Red Bull GR86 looks incredible, and I do think this is going to be a great scored run here.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I mean, he's super consistent. He is Mr. Consistent, to be honest. So much experience as well across so many different categories, including Dakar racing. So it's an 86.
Oh, I was wrong.
Yes, first time for everything, Alan Hines. So 7th position for Kuba Przygoński, and he will be relatively happy with that. But I think, knowing him, that he wants to climb a little bit higher.
Actually, I was paying attention to his line and stuff, and there was kind of his angle, should I say, and it was different between transitions. So I do think that's what hit him the most there.
So I do believe, as we conclude our first half of qualifying here at DMP Round 3 for the first half of Pro, we will, of course, be gridding them back up once again and starting from scratch. But we have Pavel Wąsek doing a bit of a side act, the Olympic ski jumper, of course, won Olympic silver for Poland recently. And He is going to do a little bit of a side act here in the speed game zone in the trusty E46, which we have now seen coming off of the trailer. So remember, guys, this is a ski jumper who we saw having an interview earlier on with the lovely Victoria. And yeah, crossing disciplines a little bit here, Adam. Let's see what he can do. Doing some speed game stuff, which of course will be happening here as well tomorrow. And tight car control here around the barrels.
I don't know, is this Pavel's very first time ever trying to drift? Is this kind of the first weekend for him?
Doesn't look like it to me. I think he's pretty good. He's actually quite a sim racing fan actually, so maybe he's
GT3 and kind of endurance stuff possibly. Yeah,
but look at this, he's making a great job here. You know, I mean, what must it be like to be a ski jumper? You're looking down that hill, that super steep hill, down the slope, and the next thing, and it just flicks. It flicks you up up into the air, you know.
Well, I'm thinking he's probably sitting in this thing this is no speed compared to what I'm used to, feeling the fresh air in his face and stuff as he goes down that slope. So
yeah, I mean, crazy stuff, absolutely, to be doing. Pavel Wąsek there doing crazy things in the Olympics, basically going down a really steep hill on a pair of skis and then going way up into the air for quite a lot of seconds.
A long time.
Long time, yeah. And getting a chance to drift the E46 BMW here, guys. So, great stuff to see him crossing over disciplines and running in the speed games category. And we are going to the studio for a quick interview here with Adam Leonard, I believe.
No, ta jazda Pawła zdecydowanie robiła wrażenie, bo naprawdę niewiele seat time'u ma w prawdziwym samochodzie, więc gratulacje, Paweł, bardzo Ci dziękujemy. A ja już teraz witam naszego kolejnego gościa, Adam Lenart, szef sprzedaży SR Line razem z nami. Dzień dobry, cześć Adam.
Dzień dobry, cześć.
Wy jesteście absolutnie nieprzypadkowo naszym partnerem, dlatego że sam przed wywiadem powiedziałeś, że driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski i w ogóle driftowozy to takie trochę pole testu dla Was, szczególnie jeżeli chodzi o części.
Dokładnie tak. Traktujemy te zawody i współpracę z naszymi partnerami jako poligon doświadczalny, gdzie w ekstremalnych warunkach możemy testować nasze części, które są tak naprawdę dedykowane dla zwykłych kierowców, zwykłych klientów, odbiorców serwisujących swoje samochody. Części, które są odpowiednikami części OM-owych, a sprawdzają się w warunkach naprawdę ekstremalnym. Tutaj jednym z głównych naszych flagowych produktów, który się sprawdził i dowodem tego było właśnie pierwsza runda DMP w Nadarzynie, gdzie warunki pod względem temperatury były ekstremalne i pozwoliły, że nasza chłodnica, która dedykowana jest do BMW X5 3-litrowego, wykonana z rdzeniem w technologii lutowanej z plastikowymi zbiornikami. Typowa, standardowa chłodnica do zwykłego auta sprawdziła się w Kubie samochodzie i pozwoliła zająć mu pierwsze miejsce.
Kuby Przygońskiego, Diable, dokładnie, więc faktycznie miała ciężką pracę do zrobienia. Mówiłeś o tym, że traktujecie to miejsce jako poligon, a jak przychodzą do Was klienci zainteresowani tym, żeby zacząć w ogóle coś w swoim samochodzie robić i wymieniać, są jakieś takie części, które najczęściej Wam schodzą?
To, żeby zacząć, to tak naprawdę podstawowy element to sprawdzenie i zadbanie o sprawność techniczną, czyli właśnie te części eksploatacyjne, które stanowią trzon całej oferty SR Line'a, więc nie myślmy, raczej sugerujemy nie myśleć o zwiększeniu mocy, wymiany silnika, czy tam podnoszeniu tej mocy w tym silniku, który mamy, ale właśnie sprawdzeniu tego, co w tym samochodzie naszym szwankuje. Nie czekamy do momentu, kiedy części naprawdę się uszkodzą, tylko regularnie weryfikujemy stan tych części, elementów, podzespołów naszego samochodu i wymieniamy je regularnie podczas przeglądów serwisów.
To jakie części oprócz chłodnicy wspomnianej jeszcze testujecie tutaj w poligonie driftingowym w driftowozach?
Są jeszcze elementy układu zawieszeń, układu kierowniczego, które tutaj też i w samochodach treningowych Kuby są zastosowane. Sprawdzają się. Tak jak mówiłem, sprawdzają się w warunkach ekstremalnych, dlatego też klienci mogą być pewni, że również w warunkach drogowych bez problemu wytrzymają. Dlatego my jesteśmy pewni tej jakości, oferujemy ochronę 36-miesięcznej gwarancji na całą ofertę SR Line'a.
Super, super. No to wszystko jasne. Jeżeli planujecie ulepszać swój samochód, to adres znacie, SR Line. Na pewno znajdziecie tam swoje części. Adam, bardzo Ci dziękuję.
Ja również
ja
dziękuję.
oddaję głos do studia.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much there to Victoria and Adam in the studio. So we are ready to rock almost for the second half of pro qualification here at DMP 2026 round 3 at the Autodrom Jastrząb. A new venue for the series, of course, for 2026, and it is fantastic little venue southwest of Radom. So once again, if you are joining us, thank you very much for joining us, and we hope you're enjoying the action so far, and be sure to stay in touch with us for the next just about an hour or so, maybe a little bit less, as we run our way through about, I believe it's about 40 cars, maybe 39 cars going for 30 spots here in pro qualification. Remember, this is qualifying, where we get the drivers set up for battle action tomorrow. And so far, after one run of qualifying, it is the one and only Jakob Kroll winning qualifying so far, leading qualifying with a 95.5. Abdul Karim Yahan actually coming up in second position with a 92, equal to Mikołaj Jarzewski with a 92 also. In the event of a tied score, it goes to the driver's second score. So again, then the cutoff zone in this one, guys, is a little bit lower than what we're used to seeing, simply because this track is so technical and so difficult, and these cars are so hooked up on the back that they're all having a little bit, Ellen, of a little bit of correction. So the scores are a small bit lower as the judges bleed off a couple of points here and there for adjustments. We're seeing there down in 30th position, Mateusz Szuski with a 65, so he is currently with just a 65 currently qualifying, but that is going to change dramatically for the second half of qualifying, because drivers will have learned the track, they'll know the conditions a little bit better, they might take a little bit of grip out of the cars, I think, or drive more aggressively to overcome the grip, and I think the scores and the cut-off zone is going to go way up into the 70s at least by the end of qualification.
Yeah, certainly so, and obviously Zolt Homan there, obviously not making run 2 or run 1 for that matter due to that engine failure. But Kevin Roble is probably the biggest name there.
Yeah.
Not making it a point on the board.
Daniel Pelican as
well.
well.
Daniel Pelican too as well. So there are two drivers that need to clean up their act for run 2, unfortunately.
Well, in the new Eurofighter E92, it is, of course, Vladislav Burda looking good in the car. Brand new build, brand new car, fresh from the production line of HGK.
Look how mint it is.
It's
spectacular looking.
It is indeed. They don't stay mint for long, drift cars, but this one certainly is. So let's see. It's a big ask to come into pro competition in a new build, even though this thing will be perfect out of the box, but you have to learn the car quite a lot. So let's see what Vladislav can do, because he's going a little bit better so far. Maybe just hanging on for dear life there at the start, but the track conditions are certainly a little bit wetter than they were for the first lap here, Alan. But maybe it is suiting Vladislav here a little bit, because he's definitely looking a little bit better. If you remember, the car was very hooked up on him for the first run, but this little bit of drift fluid falling on the track from the sky maybe is helping him out.
I actually do think so. I mean, I remember the run 1, he was really gripped up, and we were talking about runs after that. They looked really good. Everyone looked really gripped up. So this might actually suit the first half of these drivers. They might have to return to the same setup they had for run 1. I saw the specks of rain on the roof of that Eurofighter E92 before he left the line, and I was kind of thinking to myself, look, is it going to be kind of slippy? And it is certainly, and all the boxes have been repainted as well, so that's going to be something to keep in mind as well. These boxes are freshly painted for this run, so you might even see a bit of white kind of tread hit the tyre marks as they go over the box. So look, I mean, if anything, this might be a blessing in disguise for Vladislav. As you see the white tyre there as he leaves the zone, it's still fresh paint there, so that's not going to make matters any easier for him. But that E92 Eurofighter does seem to hook up pretty nicely in the rain, which does make his job a little bit easier for those slippy conditions. So it's going to be all down to the judge's hand here to see what they're going to think about this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a significant improvement on his first score anyway,
Right.
And I think he's going to find himself possibly in battle action in his first day out in this car, which is going to be a very exciting thing, of course. As we see the drift carts in the background, and big concentration face there on the man in the grey hoodie as he comes sideways into shot. As we look, big improvement.
Congrats.
So Vladislav, the Ukrainian, improving to 80.5, putting him straight into 15th position. He'll be delighted with that one, Alan.
Certainly so, as the bright yellow or green S14.
Yellow to green.
Vadim Poshpiny.
Poshpeshny, I think.
Yeah,
Poshpeshny.
Yeah, incredible 800 horsepower. This Sylvia S14 as he leads the line here for his very second run. He qualified 69 points from run 1, and oh no, that does not look, something not right here. It looks like he's in the wrong gear or something. Something's not right here. Something doesn't look right, and he shuts it down.
Shuts it down. He's got a cone underneath, so
He does, yeah.
we'll have to see where he ends up after qualification ends. But unfortunately, Vadim right now not looking like he's having the best of second runs. That's for sure. So we'll just have to have a look at his first score once again as he locks up the front there, and as you said, Alan, now gets on throttle here. And you really wanted the car, maybe he just braked too much, but it looked like when he got on throttle it just did not push the car out wide enough. Then encounters understeer, and yeah, it's just all falling apart unfortunately there for Vadim Poshpeshny, the HPS Performance driver. But not, you know what, not the easiest track, that's for sure. Changing conditions and everything, and the marshals just tell him, just get off track buddy, we'll worry about this later, because this cone ain't coming out of this. So after the first one, it's a 69, and it's a long wait for the Ukrainian. He's in 27th position with a lot of drivers left to run.
There's 5 drivers at a minimum with a 0. So
yeah, and
that's
scores underneath.
Yeah.
One of the the series sponsors, the mtuning.pl car of Łukasz Kaliszewski, is leaving the line. The little 1 Series BMW that could. Beautiful, what a colour this is, just a beautiful bright white, and Łukasz doing a great job so far, right on that outside line around 3, now flicks it back, gets the car hooked up and lets the grip transition it onto 4, maybe slingshots himself a little bit too fast into 4 because he dropped the wheel. He's back on line right now, and once again chasing that outside line on zone 5, he chases it too much, drops the wheel on 5 as well, and gets back on track now, full throttle. Listen to the engine out of this BMW and crosses the line.
Yeah, lovely looking car there. Obviously one of the series sponsors, M-Tuning PL BMW E82, I believe.
E82, correct.
And Łukasz looking decent here. Obviously this definitely could be an improvement on the first run. And he powers through inside zone number 2 there and looking fairly decent as he powers out towards zone number 3. And he's currently sitting on, is it a 68.5? No, it's the wrong driver. Yeah, I have the wrong score in front of me. So yeah, I'm hoping that this is an improvement for him. Obviously the track conditions again changing run for run. If you look back at Vladislav there earlier with his E92 Eurofighter, it's definitely gripped up again since then, as it did catch out Łukasz in outside zone number 5. The grip there did catch him out, so there was a major mistake there in outside zone number 5. Be interested to see, will it be an improvement on its first run? It's going to be hard to see because, of course, that was a big mistake, and it is not a big improvement.
Not an improvement on the first one, but he's still in 10th position here, so I think he's going to be pretty happy with his qualification run, considering the difficulties that many drivers are having. Now we go back to the line, and it is Maciej Jarkiewicz, Polish driver in the Boss S14, ready to leave the line. He gets the engine revving. He's eager to go. We're eager to see what he can do here. He's on a 0 since his first run. Does he improve? He goes for the tentative initiation. It's probably the smart thing to do here, Alan. This car is hooked up, and he goes way offline. It pushes him off of line at zone 2 there, pushed him too much to the right of the track. Fastest car out on track possibly, Alan, but it looks almost impossible to drive accurately as a result.
Yeah, certainly so. He was sitting on a 0 already, so obviously he's going to have to clean things up here. So it's across the line here. Again, the car looks really hooked up. When we talk about hooked up, we mean this car has got a lot of grip. You can see the second he lets go of the handbrake there and the wheel starts spinning again. Look, he has to pull the handbrake again a second time.
Watch it here now.
He's three-wheeling. Look at it.
Yeah, he hits the throttle and it just pushes him so far to the right before he transitions.
It pushes him inside the corner when he needs to maintain the outside arc that the judges are looking for, and he has to do some major corrections there. Every time he accelerates, see the rear, the car squats back down and surges forward. And this thing is a wicked machine. That is this Boss kitted Nissan S14. Falls out of outside zone 5 once again, and it does get it across the line here with a wheel in outside zone number 6, but it is a major mistake there, as Maciej has to make sure that he gets a score on the board. And I do think he will get a score on the board, but I don't know, is it going to be what he wants. In fact, it could go the opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really for qualifying, you do need to loosen up the car, and what we say, it's driver speak, and my apologies if we're speaking in driver speak, but what we say by loosening up the car is taking a little bit of grip out, making the car a little bit easier to drive.
Let it float around the place as well.
Yeah.
What we like to say, yeah.
Let it float, exactly. Not have it gripped up so that it's trying to, bounce forward, like just go forward all the time. Let it float around. It's going to be a little bit slower for qualifying, but it's going to be a little bit easier to drive more accurately.
Yeah, and I think, look, with the conditions that are, present right now, you see a bit of rain drops on the camera right now. I mean, you could argue that, okay, the track conditions are wet. Let's put more grip back into it. Let's drop the tyre pressure, let's soften up the suspension of the car. And it will be a score on the board. It'll be a 52.5, so that's going to be a bonus. But unfortunately, it is not enough to make top 32 action for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Maciej at round 4, hopefully, in a few weeks' time. And we move back to the line. It is Piotr Kozłowski, the Polish driver, in the little Alfa Romeo that could, the Veloce with the V6. Firing it in, listen to the engine out of this car, very distinctive, as he absolutely perfectly picks up 2. Not a lot of angle into 3. The cars look a little bit difficult to drive, but you know what? With the snap transition there, I was going to say he made it work, but leaves zone 4 a little bit early as a result. Now gets back online. What can he do around 5? Tyres are screaming and the smoke is absolutely billowing from them. The little Alfa Romeo is putting on a show here, guys, for all the attendant spectators, and crosses the line. And big commitment here, and these cars are all so fast, Alan Hines, and they look all very difficult to drive, but I think it bodes very well for battle action tomorrow.
Definitely so, as we used to seeing Piotr in his Nissan Silvia S15 1,000 horsepower beast, but he's looking right at home in this Alfa Romeo Veloce, as the V6 bi-turbo falls out of the zone 4 a little bit, but still manages to keep the throttle pinned and make this transition to outside zone number 5 here, as he maintains the outside arc, puts 2 wheels in the box like what he's supposed to do, and maintains and powers down through outside zone number 6 here across the finish line. Mike, is a great little run there in the Alfa Romeo Veloce. Quite a unique chassis to the series. We have a handful of them. There's like 4, maybe 5 of them, I think.
4, I think, yeah.
4 of them, yeah. So this one, obviously, in the yellow scheme, this is the pro car.
Maybe 3. Maybe 3. Yeah, I can't remember, but 3 or 4. Exactly.
Yeah, very good. So as he waits for that score to pop in.
Yeah, so waiting for the score, and on the first run he had a 55, but he improves massively to a 76, so Piotr will be delighted with that, putting him into 21st position. And you have to say, Alan, probably safe for battle action later, as we look down now once again, and it is Dariusz Fabishak with a 69.5 from his first run. The Barra engine under the bonnet, the big 4-litre straight 6 Ford engine powering this beautiful S14 through the track, perfect on 1, fires it in. Look at this now from the Polish driver, really great stuff, picks up 2 and 3 on his way. Once again, the car very hooked up, but the big 4-litre has the torque. Oh, there has to make a big adjustment though. That's going to hurt his score massively through 4 there. The judges will deem that almost unchaseable, and now he fires the car way too deep into 5. It's all falling apart here for the Polish driver with the Barra engine as he crosses the line. And Alan Hines, he was looking so good there through 1, 2 and 3, but it all fell apart.
It did indeed, and I think, look, this car, again, incredible. What an incredible looking machine as well. The Barra 4-litre, a lot of torque, as Mike said. It's perfect for like these high grip situations where you're always going to have the power band when you need it. But as he flicks it through outside zone number 1, look at the perfect on inside zone 2, and transitions nicely to outside zone number 3 here. But this is kind of where it starts to fall apart, as Mike said. Goes through outside zone 4, and look at the car, just suddenly surges forward, falls out of the zone, has to pull the handbrake to get the car back into angle again, and that's going to be a major mistake there for this particular run. Drops 2 wheels over the outside zone number 5, and Dariusz here in this Barra Power S14 making a few mistakes there, and barely get it across the line as well in the last outside zone 6. So all to play here for sitting currently 27th in qualifying. So
it's going to be a long wait.
He does need to improve a little bit if he wants to confirm that spot in top 32 action.
Yeah, I love the car, but look at Barra Europe. I mean, give those guys a shout if you want to get involved with the Barra engines. They are definitely a good way of making power, and those guys are starting to push them to quite high RPMs and getting the most out of them. It's not an improvement, and it's going to be a big weight. And even if he does qualify, he's going to be up against one of the top guys in qualification. So it's a tough one for Dariusz. Now on the line it is Dominik Pawłowski, in the beautiful Lexus RC with 600 brake horsepower, 1.5 JZ. making his way into the track. Oh, fires in loads of angle, and it's a 0, unfortunately, for Dominic, the Polish driver, firing in the Lexus too hard. And did we have a little bit of rainfall, Alan?
I don't think so. I think it just looked like he just committed to a bigger run there. He's currently sitting 16th in qualifying with that 80-point score. So I do think he was feeling a bit adventurous there and just flicked it in a little bit too harsh, possibly. But what a stunning looking car. Incredible machine. What you say, Mike? 1.5 JZ earlier as well. Yeah, it is a 1.5 J, 600 horsepower, and involved in drifting for nearly over 10 years. Actually, this is 10th year in drifting.
Yeah,
so,
one of the first chassis, if not the first RC to be involved in pro drifting action. So
in Europe, I would imagine.
In Europe, I would say, yeah
in Europe,
exactly, yeah, in Europe. So sorry, my bad. So yeah, really cool to see it over here, and I hope to see the development of this car continue. And we will see where he is sitting to see if we see him good for.
He's 100% safe, 16th with that 80-point run.
Yeah,
so 100% safe.
He's got to be safe in 16th because the cut-off zone once again in this super technical track is quite low. So he should be okay from 16th. Hopefully, we'll see that car in battle action. Still in development, like I said, but it's getting better every round as we go back down. And it is, of course, Piotr Stanczak on the line, another Polish driver in the E82.
The 33rd. He needs to get it in.
Yeah, just on a 57, so 33rd for Piotr. He really has to improve here. He's looking good so far. Collects 2 beautifully. Big angle through to a big angle. Lovely transition into 3. Look at this. Fires the BMW back around into 4. Oh, looking great now is Peter. This is fantastic stuff from the Polish driver. Gets the car slowed down into 5. Really puts foot to floor there now. Maybe uses a touch of the left foot brake just to keep the car steady. This is a great run from Piotr Stanczak. What a run, Alan, from nowhere.
That's what he really needed to pull out of the bag. And I'm hoping that the judges were going to reward him for that run, because, of course, up to that point, I was like, I don't know, Piotr, you're going to have to pull something here special. And he really did for the remainder of the run. I think the initiation looked pretty sweet. Could have been a bit deeper in outside zone 1, but I mean, the rest of this here, as we approach outside zone 4 here, look at the speed of this E82 1 Series. What an incredible amount of pace that's in this little BMW. And the transitions, for the final transition, that is, to outside zone 5, one last time here for him this weekend, or today, should I say. He powers hard out of outside zone 5. I don't see any wheel drops there or anything major. And pulls it through outside zone 6 across the line.
Yeah, from literally nowhere on a 50, was it a 55?
57. 33rd currently qualifying. I do think he's going to go a bit higher than that.
Do you think, Alan?
Well, I mean,
once again, you're on the big bucks, Alan.
I'm on, 100% I am.
So you think he's going to go higher than that? Well, Alan,
91.
you know what? Alan Hines is right again. It's a 91.
Well, I mean, it was definitely going to be better than the 57. I didn't put any number on it though. So, Mike, you're the one putting numbers on it.
Well, you're such a fantastic man, Alan. 91.5 for Piotr, putting him into 4th position. He's going to be delighted as we are now in the crazy little Opel GT. It's Dominik Kur, the Polish driver, ready to rock and leave the line as well. Dominik Kur drifting on Instagram. Be sure to follow your favourite drivers if their style or car inspires you, and keep up to date with what's going on. Dominik Kur currently is entering the track, fires in a huge angle. Does he make it hold? He just about does, but it's got to be a mistake, I think, there. But unfortunately, the aggression there maybe not paying off, but very spectacular, very entertaining stuff here in the Opel GT. Now he gets foot to floor once again around the all-important teardrop section around outer zone 5, looking really good here. And Alan Hines, that was a spectacular entry, but maybe just he just carried it maybe 10 feet maybe or 15 feet too far.
Yeah, look, he's currently sitting 15th in qualifying with the 81 first scored run, so he's totally safe for now, at least, unless the next 15 drivers or so after him that are blowing points do better. But look, I don't think that's going to be the case here, but you know what, great job here to collect the run. Certainly, it's important, I think, when you make a major mistake like that you can, you have the confidence to finish the run out of it, because if you do make a mistake in a battle action, you need to show that you can actually finish the run. If, let's say, there's a case where the chase driver makes his own mistake. So I think this is good practice for him, another run under the belt at least, but not going to better the first run, unfortunately, but certainly something that he can stand on for battle action, which I'm sure he will qualify for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he can pull off an entry like that and make it stick, if he just winds it back like 10-15%, he's on a winner.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
Yeah, so he's on a winner, and I think it's good for him to find the real edges of performance and lock of that car on this track. So he's looking good as we see a little bit of an overview here of our track in Autodrom Jastrząb. And we'll be delighted for you to join us, guys, for battle action tomorrow. Look at that livery, it's so cool. But
so intricate. Look, it's like a skeleton. It's like
very anime. Manga anime.
Yeah, like very a skeleton with like a Grim Reaper-esque kind of vibe to it. Like it's very unique.
Yeah, very Japanese, cartoonish. So it looks cool.
Very Polish.
So we'll be delighted if you can join us. Stay with us, of course, for the rest of Pro qualifying. We are on the second half of Pro qualifying, and we are in reverse championship order, where of course we will be getting the top guys in the championship going through later on in qualifying. In less than an hour's time, and it is just a 52 for Dominic on the second run, so not an improvement, but he has an 81 from the first run. He'll be happy with that. Now a man who does have to improve a little bit, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. Well, he's on a 78, so he's not too bad, I guess. Janos Anodi in the Team Motul Race Shop E36 BMW. Pretty safe. Where is he sitting currently?
21st currently with that 78-point run as he initiates through outside zone 1 here, fulfills it nicely, but does drop a wheel majorly on inside zone 2. We'll have to see from the replay camera later on how many wheels that was on the inside, but looks pretty decent into outside zone 4 here. This is definitely looking better than the first one, I do believe. Transitions nicely to outside zone 5 here, puts the wheel on the white line. Great job there by Janos there. He's a Motul sponsored red E36 BMW. I love the sound of this LS powered BMW, and a great job there across the line from all the way from Slovakia. 814 horsepower, the 2022 and 2025 Slovak drift champ. So this guy, plenty of experience, knows how to win in a round if he needs to pull one out of the bag, and drifting 10 years, so congratulations to him with this 10th season in competition driving.
Absolutely.
The Slovak in the red E36 Motul sponsored car, of course, and definitely needs to score a bit better. He's currently, what did they say, 21st in qualifying, was it? So definitely needs to do a little bit better for this run if he wants to cement his place in top 32 action.
Yeah, so I think, at this stage of the championship, Alan, the tension is starting to be at its peak. Obviously, we are building up to the finale in Poznan next month at the end of September for round 4, but the tension is definitely building here because the championship is starting to take shape now, and guys are kind of seeing where they're going to end up in this championship.
Correct,
are they going to keep their pro license because there is a relegation system in force here, or are they going to maybe be making their way towards that Drift Masters license? So it's a lot at stake here, and it is an improvement here for Janos Anodi with an 85 on the second and putting him into the top 10 in 9th position. He will be really happy with that. And we now see once again the big old blower there. Look at this V8, crazy stuff here from Karolina Pilarczyk, a woman. She also competes in different car racing, off-road stuff, does ATV races, and she's also pretty regularly on the TV. So a crazy career here by Karolina, and she's out here putting on a show. She's carrying big speed in around the first corner here. She just about makes it holds there, Alan. I mean, she really did carry a lot of speed in, but she just about got the car slowed down to pick up a bit of zone 2, and she's back on line here for 4, and it's looking very, very good here now for the Polish driver in the beautiful pink S15 Sylvia. She hits the limiter. The V8 being put really through its paces now, picks up quite a lot of 6 and across the line. How impressive was that, Alan?
Yeah, it was a very special run there, sitting currently 21st with the 78 on her first run, and definitely needing to improve to cement that top 32 spot. But a couple of clipping points there. Outside zone 1 didn't look the prettiest, neither did inside zone 2, but does collect herself quite nicely here into outside zone 4. Does a great job in outside zone number 4, and I do remember the remainder of this run being very, very clean. So I'd be interested to see what the judges will say about that. Puts the wheel over the white line here. Actually, I do remember missing that, but yeah, bit of a deduction there, of course. But I mean, look at this. Look at this incredible machine. I'll have to see this car up close, a little bit closer tomorrow, of course, because I do believe this is one of the special chassis of the championship.
Yeah, well, I mean, both Karolina and this car are evincing themselves out on track, so it's always great to see her out there putting on a show for the fans. And
speaking of fans,
they are still wrapped up, so conditions not like we saw for early qualification today. It is definitely after getting a little bit cooler on track, which might suit the drivers because the grip levels might not be quite as high. And the rain did come in earlier on, but it looks to be after clearing, and the sky is relatively clear there, so hopefully the rain holds off for the rest of qualification. Of course, we did have a couple of drivers suffering from the conditions who will get a second bite of the cherry, so to speak, and get their second qualification run, as the crowd has already gathered here even for qualifying for DMP round 3 here. And if you want to make your way down, guys, if you're in Poland, make your way over here just south of Radom, and it's pretty consistent scores there. for Carolina, but not an improvement to 74.5, leaving her pretty safe, I think, in 21st position. Now we go back to the line, and it is none other than Danish driver Anders Madsen, a former Danish Pro 2 champion.
Sitting outside of top 32 right now with the 36.
Yeah, let's see what the Danish former Pro 2 champion can do. He's looking very, very good here so far. Drops a wheel on the inside of 2, but that won't make a huge difference to the judges. Maybe slight deduction of about 4 points. Now he gets it right onto the outside of 4. It's a very, very good line here from the Danish driver. What can he do coming into 5? He can do it pretty well. He takes it. But just as I said, I was just going to say he takes it easy, doesn't push the car too much, but he does drop a wheel all the way around the outside of pretty much all the way around the outside of 5. Maybe gets back into the end of the zone and crosses the line. But I think up to that point, Alan, he was definitely on for a qualifier. I think he still might qualify, to be honest, but it's
going to be tricky because the few areas where I do think you need to be almost perfect is that inside zone 2. And he does get outside zone 3 and gets into outside zone 4 quite nicely here. And I don't see any major, mistakes or anything there. But this transition, like you said, Mike, in the live run, looked very, very safe. And I think that's the one area that you need to be a little bit on the sharper end, let's say. And the dropping of the wheels there didn't help either. So I think the longest zone of the run, which is outside zone 5, you need to be, committed going in there and obviously have that right line all the way through. But also the inside clip as well, from outside zone 1 to inside zone 2, you need to be sharp there as well. And lacking in the 2, I believe, most important parts of the track.
Yeah. I thought that there was somebody inside in the yellow poncho there, but it's just the guy
so
holding it over his legs.
I was wondering, I was like, yeah.
Thought somebody had disappeared inside their poncho, but let's see. And it is a score indeed for Anders Madsen. It's an 82.5, so the judges really liking the rest of the lap.
The rest of the lap, yeah.
And that will be qualification for the Danishman as we look now to see what Artem Hushva can do with a 72 currently on the board. Where does that leave him, Alan? Can you see?
Yeah, he's currently with a 72. I do believe that he's probably on the lower end of qualifying, which is 26th.
Oh, so it's all on the line here for the Ukrainian. He could be looking at exit from competition unless he can do more transitions like he just did. Snaps onto angle into 3 there. Beautiful stuff. Really nice style. I'm really liking this one personally. Now let's see if he can get the car rotated and slowed. He can indeed. But just again, maybe there's a lack of adhesion there right at the edge of the track, Alan, because so many drivers have now dropped wheels off the edge of 5. But in this championship, it is not considered a huge deduction, even though this corner is the biggest deduction for wheel drops, we were told by Matej Jedic.
Yep.
But I think overall it's still going to be a score that will see him qualifying. But it's going to be a bit of a wait for Artem Hushva because it might not be the biggest score in the world, and he is kind of hovering around that drop zone. So let's see what happens here. Alan, on the lap, can you pick out anything else? Or
There was nothing really major there. I did think the timing was a little bit wrong between outside zone 1 into inside zone 2 into outside zone 3. He kind of hung on outside zone 3 a little long there, which would have upset his timing to outside zone 4, which would have pushed him in the wrong place for the final transition. And I think that might have been why they dropped the 2 wheels there on outside zone 5, was kind of a little error that he made earlier on because the timing of the transitions were a little bit off. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he'll score for that, because of course that's going to be a major deduction in outside zone 5. So I still think he'll get a score on the board. It'll probably be a nice score at least, but I don't think it's going to set the scoreboard alight as I learned today. That's a word that you can use to say about the scoreboard. So I do appreciate you teaching me that.
Not literally.
We're not going to set it on fire, clearly.
Not literally.
It'd be nice to see a driver set it on fire, but I don't think we'll have to wait a tiny bit longer for that, I think.
We'll probably see tyre fires tomorrow and twin battle action in the rear, alright, but it's not about scoreboards. But Artem Hushva has almost set the scoreboard on fire with getting into the 80s with an 80. So getting into 19th position does improve, and that should see him okay for battle action. Unfortunately, I'm told that we don't have Tamas Modyar. He had an issue in the burnout box. He had an electronic failure in the burnout box, so it is Łukasz Kaliszewski leaving the line, the Polish driver. He says that drifting isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle and commitment, and he's not far wrong, because anybody that's done it will know exactly what he means as he fires in his beautiful E46 BMW in, and a little bit tight to the cone there inside the zone, and a little bit wide then from zone 3. Maybe not the perfect run so far here from the Polish driver. Let's see if he can bring it all back together now for 5 as he rotates the car back around now, puts foot to the floor. Does he drop a wheel like everybody else so far? He does a little bit. I think there's something going on with the track there, Alan, and the spotters are going to have to speak to their drivers and say, you got to enter 5 a little bit tentatively here and get on the throttle early because you're going to run wide.
Certainly so. I think, look, Łukasz here is kind of under a bit of pressure here because he's sitting 31st currently in qualifying, so he does need to score a little bit better because there is a few drivers that are later on that haven't scored yet or possibly need to score a little bit better. But for the most part of this run, he hits all his marks, he gets a wheel in the boxes like what he's supposed to be doing, but could you be a little bit deeper? Now, outside zone 5, we talked about, Mike, you were talking about dropping that wheel. I think it's just a matter of patience. I think if you wait just a little bit longer before lighting off those tyres, you'd be a little bit better off that way. So it's just a little bit more patience, I think, is what's needed there by most of these guys. And it's easy to kind of make the mistake of just accelerating sooner than what you think, because, of course, with the amount of grip and the horsepower that you have, you need to light the tyres off. But I think a tiny bit more patience would have prevented that wheel drop. But it'll be interesting to see what the judges have scored. Made a few mistakes in areas, but definitely needs to get a better score because he's currently sitting 31st.
Well, it's going to be a long wait in the car because all of the effort, all of the late nights in the garage, all of the money involved and invested in these cars comes down to qualification. If you don't qualify, yes, you've had a fun weekend either way, of course. You've had plenty of practice and you've had your fun in qualifying, and just being around drifting is fun. But you know what? It doesn't count for anything unless you can qualify and get in battles. Yeah, and it is an improvement. It's a 71.5 for Łukasz, putting him into 28th position, and that's going to be a long wait. And we go down to the line for another man who's had a long wait until his second lap. It is Bartłomiej Owatrek. Let's see what he can do because he's on a 0 from the first one. If you remember, he went a little bit tight there, picked up the cone and had a 0 on the first one. Now let's see if he can use all those 20 or 21 years of experience to make it work for him. Goes a little bit tight once again, but makes it work this time. Now he misses zone 3 a little bit there as well. He's going to have to get back online. Oh, and he shuts it down. Heartbreak for Bartłomiej here because unfortunately after a 0 on the first run, he manages, unfortunately, to get a 0 on the second.
I did actually see something fall out of the car.
Oh.
Yeah, and it honestly, it looked like a cable tie, but I think he's just after sending a rod through the side of the block, if I'm honest with you.
Oh. This gets...
I might be completely wrong there, but you might see something here, not just right here, but watch for the transition to outside zone 4. Obviously...
Which side of the car?
It was the driver's side, so right side of the car from our point of view here.
Driver's side if you're in Ireland, Alan.
No, driver's side is if you were here in Poland.
Oh, from right side.
Right
from
side
our
of the car. So watch something pops out here. When he comes down, he understeers you a little bit. You see something?
Oh, yeah.
So something's after falling out there. So
but it's solid. It's no cable tie because it's solid.
Okay, 100%. If it was a cable tie, I think we'd consider it be smaller. So I don't know if it was gearbox or clutch.
I don't think it's a Conrad.
No, I don't think so either.
Thankfully, and there's no spoke either. So
this thing is Pro Charged, so I wonder, was it a part of a belt maybe?
Yeah, he's not happy there, unfortunately. The Polish driver.
Transmission.
Yeah, we can see there it's a transmission part, definitely. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
was
that looks like a linkage for the Samsonis,
linkage.
you know what I'm saying, for the top of the shifter, let's say linkage to the top of the Samsonis.
Yeah, it might not be the most expensive thing in the world. My heart dropped there when you said you might have seen a Conrad, but I thought there was no smoke and trail of oil, so thankfully it might not be the most expensive fix there for Bartłomiej. And once again, a great competitor and a man who's around the sport for a long time.
Coyote engine in that M2 as well, so Ford Mustang engine. For a unique platform that we wouldn't see, well, I wouldn't see kind of in Western Europe at least anyway, but Central Europe, quite a common platform it seems like across multiple cars, including the next driver as well, who's Alexandra.
Yeah, and I mean, this man won the Polish Championship in 2008, sponsored by Toyo Tires. When, if you think about Toyo, when they were a force in drifting and, sponsoring all the Japanese guys there, like Kawabata and
there is
Korai,
an interesting stat that he did purchase Poland's first ever S15 from Japan, from Kiichi Tsuchiya. So that's quite an interesting stat. But it does look like what happened there. I think the shifter linkage for the Samsonis or maybe whatever sequential gearbox he has in that car just popped off. and it popped the car out of gear, and so I think that's why he's not actually driving off, because he's not able to physically put it into gear.
Put it into gear because the stuff between the gear lever and the gearbox isn't there anymore. I'd say.
100%,
Something along that line.
along those lines.
Exactly, but not going to be the biggest fix. Hopefully didn't damage the gearbox by half selecting a gear or something.
Yes, of course.
Those sequentials can be a little bit temperamental if you half select the gear, but usually they're not the biggest dog rings or gears. Usually you won't damage the gear but dog rings and stuff won't be the most expensive parts in the world.
I know what it's like to misshift a sequential like that, and I'm not to say that he's misshifted there by any means. It was completely car failure, nothing to do with him, unfortunately, but fortunately for him. But honestly, when it comes to the cars and recovery trucks, I think this is the best looking car on the recovery truck that we've seen all weekend so far, anyway, at least. And to be honest with you, it's been the only one on the recovery truck, so it's unfortunate for him, to say the least. But I mean, what a unique chassis. And again, another F22. I love these F22 2 Series. I definitely prefer them over the newer chassis of the G87s or the G42s, let's say. But quite a unique BMW chassis, and it's just a great platform in general.
They're a handsome road car, handsome drift car.
They are very handsome.
And I've never driven one actually. But the M2 is meant to be one of the great BMW M cars of all time.
All time, yeah. It's probably one of the last ones that will probably build as well, I'd say, for some time.
Yeah, I think they're going 4-wheel drive now, and they're changing quite a lot. Obviously,
they're doing some very cool things with them, but whether if it's right for the heritage of the brand is questionable, of course. But when it comes to 2 Series, I think it's probably the best one. And it's probably the first one, really, to be honest with you, because I don't think they actually built the 2 Series M car before this.
Yes, yeah. This is definitely a cool chassis, and quite a small chassis as well, so nimble. But yeah, unfortunately, that is all we will see from Bartłomiej, but we hope to see him back in action for round 4 in Poznan. As we move it back to the line, I'm a fan of this driver myself. It is, of course, Aleksandra Fio from Poland with another very interesting engine situation under the bonnet.
Another supercharged Coyote V8 from a Ford Mustang.
Yeah, so let's see what she can do. She's currently sitting on a 71, so right in the danger zone right there. She has to improve, that's for sure. She fills up zone 1, really nice stuff there. Gets her driver's wheel through zone 2, a little bit deep on that one for the liking of the judges, but really nice transition back now into 4. Flakes the S13 back onto angle really nicely and maintains the angle. Does she drop the wheel? Once again, yes she does. There's something happening with the track here, I think, and maintains that wheel drop throughout zone 5 and crosses the line, drops the wheel once again, crossing the line at 6. But overall, great aggression there from the Polish driver, and I think she's going to be on for possibly an improvement, Alan, from the early 70s, which she's on.
29th currently in qualifying. It's going to be a long wait for her if this is not an improvement. Look, it's a tricky one to know. Like the run looks, if you kind of remove the wheel drops out of it, it looks great. But there is quite a few wheel drops, and they're major wheel drops. They're not just small wheel drops. They're major. One wheel clearly over the line by almost a metre in some areas at least. So that's going to be the maximum deduction you can for a wheel drop over the white line. So I'm kind of concerned that it's not going to be an improvement in that regard.
I would say it's going to be possibly a 12-point deduction for this wheel drop here, give or take, because she pretty much for 3/4 of the zone she's got a wheel out over the line. So yeah, I mean it's still not terrible. She drops the wheel there as well, so it's still not going to be a terrible score. It could be an improvement, and it might see her just to do enough to get into battle action later on if she improves slightly. So we're about to find out, and yeah, it is a slight improvement for the fantastic Aleksandra Fio with a 77.5, and we will see her in battle action. I would say later, it's not certain, but we will find out. And a man who is in big trouble in qualifying, it is Mateusz Szuski with the fantastic A90 Supra. The Polish driver, 31 years of age, leaves the line. The Mark 5 Supra flicks it left, flicks it right. Look at the speed of this car right out of the blocks. Motorbike-like acceleration from the A90 Supra, sponsored by CF Moto. Beautiful looking car, one of the best looking cars on the grid. He's doing a lot better this time because he's absolutely nailing the Supra around the track, filling up pretty much all of the zones, gets it into 5, drops the wheel like everybody else is doing, as is the fashion these days, and now puts foot to the floor. Does he drop a wheel? He's gone very wide here, just about very close, but his full commitment, and I'm a big fan of Mateusz Szuski's driving, because you know what, he's 100 or nothing. He doesn't know anywhere in between. He's got no chill. He just goes full throttle. The first time I saw him practicing in pretty much 40-degree heat in Warsaw at the PTAC, I was like, who is this guy? This guy's crazy. He was just coming around the track at us, just full tilt, full throttle in literal 40-degree heat.
He is currently sitting 34th in qualifying. He does need us to improve his score, and I do think it is better than his first run by a considerable margin. It'll be dependent on where he's going to sit in that, whether it's going to be a comfortable position or what. I mean, that I will say though, that wheel drop on outside zone 5 was fairly major, and I think that he might get away for that last wheel drop on outside zone 6. I don't think it was a full contact patch over the white line at least.
I would agree.
But you'll have to wait and see. Incredible Supra, Mark 5 Supra there, CF Moto. That was a good pick up of the start line, really quick off the line with the motorbike-esque acceleration, and sponsored by CF Moto, which I assume is some sort of motorcycle company.
It is, Alan. We were talking about bikes from our drive up from Krakow there yesterday, and you could do worse than getting a CF Moto, a relatively new Chinese brand, and making some really quality stuff. Series sponsor here as well, so if you're getting into motorbikes, those are definitely an exciting brand, and it's an 82.5, massive improvement for Mateusz Suski. He'll be delighted with that. And we go down to the line, and it is Krzysztof Juszczak leaving the line in the M2. 82 on the board so far. Should see him good for battle action, but once again there are championship points on the board for qualifying, and the higher you qualify, the easier the battle you give yourself in the top 32, and it's looking good here from the very well silenced BMW of Krzysztof. He's looking very good here, Alan, except runs very wide now, and again I think there's a grip issue with the track. The drivers are not really dealing with it very well. They're not, kind of preempting it, but the spotters have to get on to the rest of the drivers on the grid and telling them that everybody's going off at 5. But overall there, a really good run there from Krzysztof Juszczak.
Definitely so. Currently sitting 16th in qualifying right now with that 82, so I do think he is relatively safe. And right now he just needs this run to try and score a bit better. He's got a good banker score already, a good tiebreaker as I like to call it, so let's see now if this run is going to do better than that. There was a few major mistakes there, barely making outside zone 4, and then these two wheels off at outside zone 5. But in comparison to other drivers, not outside that outside zone 5 wheels off, should I say, for that length of time as long as other drivers. So it's going to be hit and miss, missing a few zones. Is that worse than putting wheels off at other zones or stuff? It's kind of a grey area, let's say. So the judges have their work cut out for themselves for this run. But either way, he's got the wheels in the boxes, he's got a score on the board, and he's into battle action for tomorrow, regardless of the outcome of this run.
Well, we do see the track being repainted just in the interest of fairness for all drivers, to make sure that they can see the lines and the track extremities.
Not only for the judges as well.
Judges as well, of course. Not an improvement for Krzysztof. He just has a 71.5. So not an improvement. So I do believe we're going to have a quick interview with the one and only Victoria, as we have the track repainted.
Zgadza się, dziękuję bardzo panowie za oddanie głosu. Mamy gościa, który ma niesamowicie ciekawą historię, o której chcemy wam trochę opowiedzieć razem. Switching to English. Hello, Ilya. It's good to see you. Ilya Zamfir with us, semi-pro driver, number 7 in qualification today. Today in qualifications. Number 6 in general standings, and this is your first season in DMP. But let's start with your history, because you born in Israel.
Yes.
But you started your journey in drifting in Ukraine. What's the story? It's a long journey and a really interesting story.
Well, 2019, first time on the road with a BMW E46 3 liters. I was hitting the rev limiter on a private parking lot with my dad, hitting some donuts and the rev limiter maybe for 30 seconds. And I hear some yelling from my father. He turns off the car, started yelling at me. I'm crying.
Oh no!
Yes, I was 12, I think.
But he didn't want you to do the donuts, or why?
No, he didn't want me to hurt the car.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
poor car.
Poor car, yeah, another poor Ilya, come on. Okay, but your story about your life, 50% in Israel and 50% in Ukraine. Right. Where is the choice and the way like this?
Well, 2019, we moved to Ukraine because some family issues. And I went to school in Ukraine. And because in Israel it's 12 years of school, in Ukraine it's 11.
So
1 year faster for freedom.
Yes, faster for freedom. I'm now 18, so in this year I'm going to university. And
Also
every 2 weeks.
in Ukraine
Yes,
to the university.
yes, in Ukraine.
But I guess I know that it's tough task for you because still on the plane, still on the rush.
Every 2 weeks.
But every 2 weeks, come on, this is crazy. But there is a really big plus because you have known the drifting in Ukraine. Yes. Perfect, and you're happy.
I'm very happy. Yes.
Tired sometimes, but happy.
But I can live without it.
I get it. Ilya, keeping fingers crossed for you tomorrow
so
in the tandems. Thank you very much. And I'm sending you a lot of strength for those travels. And really happy that you are here in DMP with us.
Thank you so much. I'm happy too.
Thank you. Oddaję panowie wam głos, a my bardzo dziękujemy Ilii, no i oczywiście trzymamy za niego kciuki i w jego podróżach między Izraelem a Ukrainą, a także podczas jazdy jutro w parach.
Thank you very much, Victoria and Ilya Zamfir, Pro 2 driver, of course. Semi-pro driver, sorry. And it is great to hear from him and just showing how multicultural and how international DMP is these days. Now we go back to the line and it is Radosław Gatkowski leaving the line in anger, the Polish driver in the beautiful S15. Look at this, what a fantastic colour way he has, but he fires it in. I was just going to say he fires it in way too hard, but you know what, he makes it work. Maybe he ran a tiny bit offline, but overall great aggression there from the Polish driver as he now puts foot to floor around 4 and looks for that all important entry into 5. Gets the braking done just before he transitions and it works out for him. His spotter and him have been watching previous runs. He braked pretty hard there coming into 5. It worked out for him. Doesn't fit all of 6 crossing the line, but that's a really big score, Alan, and doesn't make the mistake that maybe 10 drivers in a row before him made.
Definitely so, and I think that's going to be a massive difference maker between himself and the other drivers previous. Sitting currently 11th in qualifying right now, a bit late on the inner clip of 2, but manages to pull it out nicely. Outside zone 3 was okay as well. Transitions pretty decently to outside zone number 4. Carries good momentum all the way through there, actually very, very good through there. And then has his final transition to outside zone 5. As you said, Mike, not dropping the 2 wheels over, which is very, very crucial for this particular run. So currently sitting 11th with that 84. Oh, he does actually drop a wheel on the outside of 5, just a tad bit. So I will be interested to see will Matsuis or Matty will deduct him for that as crosses the line, half filling that. So leaving a few, zones on the table there with the line judge at least, but for the most part that looks like a really nice run, and I do think it would have been a nice run to chase as well in qualifying. So we'll see, will it score better, for top 32, that is, to chase it later. So decent run there. We'll see what the score will improve of that 84.
Well, we're about to find out, and it does indeed. It's a huge score. Wow, Radosław will be delighted with this one because it's a 93 for the Polish driver, dropping him straight into second position, which will get him some championship points and a big advantage for the battles tomorrow. He'd be delighted with that. Now we go back to a fantastically wrapped car. It is Orest Michalczuk, currently on a 74.5, and Alan, that lets him in roughly 28, in danger, so he does have to improve here. He's going to know all about it. The Polish driver, 33 years of age, fires in the S14 in through the first corner, puts foot to floor. Look at this, dials on the angle through 2. This is really, really great stuff already from the Polish driver. Through 3, dials on a huge transition, maybe too much angle, then pulls angle back out of it, gets back on the angle once again. Bit of a correction, uses angle to slow him into 5, but drops a wheel, gets on the throttle a little bit straight. And shuts it down. Unfortunately, he was on for a big score there. Maybe not perfect, but great aggression, Alan, there with still good precision. And unfortunately, I mean, I'm devastated. I really wanted to see how that one was going to end up.
Yeah, the initiation was kind of interesting. Kind of took his time getting up the straight, and then give it a good clutch kick into outside zone 1, and then as he goes through inside 2 and outside zone 3, he transitions very widely into outside zone 4, manages to hold on to it really well. And then this final transition here into outside zone 5, again another big snap of angle, quick rotation, but it does pull him a bit short of outside zone 5 as the entrance, and then forces him out wide, drops 2 wheels, and then the car shuts down. It's like as if there was like a little cut of the ECU there, or maybe electrical gremlin, or maybe it just got a bit too hot there and the ECU was just saving the car there. It kind of shut him down pretty quickly, and that will be a 0 for his second run. So currently 28. I don't think there's many drivers with a 0 or just below him, if I'm honest with you.
Well, it's going to still be a long wait because he's going to have to do the maths on this one. A man who won't be knocking him out, he's slightly higher from him, is Łukasz Kaliszewski, your buddy Alan, and he is on an 84 currently. let's see what he can do here. Firing in the race car Livert Q8 Isles. S14, big transition, snaps it onto angle. Does he snap it back again? Dials in a transition this time, just dials transition really nicely. Doesn't make the mistake of snapping it onto angle and then having to correct. Has a little bit of a correction there as he slows down for 5, but just about manages to keep the back wheel on the line. Just about skirts with danger there and puts his back wheel on the edge of the box, crossing the line. And that is a big run from Łukasz Kaliszewski.
That's pure sim-esque driving right there. You know, that's a guy that knows what he's doing, how to place a car on a track, and knows exactly where his perimeters are as a driver, and you know where the wheels are at all times. Łukasz Kaliszewski, fantastic drive here as he does a really great job here in outside zone 4. Look at that wheel on white line all the way around, leaves the zone immediately, which is exactly what the judges wanted for, and keeps the throttle momentum all the way through this outside zone transition here into outside zone 5 here, and he puts the wheel on white line very, very close, as you said, skirting with air there, dropping with the wheel on the outside there, and it's going to be close to see whether they'll deduct him for that, but probably the line through outside zone 6 was absolutely perfect. So great driving there by Łukasz as he waits for that score from the judges.
So let's see what they thought of that one, because it impressed me very, very highly. Let's see what they have.
He was currently 11th after that run as well, obviously from Radoslav, doing a nice 93-point run there earlier, so I did drop him down a tiny bit, but I do think he's going to jump up here. I'm almost certain. I'm almost confident.
Well, Alan, you know what? You've only been wrong once today already with saying.
Well, I think it was twice actually. But right, okay. I don't want to hold you to it, Mike.
Well, again, that's why we pay you the big bucks. Current Driftmasters, big guy and all that.
Oh so, yeah, just 21st in points in Driftmaster, so I definitely think I know what I'm talking about.
Well, you did miss one round, to be fair, this season because you didn't have a car, but. We'll still just say you're 21st.
Yeah, the 21st in points is very, very important. That 22nd now would be very disappointed, but 21st is way better than the 22nd.
I think you're better than your championship position. But wow, you know what? The judges did like a guy, Łukasz Kaliszewski, dropping into first position with a 96.5. What a run, and we were impressed with it.
Yeah, we were. I was secretly calling it, but I didn't want to call it.
Yeah, well, you don't want to be wrong, Alan, or anything, so that's a great run there for Łukasz. He'll be delighted. Now it is, of course, Simos Tikis leaving the line in the BMW in the Batman BMW inspired E36 as he backfires through the transition. Oh wow, what a transition that was. Beautiful stuff here from the Cyprus driver as he fills up 4 now. Does he get the car rotated and crucially slowed? Oh, just feathers the throttle to keep the car on track. Maybe slightly dropped the wheel, but overall very, very slight, and crosses the line. A great run there. Maybe not perfect on the last bit, but great run there from the Cypriot driver.
I think the main important thing from this run that I remember is that transition from inside zone 2 to outside zone 3. There was a wicked snap there of angle. It'd be interesting to see how it looks from this camera angle. Look at the transition there, even in slow-mo it looks really, really quick. And powers out through up to outside zone 4 here, and does a really good job here of fulfilling that zone all the way to the very, very end of it. And then just final transition was quite nice too. This wheel drop that we're about to see here in a second, obviously not ideal, but a common mistake across a lot of the drivers. I'd say nearly 50% of the drivers so far have dropped the wheel there, if not more almost. And then just runs out a tiny bit of wheel speed across the line here to fill the zone all the way to the end, so only fills, I suppose, like 1/3 of it, if you want to say it that. So leaving a few points on the table there is Simos, but obviously doing a great job there in his incredible black E36.
Yeah, he's got so many championship wins here. First place in the pro category in the Cypriot Drift Championship in 2023, first place in Drift Kings European King of Nations Cup 24, second place in pro in the Cyprus Drift Championship in 24, second place in European Drift Kings in 24, and then first place in the Mediterranean Drift Challenge in Crete, first place Drift Kings European King of Nations in 25. Crazy stuff, and he does improve. It's a big improvement as well, almost 10 points, 9 points in fact. It's an 88.5, putting him into 9th position for the Cypriot. Now a man
on a 0
with a lot to do, and a man that is very capable of doing it. It is young Daniel Pelikan from the Czech Republic, 20 years of age, in his BMW. Let's see if he can improve from the 0, because currently he is putting this car on the trailer and going home unless he pulls out something very big right now. Oh no! Does he hold it together? Okay, it's going to be a good deduction, but he's still in with a shout of qualifying here, guys. Remember, it's a big deduction. His back bumper is trailing. It's all on the line here for the Czech Republic driver as he makes his way around the course now into 5. He's coming in fast here. Does he manage to slow the car? He feathers the throttle. He finds the grip. He does manage to slow the car. Daniel Pelikan is doing everything in his power here to qualify for DMP, and he does bring it across the line. What a run that was, Alan Hines. After that huge mistake at the start, he just had the cool, calm and collectedness to do it.
This is the thing, we've seen when the car shut down at the end of run 1, we saw up to that point it was fantastic. This is the only mistake that he makes. It's 2 wheels over. There is a bit of a dirt drop in there too. I'm not really sure.
He picks up 2 on the way from his 2 wheels over. So
and I mean, like, the rest of this run is honestly perfect. It's almost
Is he still in the 80s? I think he's still in the 80s.
He could possibly be.
Depends on how much they penalise him.
Too early to tell. You have to wait for the judges to tell us what is an 80 and what isn't. Especially with this run anyway. But I mean, I love the rest of this run. It's got everything. The score's coming in very, very quick here, so I'm kind of concerned here that this might be
putting you on the spot, Alan Hines. Make a call on the score on this one and be specific.
No, I'm not going to say a score.
Come on,
I'm not going to say
big
it.
bucks.
83.75.
83.75. I think it's going to be lower. I think it's going to be lower slightly, but not that much lower.
I mean, when I compare other people's runs who dropped 2 wheels later on the run, they still managed to score. And I mean, is it really that bad? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're not far off, to be honest. I don't think that they're going to penalise it terribly. The wheel drops here in DMP aren't being penalised.
It's the wheel into the grass, I think, is the setting in the stone here.
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah. 81. Okay.
I win.
He's in the show. That's the main thing.
It was an 81. Yeah, so Daniel Pelican getting it done, and I'm sure the crowd will be really impressed with that. The Czech driver with one run to get it done.
Wow, barely
skirting with 3.
But at least I appreciate that the wheel drops are not a qualifying decider. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can drop a wheel and they kind of give you a pat in the back of the back and say keep going.
So where is Peter Utassi sitting on a 76? He has to be down near the drop zone. Alan Hines is on the big computer here to find out as Peter Utassi leaves the line in the beautiful red BMW, fires it in around the first corner, picks up 2 on the way, uses the left foot brake on the transition, unusual technique there, gets it through it perfectly though, now dials on the angle all the way through 4, has to come back off angle a little bit though, and it's a correction through 4 for the Hungarian driver as he makes his way into 5, now puts foot to floor, dropping a wheel in the process like so many pro drivers before him, and he now puts foot to floor once again, crosses the line, full throttle in the BMW, full tyre smoke, and Alan Hines, he has to improve here. Where is he sitting currently?
Yeah, he's currently sitting 28, so if I'm honest, I actually think he is unofficially safe.
Yeah, unofficially.
I don't think there's anyone.
Well, we still have
Kevin Robel is the only other person that is on a 0 that's outside the top 32 that is yet to go.
Who is in 32nd currently?
32nd is Darius
32nd is Dariusz Fabishak in 32nd.
So I think the only people really that can knock him down
Kevin
is
Robel.
Yeah, really, yeah. But even still, I think he'll still be safe at that. So when they, unofficially.
This is us with an app, basically.
Yeah,
unofficially.
This is us guessing.
Yeah,
but we didn't really describe the second run there, but it did look a little bit cleaner than the first run, perhaps. So
it's important to see where he is, and if this is a qualifier or not. If he is safe, then I guess the stakes are a little bit lower. But we're about to find out because the judges will be totting up the scores on their big calculators.
They're huge. I've seen them.
Huge calculators. Big ECUs.
Yeah.
Bigger than the moon landing computers. And they will be, of course, 40 points for line, 30 for angle, and 30 for style, split into 2 categories, which is commitment and fluidity. As the score drops in for Peter Utassi, and it is a slight improvement up to 25th position, dropping down a couple of the guys there maybe into 26th, 7th, and of course the higher you qualify, the better battle you have, in theory, at least in the top 32. And we go back to the line to Simon Suvema from Estonia, ready to rock with a 90.5. Can he improve on it? Does he want to improve on it? Of course he does. He's going to try here. The GR86 is being flicked to the left and flicked to the right. It's dancing its way into the course here. Touch of the left foot brake. He is inch perfect on 2. Gets the car rotated beautifully around on 3. Possibly collecting maximum points for 3. I would say then a little bit late into 4 and a bit of a wobble. Style judge will be marking him down for fluidity on that. Now gets to turn back around. Lots of speed here into 5. Does he manage to make it stick? He does. He is inch perfect around the line around 5, and it's full throttle across the line for Simon Suvema.
Currently sitting in 9th in qualifying, I do believe. 7th in qualifying with that 90.5. incredible machine. This is just a yellow GR86. Definitely up there with my top 5 GR86 chassis, looks wise at least anyway. Absolutely fantastic blend of colours and stuff. And we're seeing the same precision and line scoring that we had in the first run from Simon. A really good job. The only error that I see is this zone right here. God, just a little bit of understeer. Had to turn into it a little bit to try and get the car back out to outside zone 4, but corrects it really, really good. And this is the signs of a fantastic driver. A driver who, makes a tiny error but is able to make it look like it was intentional by, correcting it the right way, and fulfills outside zone 5 perfectly all the way here to outside zone 6. Could be a tad bit deeper there as well, but I mean, this is the makings of, again, another run. And this is what you want for a driver who's going to score in the 90s consistently. You want to be able to pull runs out of the box back to back, especially for battle action tomorrow. He's very safe for, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's gonna be safe either way. But guys, get in the comments. Let us know. Do you prefer the GR86 or the slightly older GT86? Which is the better looking car? Which one do you prefer? Let us know in the comments, and we'll check those out. And it's very consistent there for Simon Savema, but it's not an improvement. It's an 88.5, very consistent scoring. He's still in 7th position. So now we're back to the line, to the man, the myth, the legend. He's just on an 83 though. It is Max Heydrich from Germany, former Drift Masters European Championship driver. This car is well capable of topping qualifying. This driver is capable of topping qualifying. Let's see what he can do. He fires in the car, adjusted on the handbrake. It's big speed here from the German. Leaves a little bit of 2 on the board there. Gets the car fully into 3 and almost over it, but just does manage to hang on to the end of the track. Aggressive transition into 4, and it works out pretty well once again for Max Heydrich here. Has he got the experience to keep the car on track? He does. You could hear he just left the RPM die down there a little bit, got back on the throttle. Now he hits the limiter with his 2JZ and crosses the line, and that's a textbook run from the German, Alan Hines.
Yeah, like we spoke about in his first run, Max knows what to do. He does a really committed initiation, definitely the Heydrich, the Max Heydrich style initiation, similar to his brother that we've seen in semi-pro qualifying earlier. And look at the committed and the transitions here to outside zone number 3 here, where it goes into outside zone 4, puts the wheel on the white line that he's supposed to be doing. The only issue I wasn't certain here was whether at the time of the transition he hang on the angle a little bit long for that transition, but corrects it really nicely. And very smart driving here through outside zone 5. Just very, very patient. Make sure to get the wheel on the white line and be ready to light the tyres off at the right timing, and does a very, very, very good job at doing that. So I do think this is actually going to be an improvement despite the little error on the inside zone 2. But obviously we're not the judges in this situation. We have to wait for the judges to make that final call.
I don't think the penalty on zone 2 is going to be significant.
I don't think so either.
To be honest, it's not going to be a big deduction, and the rest of the run was pretty textbook. So I think we could be seeing a big score here from our old buddy Max Heydrich, and waiting for the judges' scores to drop in. And once again, guys, get in the comments and get involved and let us know where you're watching from as well.
89.
Yeah, and it's a 6-point improvement from his first run and puts him into 8th position with an 89 for Max, looking happy there on the graphic, and he will be happy with that, giving him a slightly easier bracket in qualifying, that's for sure. Now Pavel Grosz is ready to rock, and he is on a 72, Alan Hines, which means he's in trouble here.
He's in 38, but he's relatively safe, I think.
But he will have such a hard battle, he really wants to improve. He's probably better than that score, to be honest, and let's see if he can improve. He's inside the line there. It's going to be like roughly minus 4 points on the line judge. Let's see if he can be perfect here on 4. He pretty much can. It's a really nice run here from the Polish driver so far. Apart from that mistake on 2, can he tidy it up now and make his way around 5? He can indeed. He's really good on 5, and this is where the top championship guys are coming in. They're getting really, really exact on 5 there, and they're putting in the more tidy runs according as we go up through championship order. And Pavel Grosz crosses the line. Of course, he is a sports driver, drifter, of course, as you can see, and a TVP presenter. He's the originator as well of the Drift Patriot projects, and a YouTuber and instructor. So massively involved in the automotive scene is Pavel Grosz. And let's see if he can improve. Alan Hines, do you see an improvement on his first score? I think it has to be.
I think so, yeah, definitely on the inside of inside zone 2. But I mean, for the most part, definitely wheel and white line everywhere. And I think he's just kind of doing, what he needs to do to put an improvement on the score. So it's kind of in the judges' hands here to see what direction it's going to go with it. But I definitely see some stuff there that I think was the right thing to be doing there, So I do think it should be better.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree that it's going to be an improvement on his previous score there, as the fantastic looking car there comes into view, the GT, giving viewers a good chance to compare the GR and the GT. and it is a big improvement of 13.5 points. It's an 85.5 for Pavel, putting him into 13th, and he will be delighted with that. And I think that's more fitting for him, for his skill level. Now, a man on the line with a 67.5. It is Marek Wartowicz. And the Polish driver is way down currently here, Alan, and I'm not sure that he's very happy with his qualifying score, but he fires in the car here in around the first corner. He does a very good job of it. He's a lot better than what his qualifying score would suggest. It's a much better run here. Adjusted very quickly on the handbrake, just a dab. It won't be a big deduction from the judges as he gets the beautiful S13, one of the best looking cars in DMP. Rotated back around for 5. Now let's see what he can do. Does he fill out zone 6? He goes very wide, adds in the angle, and it's a great line from the Polish driver.
I do believe he's actually outside top 32 right now.
Yeah, he could be with a 67.
67.5, yeah, 35th. So he
Wow.
needs this run, and I do think he pulled it out of the bag. Wow, look at this! Look at the the consistent angle all the way through there. Not really adding angle before that transition after inside zone 2. Exactly what the judges would have liked for that. Smooth, consistent angle all the way through. Look at the wheel on white line as well here in the outside zone 4. Leaves it a tad bit early, but I do think it's better to leave it a little bit earlier than to stay on it for too long. And yeah, transitions into outside zone 5 here. Looks pretty good from this drone camera, and wheel on white line all the way through. And yeah, wow, great job there in the outside zone 5 as he powers down the last, I suppose, the power alley, I suppose you could call it, into outside zone 6 here across the line. Great job there as well. So I do think this will be an improvement. I just don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah, I do think it's a significant improvement. It might be way up there in the 90s, up into the 90s as we see that beautiful Lamborghini at the car show and the Corvette and all the other machines around it there. Be sure to make your way down here, and you can get a passenger spin in the X6 Jeep, I would say that is. It looks like an X6 anyway. Yeah, the little kiddie's Jeep. Get a passenger ride in that.
I was like, a passenger ride in an X6 drift car. I was like, drift Jeep or something. I was like,
drift Jeep.
I was like, what are you talking about, Mike? I want to spin in that.
Yeah, and it is into the 90s. It's a great run there from Marek. He'll be delighted with a 93.5, dropping him straight into third position. Once again, a qualifying run more fitting of the skill level behind the wheel there. And we go back down to Samuel Mladenov in the E92 BMW. Beautiful livery as well. Just 22 years of age, Slovakian drifter, and it's a 2JZ engine. It's a beautiful livery, very, very different, very individual. Hangs onto the handbrake a little while, trying to get himself onto the outside of 1. He misses 2 as a result, scrubs off too much speed on the way in. Big snappy transitions here from the Slovakian. Can he make it work in the second half of the run? We're about to find out, because he absolutely pins the car down into 5, left foot braking it along the way, and fills out that outer zone exactly as the judges want to see, full throttle across the line.
Yeah, Samuel, I think the first run was kind of at the start of the wet runs that we had 2 or 3 of, at the end of near the end of qualifying and run 1. So I think you just got caught off guard a little bit more grip than probably what the car was able to take, I think, and just had to catch him out a small bit. So the track conditions have obviously improved. I do think the weather has dried off a small bit. Obviously the conditions have dried up a bit, quite a bit actually, and I do think there's a bit more grip in the asphalt right now than what there was maybe at the end of run 1, let's say, considerably, or even the start of run 2. So making a few mistakes, I don't know, is this actually going to better his first run? His first run was actually really, really good, despite the wheel drops he had it in outside zone 5, I do believe he had. So it'll be interesting to see where the car balance is after this. But definitely some room for improvement there. But unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get a chance to improve on that, obviously, for run, after run 2, because he's only going to get 2 runs. So we'll see what the Samuel score is going to come in. And it's 79.5, 20th position. Not an improvement for Samuel there, unfortunately for him in the incredible E92 BMW. But yeah, I'm sure it's still see him for battle action for tomorrow. Next up is Kevin Robel, one of our drivers currently on a 0, the last driver outside of the top 32 that needs to get a score to get into the show. So here we go. Kevin Robel leaving the start line here. His incredible blue E36 BMW, a lovely flick initiation, powers all the way through outside zone number 1. Uses left foot braking, puts a wheel on the inside of inside zone 2, but look at the transition here to outside zone 3, wheel on white line, puts a wheel slightly over the white line into outside zone 4, barely gets the wheel into the zone, but transitions very aggressively here into outside zone 5. Great job there, wheel in the zone here. But this incredible E36 BMW, is it going to be enough for Kevin to get a score on the board and get him into top 32? I have a feeling it is, Mike.
It absolutely is, Alan. It absolutely is, yeah. Because Kevin Rubel, with all the pressure on his shoulders, the Polish driver is always out to entertain. We had a chat with him at round 1 in Warsaw, and he said he doesn't care. He just wants to go out and drive with his style and wants to entertain. Unfortunately, he got caught with the weather on the first run, but I think he's after doing enough here, Alan. Even though he wasn't perfect there on 4 by any means, I think he's after doing plenty here in order to qualify, and I for one am delighted to see him in the show because he's always entertaining and putting on a show for the spectators. So let's see if the judges agree with us, or me at least, as we see the fantastic tricks here by the doggy in the background. And who's in the drop zone currently unofficially?
Łukasz, hang on, let me find him.
I will have a look.
It's one of Lukasz's.
Well, Kevin Rubel does qualify, and it's an 85.5. We can confirm who qualifies at the end of the running here, which will be pretty soon, because we are down to the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers here, guys, at DMP round 3 pro qualification, and it is Artur Havrilenko leading the line, who is on a 54, Alan, so he can actually, he's outside of top 32. So Havrilenko, if you remember, with a very bad score in the first one, he leads us in. The car is still set up very grippy here. It's a difficult one to drive. Havrilenko suffered with that. And it pushes him forward. The rear of the car just wants to go straight here. It's set up like a drag race car. The little GT86. It's so fast, but it's so hard to drive in the hands of the Ukrainian. Does he do enough? It's a big mistake. Is it even chaseable, Alan Hines? Or the judge is going to call it a 0? But Havrilenko, he's way up there in the championship in 9th position, and he might not be qualifying here in one round of a 4-round championship.
I mean, let's look at the mistakes. Misses outside zone 1. That's not good. That's a big deduction there. Half fills inside zone 2, should I say. Puts one wheel, only barely one wheel at outside zone 3. Then has a major correction here in the straight and has to kind of initiate, slightly understeer.
I mean, it's a straighten. It's a very small straighten, but it's a straighten, almost understeer. Yeah.
Right. Well, let's look at the points here. What's the cutoff here for right now for top 32? Is a 74.5. And the question is this a 74.5 run?
But there was like the second part of the lap there, especially around 5, was really good.
It was really good.
If they don't give him a 0, then as we get a great shot here of the doggy playing with the ball in the background again. The best thing about drifting is the things that happen in the background.
All right. Okay, I see.
I think the whole laughs around the paddock and the whole family vibe, I think, are some of the best things. But we see doggies playing there near the finish line, which is fantastic stuff. As the evening is drawing in here a little bit in Poland, you can see still the wind is still significant here after that storm last night, but it is looking like good conditions tomorrow. And Artur Havrilenko doesn't qualify. It's 37th position for the Ukrainian with a 65, unfortunately for him. So that is all she wrote for Artur Havrilenko. Now a man with no problems like that is Abdul Karim Yahan with a 92 on the board. Remember, championship points on the board for qualifying. Can he improve on the 92? Well, I think he has the ability. He's one of the top drivers in the series, and he fires in the little BMW in around outer zone 2 perfectly, fills up 3 perfectly. Look at this from Abdul Karim, right on the outside line for 4. Now does he get it down into 5 without dropping wheels? Crucially, he maybe drops a wheel on the way in, but it kind of gives him the correct arc for the rest of the corner, so it's not going to be a big deduction from the judges, and it's a big run from the Swiss driver as he crosses the line.
Yeah, very, very fast there. I don't think it's going to be bettering his first run. His first run was actually, I think, in my opinion, a little bit better than that. It'd be interesting to see what the judges will score. He got a 92 on the first one, and I do remember he made a few tiny mistakes in the first run too, so this one still has a few tiny mistakes in it. It'll be interesting to see if it will score better. I will say though, I mean, wow, the commitment here from Karim is incredible, and especially outside zone 4 there looked really good. I actually might be eating my own words here. This might be actually better than the first run. We'll have to wait and see what the judges say about that, but to me it's very, very close. Great job there in the outside zone 5 here. This 1 Series E82 BMW is hooked up to the moon, and look at it fly through outside zone 6 here as it he corrects it across the line. So great job there, and this is an incredible looking car. Look at this thing. You could tell it's built for action.
These guys are built for action in the karts as well.
Yeah, the HPS team there in the go-karts.
Yeah.
Oh, it is better.
Oh, it is better. So Abdul Karim Yahan drops into third position with a huge score of 95 here, DMP round 3, and the big scores are coming in from the top drivers in the championship, and he'll be delighted with that. Now Valery Shevelov is leaving the line. The Ukrainian driver sits on a 79 so far. He has the horsepower, he has the talent, he has the championship position as well. Does he have it in the locker though to improve right now here at DMP round 3? He might not be perfect on 2 or 3 there. He's pretty good, but he's not perfect, and that's exactly what we want to see for drivers getting into the 90s. Now let's see what he can do as he gets down into outer zone 5, the all-important teardrop section by the judges, and he's pretty much perfect on that as he leaves 5. Now full throttle. Oh, but misses 6. Did the car shut down, Alan Hines?
I don't think so. I think what kind of happened there was, he had so much loading up of the car, leaving outside zone 5, a bit left with braking and stuff. I think he just pulled himself out of outside zone 6. It's kind of tricky there to make the car with all that wheel speed, sometimes surge forward, let's say, to where he needed to go. But for the first half of this run, especially this outside zone 4, the speed that Valery had here through outside zone 4 was incredible. Definitely one of the fastest cars through there so far, I do feel like. And then the line here in outside zone 5 was absolutely perfect. Yeah, it could have been a little bit deeper out towards the white line, but it's better to be, I suppose, half in it than putting a wheel over it. And then, just falls short a little bit of outside zone 6 there. But, I mean, look at the amount of angle he has across the line there. It's pretty impressive. So, definitely some things there to work on, but look, you know what, this HPS team, they know how to set up a car, they know how to build a car, and a great team of crew there that will look after this car for top 32 action tomorrow. Currently sitting 27th in qualifying. I do think he is very, very safe regardless.
Yeah, but again, he's going to be going up against some of the top guys. You might meet your Kuba Przygoński or somebody like that, or Stavros Grillis very early in top 32.
I spoiled the score. I know what he got. I just looked at the sheet just as it came in. So.
Well, you have it, Alan. It is an 85.5, so it is 14th position for Valery Shevelov. So that is a good score for him, putting him into midfield. He'll be happy with that. Now, a man who is in the 90s, it is Mikołaj Czechszewski, the Polish driver, leaving the line once again, pulling gears. Most drivers seeming to initiate in third gear in this track. No different for the Polish driver here. Mikołaj now puts foot to floor. He's pretty much perfect on 2 as the front of his Silvia is way up in the air because the back is squatting down and making the car go forward as he snaps it through each and every transition. Look at this beautiful style here on the second lap as he drops a wheel on the way into 5. Oh, just drops the wheel again here. Unfortunately, I think he was on for a huge score up to that point in the Fogo sponsored S15 with 880 brake horsepower, I believe. I think he's after warping his own front bumper with sheer torque there as he made his way around the course. And Alan Hines, a great lap there up until the final point of asking.
Yeah, you know what? He's currently sitting 6th. I think he was just trying to, do a little bit better to try and score a bit higher in the qualifying classifications. But again, this run, I see kind of greatness here in this run, and I feel like if this was a battle run, I feel like it'd still be very chaseable despite a few tiny mistakes there, And to be honest with you, as a chase driver, let's say, I'd rather someone be dropping a wheel over the white line, let's say, on the outside of the zone, than to be not in the zone at all. So I think it's more chaseable to be chasing someone with a wheel over the white line than someone to be not even making the zone in the first place. So I don't think the judges are going to deduct that too crazy. He did drop the wheel on the outside of 5, quite a bit of it. So it's going to be a tight one, whether it's going to be an improvement on the first run. It's going to be kind of close. I don't think it is going to be an improvement on the first run, but I mean, again, look, I'm a commentator. I'm not a judge. I'm just commentating on a run. I'm not looking at the minor details that the judges are looking at.
Yeah, and it's amazing. We've both done quite a lot of judging in Ireland. It's amazing the different,
very close
really good consistency there. Not an improvement, but almost identical scores to the first run from Mikołaj. So he'll be delighted with that. And we go back to the man who is, after setting the scoreboard absolutely alight earlier with a 95.5, it is a Jakob Kroll leaving the line. 30-year-old in the S14.9, fully capable of putting in a 98 or 9.1 here at round 3 of DMP. Is he going to do it? Well, he's making a good job of it so far, but I was just going to say drop the wheel, but he didn't. He used the grip of the car to point the car forward, and look at this, Alan. Look, he's got the aggression, but he's got the precision as he makes his way into 5 now, gets the car slowed down on the handbrake, now puts foot to floor, full throttle, billows tire smoke from the back of his Silvia, full throttle once again. Full come in. What a run from Jakob Kroll.
Yeah, it's almost like the same as the previous run. A couple of things here that I really like about this is, you know, he's not scared to have a bit of speed in this run. So it's not like a car that's just like pottering around the track, that's just crawling around the place. This thing is pretty quick, and I would be very, very scared to go up against Jakob Kroll tomorrow if I was driving in the top 32. Whoever he battles is going to be.
Your car is in Warsaw Island. You can't bring it down for tomorrow.
Well, it's a bit late now. I can't even make it for qualifying even if I wanted to. But yeah, I even saw the surge leaving Ford. That the speed for that transition was incredible. So a little timing mistake there between 4 and 5, outside zone 4 and 5. We'll see if the judges will deduct him for that. But that's the only thing I can see. Other than that, this run is clinically perfect.
Well, it is, and this is our last 4 drivers here to run at DMP Round 3 qualification for the Saturday. And remember, guys, we are back in action tomorrow, Sunday, and we will have night drifting for the pros. Pro action kicking off at 4 local time, and again, that is going to run into the night, I believe, tomorrow night under the floodlights. And it's a 93.5 for Jakob Kroll. Does not improve, but very, very consistent double 90 scores there. So he's going to be a big time one to watch tomorrow. Now, we are up to the top 3 in one of the best looking drift cars in the world right now. It is Łukasz Kaliszewski in the Workhouse A90 Supra, otherwise known as, I would say, Piotrowicz spare car. And he flicks it left, flicks it right. What can he do here in the A90? Beautiful entry here from the Polish driver, and it's pretty much perfect with all the style that you could ever ask for. Fills up 3, beautiful style, transitions it back out, doesn't even get off the throttle. This guy is on 100-point run so far here, guys. Can he maintain it? Minimum use of the handbrake into 5. He is absolutely millimetre perfect around 5 as he puts foot to floor once again as he leaves 5. He is absolutely millimetre, inch, whatever you want to call it, perfect here, Alan Hines, as he crosses the line and almost takes the front bumper off in excitement. Wow.
I know for a fact this is not a spare Supra. This is like a 3rd or 4th Supra that they have. So this is actually a car specifically tuned for Łukasz himself.
Okay.
And you can tell, look, it suits his driving style to an absolute T.
I've got 7 or 8 A90 Supras as well.
Well, no, it's nothing to do with that, Mike. It's to do with the fact that this car is set up directly for him. To give him the best opportunity here in DMP. And look at this. Look at the transition here to outside zone 5 here. Absolutely perfect, like you mentioned. Look at the speed. Even though it's like half speed of full-time speed or whatever, it still looks absolutely rapid as he maintains that line all the way to the finish line.
I'm calling it right now, Alan Hines. This is 97. This is winning. This is winning qualifying. Do you think?
If it's not, I'm going to throw the headphones down. And you'll be commentating the last 2 runs by yourself.
I got to go in and storm the judges' office, and David Callis is going to have some explaining to do if this doesn't top qualifying.
For me, let's not hype ourselves up. I think
I'm very easily hyped.
I'm going to say this run's going to barely score a 40.
Okay.
No, it can't be like that.
I'm very easily hyped as well when I see a run like that. Stuff. And when I'm judging, I'm super critical, and thankfully I haven't judged in quite a while because it's a tough job. But you know, when you're commentating, you get a little bit hyped up, and you can miss sometimes little nuances that the judges pick up on. So perhaps I did, but I'm very excited by this as the judges do tot up the scores and see if they, as we see the crowd waving there, enjoying qualification here on Saturday, just south of Radom. As we see the sun almost starting to set already.
The judges are still watching back this run. Let's see what they say.
97. Thank you, Alan Hines. First position.
Look at the angle. Look at the angle score. 30 out of 30. Carol was delighted.
First position for Łukasz Kaliszewski. What a run, and very well deserved. And congratulations to you, Łukasz, for that one, because you should be delighted with that super entertaining, super precise run. And what a run it was. So we have to go back to the line to the Greek god. It is Stavros Grillis with not the perfect qualifying score. He's in 2nd place in the championship here, guys. Remember, there are championship points on the line. It is a very respectable score, but it's not a Stavros Grillis score. This guy is a twin battler, maybe not the perfect qualifier. He's a battler, but let's see if he can get himself into the 90s. It's perfect on the first one. It is perfect on the second one with a nice entry as well to boot. Great transition, snappy transition into 3. Oh, huge snap into 4, but he makes it work. How did he make it work? How did he manage to keep that on track with his 4-cylinder engine? Wow. He is right on the outside of the track at the second half of 5, and these are why these guys are top of the championship. Alan Hines, put down your pin in satisfaction.
I think you ate your words there when you said Stavros wasn't the best, maybe possibly qualifying, but I just seen the run of outside zone 1, perfect. Look at the amount of angle, set it and sent it. Now, a bit on the inside of inside zone 2, possibly half a tyre on the inside of that. Perfect outside zone number 3. Transitions, look at the snap to angle and commit straight to it. Outside zone 4,
It's
almost
that bit.
perfect.
It's that bit.
It is incredible, and then takes a decent-ish line. I feel like maybe a little bit narrow there, a small bit, but I mean, outside zone 5 here, wheel on white line. I see the same kind of like esque style run as to Łukasz that we just seen in the Workhouse Supra, but what I don't see is the same type of precision, let's say. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a 40 or 44 line at least, but it's going to be very, very close to Lukasz's score. Is it going to better it?
I think it's second or third, possibly third. I think it's a great run. It's a top run. You know, and I'm looking forward to seeing the score here. I think it is second or third though, because that transition that he managed to hold, it's fifth actually, but right behind, 95. There's a lot of them up there. Maybe they penalised him a tiny bit for that transition, but I thought he held it quite well. But it's a great run either way from Stavros. And guys, we are at the last car in qualifying here for DMP Round 3 Pro Competition. It is the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend. It is Kuba Przygoński leaving the line in the beautiful GR86. He's not where he wants to be in qualifying so far. He's wagging the tail as he comes in. Can he top qualifying? Well, if anybody can do it, if anybody can take down Łukasz, it is this man. He's doing a good job so far. This guy is Mr. Perfect. His line, his angle, everything is perfect. Does he have the aggression of Łukasz to wow the judges? We'd have to wait and see, because he's doing a really great job here. Just about keeps the wheel on the track. Maybe adjusts his angle a tiny bit and across the line, and that is a typical Kuba Przygoński line.
Yeah, what an incredible talent, Kuba Przygoński. Obviously, all types of motorsport, just a legend in them all, and just knows how to drive a motor vehicle. Outside zone 1 here, really perfect. Probably the best we've seen all weekend by any other driver, I want to say. Inside zone 2 was pretty sweet there as well. Outside zone number 3 as well. Now, I do remember in the first run he got, I think it was an 85-ish or something like that. So I do think he had some work to work on, let's say, some stuff to work on, let's say. But I mean, I think this run is clinically better than the first run at least. So I would like to see a decent improvement here in points. I do think he does deserve it. But yeah, what a great drive here by Kuba Przygoński. And across the finish line here one last time for our last driver here in qualifying here for DMP Round 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's an engineer by education, and you can kind of tell it by the way he clinically goes about things. And as you said, Alan, multiple motorsports. He does the Dakar, done the Dakar rally and everything.
That's someone to be concerned about. Someone who knows what a car needs, like an engineering background, and knows how to race a car, drive a car as well. It's kind of a combo that you have to be concerned about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's a multiple Polish champion as well, and current Drift Masters driver. And, you know, he's one of the top guys in the sport. As we have the crowd here wrapping up. For us Irish, it feels quite warm over here, but obviously the Polish, who do get quite harsh winters at times, but the summers are a little bit warmer than ours for sure. We're feeling quite warm, but the guys outside wrapped up well. Again, weather tomorrow is looking a little bit better than today for battle action, which we will tell you how to tune in for just at the end of the show here, as we wait for Jakub Przygoński's score to drop in to see, does he get himself. I don't think he's going to beat Łukasz in qualifying, but it's a great run nevertheless. Maybe didn't have quite the aggression of the man in the A90 Supra, but the precision was most definitely there. And of course we will have our complete top 32 qualifiers flash up on screen in just a little while, once the big calculators have been taken out and all scores have been totted in and tie breaks have been broken by the second score in qualifying in the event of a tied score. As we see the beautiful GR86 there in the Red Bull livery. So, yeah, the wind not as crazy either, Alan. Again, we had a storm here. I had to close the hotel window last night in case we got blown away.
Let me guess, you were going to save me, was it?
I've saved you.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly, because you were in your slumber. And not quite as crazy as it was last night. We had many tents blown around the paddock here, guys, and some of the inflatable sponsor stuff made its way quite a far way away. It made a break for Ireland, I think, by air. And the judges do drop in a score, and it's a 94.5 for Kuba Przygoński, and it's a 6th position finish for him, keeping him in the championship race. He's currently leading this championship by 33 points over Stavros Grillis. So that is all of the drivers after running through qualifying here, guys, at DMP round 3. Alan Hines, just before the scores come up, this is your first time being present at this championship. You know, oh wait, we have the standings. I'll get your thoughts in a second. So it is Łukasz Kaliszewski winning qualifying with a 97. Łukasz Kaliszewski with a great one on 96.5 in second. Jakob Kroll with also a great one, 95.5. Abdul Karim Yehen from Switzerland with a 95, tied with Stavros Grillis with a 95. Their second score separating them. So great scoring there from the top guys, and they're really showing why they are the real top guys in the championship. Now we move down the line a little bit. Simon Savema from Estonia creeping in into the 90s with a 90.5. Then Max Heydrich from Germany with an 89. We look down along then, and the score's starting to drop off quite a lot then, down to 82.5 for the likes of Mateusz Szuski from Poland and Anders Madsen from Denmark, former Pro 2 Danish champion. So a little bit of a drop off in scores here, making battle action tomorrow very interesting, I would say. And then as we go down along, we do have, of course, the likes of Peter Ratasi creeping in at 28 with a 78.5. Carolina will be happy with that one on a 78. She'll have a tough battle though. Alexandra also with a tough battle, and just making their way in, it is Piotr Kozłowski with a 76 and Orvis Michalczuk with a 74.5. Unfortunately, Łukasz Wilczek just not making it in there in the M3 with a 71.5. So a lot of drivers going home here, but 32 of them qualifying in. Only the best qualify in DMP, and that is your top 32 qualifiers for Pro Battle action tomorrow. I do believe we're starting semi-pro competition at 14:05, but we'll have that on screen in a second just to confirm. And tomorrow's schedule, guys, if you want to tune in for the real part of the show, for the battle action, or if you want to make your way down here, if you are present in Poland or another country, fly in, flights are cheap. It is 13:55 for the top 16 in semi-pro, and the big show starts at 1600. That is 4 o'clock for top 32 pro. Then we'll have a little break for paddock walk, and at 7 o'clock for night action. It is top 16 for pro action for DMP round 3 2026. So join us, guys. Even if you just want to join at any stage, it is always action-packed here in DMP. So be sure to join us for as much as possible here on Eurosport Polski. And Alan Hines, very quickly, what are your thoughts on the championship so far?
Yeah, absolutely. Honoured to be here, of course, to commentate, obviously filling for Eddie Power for this particular weekend. And as we see Łukasz there talking with, Piotr, the main man there with the Worthouse Drift team. Look, yeah, what an incredible, weekend we've seen so far. Honoured to be here, as I said. Driving was fantastic. The driving, was leaps and bounds ahead of what I was expecting, if I'm honest with you. The track layout is fantastic. The venue is amazing. The whole crew here at DMP are incredible. So, honoured to be here. And of course, we'll be excited to see what happens next.
Yeah, so big shout out to all the DMP crew, to Piotrek and Caro and all the guys there, and all the production team as well. Thank you so much. And from us here, myself, Mike, and Alan Hines, we will sign out right now. We will see you back here tomorrow for battle action at DMP round 3 2026. Thank you very much.
All my homies spin the block.